Hey everyone, this is Kanal, Black Man Travels. Happy Friday evening. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone had an amazing week and was able to do all the things that they wanted to accomplish during their work week, workout week, family week. So just wanted to go ahead and just start this podcast. It's been a long week for me and kind of relaxed, extremely relaxed. I have a huge competition that I'm doing tomorrow morning. I will be participating at this Max Out event. It's a workout event in downtown Atlanta. So yeah, I got to be well rested and tip top shape to do the things I'm going to do tomorrow morning. It's an 8-hour obstacle course activities. So my goal is to dominate. I've been going extra hard in the gym, nutrition wise, cardio wise, power, lifting wise. So I'm hoping that I perform my best tomorrow morning. But it's another way to challenge myself. I think as Black men, we should always try to find ways to challenge ourselves mentally, physically, spiritually, financially. So definitely looking forward to it. But anyways, today's topic it's an interesting topic. I think this topic is going to ruffle some feathers, and I'm all about transparency. I believe that information is everything. And I think right now with YouTube and other platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, the world of traveling has become a very small place. And now everyone's an expert. Literally, everyone is a freaking expert. After one or two trips, they feel like they could actually speak on the entire country, although they probably just visited the tourist sites. But anyways, I want to have this interesting conversation, and I want you guys to keep it real with me. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm not going to hold back anything. I'm not selling any items. I'm not requesting for any cash apps or power chats, whatever cash. I'm not requesting anything. I just want to have real dialogue and have guys share their experiences, and also just stop this false narrative that's being pushed all over YouTube, all over Facebook and these Facebook groups that foreign women is better. I'm the one that always believed that you should never position one person over the other. We're all different. We all offer something positive as well as something negative. And I think a lot of men have become jaded with the American way of life, with the cost of living, with their jobs, with their women, their dating life. So they're trying to find refuge in another country, which I totally understand. I think every man should go out there and travel, see the world. There's so much to see and do and experience when you go overseas. But while you're doing that, don't degrade, downplay, or speak negative about our situations here in the state. And one thing a lot of Black men are doing is just like, you're going overseas, speaking, you're meeting these foreign women, beautiful women at that, and you literally sharing all of our negative experiences to them. You're literally downplaying your own group of women, and you're somehow putting them in a pedestal. I've seen Black men put these women on a pedestal in a way that they would never do in the States. Like some of the easiest things that a sister would do here in the States, a Black man would not tolerate. But guess what? He'll tolerate a lot more overseas. I've seen it all, guys. I've been doing this for quite a while. I'm very observant, and I've seen a lot of Black men put themselves in some dire situations over women overseas. And by you constantly putting these women above your own based on a limited experience, I mean, again, I can't tell you you should not do that. But I feel that, you know what? Keep a watchful eye. Pay attention. Look beyond the beauty. Look beyond that big butt. Look beyond the so-called submission behavior. There's a motive behind that. And I think a lot of black men need to really pay attention and how they put these women on a pedestal, because guess what? There's a good chance that that woman that you put on the pedestal may not be the best option for you, even overseas. And I've seen plenty of men get played. I've been part of these WhatsApp groups way before WhatsApp became WhatsApp. I was a member as part of these Facebook groups way before now everyone had their own Facebook group. And some of the stories and videos that I've seen over the years of how these women have played these men is astonishing. I have so much stories. I have many stories of how foreign women played black men overseas. I've seen it. Again, I've been doing this for quite a while. I always moved under the radar, so a lot of people don't know who I am, but I always prefer to keep it that way. But the thing is, when you put a woman on a pedestal, it's such as the way you put a foreign woman on a pedestal, it's never a good thing, because one, you really don't know the person. And two, by you downplaying your own, they're going to look at you sideways. I mean, that's just how I see it. I would never talk negative of a sister or any American woman towards around a foreign woman. I'll never do that. And I always tell guys, if you're done with American women or you're done with sisters, whatever, why you continue to talk negative about them? Why you build your platform around that? If you're about that travel life, passport bro, blue book gentleman, or all these other new green pill, all these new slogans that you guys are using out there, why you continue to talk about them if you're done? When you check out, you check out. Having 9 hours live streams or back-to-back live streams is not going to cut it. Because again, when you get on that plane, guys, and especially if she's not that good girl that you think she is, another guy that's coming to take your place. And especially if you actually met her in like a popular destination, you got to be careful with that. Most black men do not venture out in their travels. They tend to stick in one particular area. Either be in Brazil, Colombia, Thailand, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Panama. We tend to stay in one particular area, and we tend to drink from the same watering hole. I've known men who've literally met women overseas, thought that these women were good women, but these women were more snake in the grass than the women that they were dealing in the States. There's one particular brother I remember. This happened years back. Again, I'm not going to say any names. Dude was married. He goes to a Latin country. I'm not going to say the country. And he ended up instantly falling in love after the first day. He decided to create a relationship. Even though he's married in the States, he's created a whole new relationship in that particular country. End up getting the woman pregnant. That woman ended up robbing him. She literally took him to court, got child support, and she was actually worse than his actual wife. That woman put so much hell on that man, that overseas woman, so much hell to this man that one day he decided to go back home, back to the States. Of course, he had to go back home. She took everything out of the apartment, cleaned the apartment out. I mean, furniture, appliances, everything. And disappeared on him with their child. This man was so heartbroken. I mean, granted, he was married in the States, but he was so heartbroken that this woman did this to him. He never thought that this girl would do this to him because, hey, I'm in another country. This should never happen. But guess what, guys? When you get on that plane and you go through customs, get your luggage, you are prey, not just for the men that want to maybe rob you, physically rob you, but also the women. By you constantly bitching about American life and you running away to find that refuge, you think you're finding something better, but you're really not. And trust me, she's listening. She's paying attention how you move. And she's probably trying to find a great way to get something out of you. Now, granted, guys, I totally understand about, meeting a beautiful woman that is very sexual, very ladylike, soft, she's saying all the right things, doing all the right things. And you could easily just be mesmerized by this woman, this exotic woman at that. But also, she has the same behavior as any other woman who wants to play you. Never think that you're exempt, either be domestically or overseas. Now, granted, there are good women in the States and there are good women overseas. But the problem is a lot of you guys do not vet these women. You automatically assume that, hey, she's a good woman because she lives overseas. Or she said all the right things. Or she pleased you in the bedroom. She's cooking you food, folding your clothes, cleaning the house. Things that you bitched about because you're not getting in the States, but you're getting overseas. So you overlook certain things. You overlook certain behaviors. And those behaviors that you're overlooking are those behaviors that's going to hurt you. The same conniving, sneaky type behavior that you try to avoid over in the States, you literally somewhat accept overseas. And again, guys, I'm speaking from years of experience, things that I've seen in these various WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, and just observing other brothers and how they move. Where you guys put these women on the pedestal while downplaying your own, it's not good. It's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. And I'm a strong believer, if you're done dealing with a certain segment of women, then be done with it. There's no need to talk about it. If you're going overseas, stay away from the tourist zone areas. Stay away from these areas where, you could be an easy lick for some of these women. Because trust me, majority of guys are probably talking to the same women. And I've seen it plenty of times. I've seen plenty of times when dudes who literally are involved with the same woman. The woman is talking to 3 dudes from the States, each of them sending her money, living her lifestyle while she has a poppy across town. But guess what? When you come back in the city, her poppy will tell, hey, go get your money. And you got to be mindful of that. And I understand you guys going out there looking for that perfect woman, that woman that's going to be submissive for you, because you guys really big on that submission shit. Like every time I speak to someone, is she submissive? Is she submissive? Can she cook? Can she wash my clothes? I mean, bro, can you cook? Can you clean? But they look for all the tangible things, but not the intangibles. Guys will expect women in the States to have a good career, well taken care of, be educated, but yet go to another country and mess with a woman that doesn't have neither of those things. She's not educated. She depends on you on everything. And yet dudes will complain about that in the States. The same essential things women look for in a relationship in the States are the same exact thing women look for in other countries. They're looking for a man to be a provider and a protector. Nothing changes. By you putting one person above the other doesn't make the other person better. Because majority of the time, you guys do a poor job in selecting these women overseas. I've seen the bullshit in these countries. And just keep in mind, it's not just black men, just men overseas in general. I've seen men get set up where these guys were murdered for their life insurance or set up. Guys, it's really dog eat dog world out there, man. And again, there are some amazing, great women out there, but you got to put in the work. When you're thinking that you're just going to go out there and just show up, think you're going to find something real nice just that fast without going through the vetting process, without putting in the work, you're going to play yourself. Because trust me, if she's really all that bad, like really extremely attractive, you're not the only guy. Unless she's a good girl. If she's a good girl, it's like, hey, I don't do that type of thing, I'm loyal. Then yeah, you got a great thing. But if you meet this particular type in the tourist zone area, and she used to seeing other foreigners, dude, there's a possibility you there's another guy in the picture. So all I'm saying, guys, like, listen, don't try to put one group over the other. Don't put them on a pedestal because, again, they are human. And just got to be smart in how you move. Got to be very smart how you move. The same vetting process you apply in the States, apply it overseas, man. Ask those tough questions. Don't give in to just any little things. And also put in the work. Learn the language. Learn the culture. Learn the customs. Because you sitting now at a table with a beautiful woman and all you guys are just exchanging phones to communicate, it's not effective. And trust me, they get tired of that. They'll smile, sit with you, have drinks with you, have dinner, whatever, do all the things in the bedroom you need. But at the same time, they still want to do that they could actually relate to. So, again, this is not a great topic for a lot of guys, especially for the Passport Bro movement, the Blue Book gentlemen, the Green Pill. Is what it is. But look, I've been doing this for quite a while. I have an amazing network where they've told me these things. I've seen these things through videos, through messaging. A lot of guys are getting played, man. And again, you put these women on a pedestal and they're running games around you. You thinking that because you're getting your clothes ironed, getting your meal cooked, that you found a gold. Understand, that's part of her culture. That's part of her upbringing. She'll do that for her brother. You're not special. The things that you praising her for, she'd do it for her father and her brother. Don't be so easily impressed by those things. Now, granted, I know that some of you guys were not raised around that. I was raised around it, being a Haitian family. My sisters, they done those things. I watched them do those things for my stepdad, for my older brother, and for me. So when I'm overseas and someone folding my clothes or cooking me dinner, I'm not impressed. I mean, it's something that is kind of standard. So I mean, it's not a great topic, man, guys. Look, you got a lot of these YouTubers out there telling you go out there, they're gonna fall on your feet, they're gonna worship you and all this shit. That's not true. That's not true. And granted, guys, I take care. Look, when I travel, I look good. Man, I look good. I feel good. I smell good. Look, I know I'm not, unattractive. I know that. But also, too, I know that I could be a prey. I could be a target of someone. They may see me as a come up, which I understand. But if I decide to pursue a relationship with somebody, you best believe I'm gonna vet them to the T. So guys, I mean, just do a better job in not putting these girls on a pedestal. Treat them like any other woman you treat them, as far as making sure that they're going through the vetting process, ask the right questions, observe their behavior, observe them. And don't be easily impressed by the little things, guys. If you're not impressed in the States, well, I'll get easily impressed overseas. And again, this is a platform where I don't tolerate disrespect. I don't tolerate disrespect of anyone, no matter what their gender is. And I think there's ways we could actually move a lot better without being so abrasive towards a particular set of people. You're not, if you choose not to deal with them, don't deal with them. Just be smart about it. Because again, guys, I've seen a lot of guys get played overseas, man. And these are the foreign women that these YouTubers are talking about, but they don't want to share those stories because they're ashamed. A lot of guys get drugged overseas because they so-called trusted this particular person. A lot of folks get robbed, scammed, killed. This is stuff that you don't hear in these Facebook groups. You don't hear in these WhatsApp groups because it's going to ruin the bottom line. We definitely want every brother out there to travel. Definitely travel. Get that passport, go see the world, enjoy yourself, go on a few dates. But also, too, don't be stupid. Just the same rules you apply in the States applied overseas. Now, I'm not that guy that's going to sit here and just join a team of jaded guys, speaking nonsense for hours and hours and hours about a particular topic, because I'm not about that. I'm all about, making sure that you guys get the right intel, the right information, and we could go from there. If you need some tips and tricks and how to maneuver in a certain country, hit me up. I've helped a lot of men in traveling to certain countries. I won't charge you. I won't charge you, man. Just hit me up. If I got time, we can jump on a phone conversation. I'll give you the inside tips and how to maneuver, where to go, where I stayed. I just want to see more black men traveling the world, enjoying themselves. If you're looking for love, go ahead and look for that love, but be smart about it. Don't just fall for anything that falls in your lap. And also, too, put in the work. You got to put in the work, guys. Oh, wow. I got a lady that wants to join in. Let me see. Hey.
Hey, Kanal. Hi,
Hey.
guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's Friday. Relax. So I'm just talking about this topic about, black men over-pedalizing the foreign women. And it's just like I said, I'm not bashing anybody. I'm not putting one over the other. Just teaching guys and telling guys, hey, you don't have to do that. And you got to be careful while you're overseas, because again, the same bullshit that you see in the States that you're trying to run away from, you could also experience overseas. And I've seen this happen many a times. So that's the topic for today. Again, I don't think a lot of guys are going to jump on it because, they know
Well, I've
speaking the
been
truth.
listening in, and I'm just going to put my 2 cents in as a woman.
Okay.
And being that I've been in the adult industry and understanding men, a lot of men are looking to fill voids. And I think they're going over there with unrealistic expectations about the women and also about themselves. So it's just an escape. It's just like buying a prostitute here or buying sex here. There is no difference. You're just doing it in another country.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, there are some brothers out there that are looking for love. They've tried to find love over, in the States. Things didn't work out, so they're trying to look elsewhere. And I don't blame them. It's like, hey, listen, don't limit yourself. Same goes for women. If you think you can't find a good black man here, there's tons of black men in Brazil. Colombia. The Africa. There's places you could go and meet other black men. You don't have to commit yourself just to black men in this country. But my thing
Yeah.
is, just apply the same rules you apply in the States. Just do it overseas.
Well, it's still an escape. It's still one of those things of dating someone that's unavailable. You can hardly communicate with the woman. And just like you said earlier on, I have to chat with you through a phone, Google Translate.
Yeah.
How deep is that connection really? You know what I mean? And it goes back to that old saying, like water your own grass, make it greener. You have to figure out why your relationships aren't working. I have to do some self-reflecting on that. And healing isn't easy. And addressing those issues aren't easy. It could be toxicity. It could be the way you were raised as a child. It could be various things, but you have to get to the root of it all. So escaping to another country and, pretty much downplaying what's going on in America again, that's just an escape. You're avoiding the real problem and the real issue. It's like putting a band-aid on a pothole.
Yeah. Um, I totally agree with in regards to like making sure that you work on yourself. I've met even myself, and then again, I've used myself as an example. When I was going through my situation, I was traveling hurt. I was traveling angry. So for me, I used traveling as my escape from running away from my issues that I had to deal with, which was court battles and everything else. So
Right, I was
I'm,
there with you, so you did it pretty gracefully. I can say that.
oh, yeah, yeah. And the thing is, I met a lot of guys that were in the same boat that I was in. These guys were like, we were all jaded at the time. It's like we're pissed off from the American system and everything else. So traveling was our escape. But the thing is, we had to come back home and deal with our issues. Some guys dealt with them, some guys didn't. Some guys have certain vice for them to cope certain things. Some people use sex, some people use drugs, some people use traveling. Whatever it is, people use it. But don't easily fall in love with someone that you meet overseas without really truly understanding who this person is. Does this person come from a good family? Kind of lost you there.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. I was saying that guys should look at the woman's family. Is she coming from a good family? I mean, does she have the same expectations you have for sisters and American women to have a mother and a father? You should have that same rule apply for overseas. Also, too, does she have the desire to better herself? Some of these women don't have the education background, and the thing is, if you're a college educated black man, why downgrade yourself to someone that just have a third grade education? And again, I'm not downplaying what their background, but it's just like the same expectations you have in the States, you should have it overseas. If you come from an upper tier environment, put yourself in a situation where you can meet upper tier women. You can't go to one particular place and you can't go one particular place thinking that hey, I'm a high value black man, but then again you're in the burrows, you're in the hood dating someone, and it's just like she doesn't really offer you nothing besides sex. You guys can't really communicate with each other, and the thing is, you don't know what I mean as far as age difference wise. She may just see you as a come up, man, and it is what it is. So I'm just saying, guys, just be careful who you meet, and understand the same thing that could happen here in the States could happen overseas, and plenty. I've seen it happen plenty of times. Roland, how you doing? Are you there, Roland?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
Man. I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, I can speak on the same term as far as, from my background working in the military and doing a lot of deployments, how many different servicemen over the years have met different women from different countries and gotten married to these women. And a lot of them are Asian countries. And it never ended well. Let's put it that way. Some kids were born 2, 3, 4 years later into the marriage. Next thing you know, she's gone with the kids and she has her citizenship, plus she's flying in family members from wherever. So yeah, it's not something that, I'm going to move overseas, I'm going to meet a nice woman and everything is going to be done with. First of all, how are you meeting her? Where are you going to meet her? You're the club up, or you're actually doing, some things where you're vetting, like you said, the type of woman that you're looking for while you're over there. If that's what you're over there to do, is to court, to get married, to start a family. Those things take a process of time, just like here in the United States.
I totally agree with you, and I think the vetting process is missing in all of this. They just see a beautiful face, a big ass, and she can please him very well in the bedroom. So he'll compromise things that he would never compromise in the States, but compromise overseas, and ignore all the red flags. Like that one cousin that you constantly seeing around the house, it's not the cousin, sir. It's not the cousin.
Exactly.
That's probably a Papi Chulo or
a husband.
or a husband. Yeah, that happened several times with several guys that I knew back then.
Mm-hmm.
Roland, I want you to I want to introduce you to Jemiah. Jemiah, Roland.
How you doing, Jemiah?
Hi, Roland.
Yeah, so Jemiah joined the conversation just to chime in from a black woman perspective.
It's always good to have a black woman's perspective, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
And again, it's like I'm not big on bashing any particular group. It's like, you know, if you're done with one group, you're done with it. There's no need for you to sit down and have hours and hours and hours conversation about it. It's just like, hey, you moved on, but also too, don't take that same bullshit behavior that you've been doing here in the States overseas. And that's what I've been seeing, Roland.
Yeah.
The same bullshit behavior that I see guys do here, they do it overseas.
And that does come into play with what she said is toxicity from prior relationships. You know, just like women can get hurt from men, men can get hurt from women and the way they've been treated. So I'm always an advocate for therapy, you know, and having some alone time to get yourself back in order before looking at doing anything with anyone. You know, you need to take some you time, get some therapy if you feel like you were the contributing party, or even if you're not, make sure you have a clear head before you get back into something that deep.
Jemiah, there's a question there's a comment. It's a possibility that women here have a side do in the state as well. What's your take on that?
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's very possible, and it's possible overseas as well. But everything is about communication and clarity. What's your expectations? What do you want from me? What are your boundaries? When we don't set boundaries and communicate clearly on exactly what it is that we want, I think that's where the breakdown is in any relationship, whether it be foreign or whether it be in the States.
I agree with that because
I wouldn't see where I would need a side dude if you're fulfilling all of my needs mentally, emotionally, sexually, financially. Why would I need a side dude?
I think you just opened the door for a second. Hold up now. So, in your opinion, if the man is doing everything he needs to do for you, you shouldn't need a side dude, correct?
That is correct. And my thing is, I'm not doing the side dude thing. Because if I have to have you and someone else to provide for me, it's just not worth it for me at that point.
Okay, so let me kick in the question. The question is, how many male friends do you have that's sitting on your phone right now?
Male friends as in like dating?
Male friends, however you want to define it as.
I'm going to say one right now.
You have one male friend, period. No other friends that are males.
I have one male friend that I am intimate with, and the rest are just male friends. I'm not really I'm not one of those girls where I have a lot of female friends because that's just not my thing.
Women can be catty. I get it.
Well, not can be. They are.
Yeah. But so the question goes, how many of those friends, other than the one that you're intimate with, if you had picked up the phone and said, hey, I really need you to come over here, I'm lonely, how many of them with the intention of having sex with you would come to your house?
All of them.
Okay. So then at the end of the day, you have a line of men that are willing to substitute what you need from a male as far as a relationship, because they're all your friends waiting, and you could use this term, lying in wait for you to be weak so that they could take the opportunity that they truly want for being your friend and actually getting to be intimate with you.
Right, but that's not substantial for me.
How
I
many
can,
men can say the same thing though?
okay, that's true.
Well, I mean, granted, guys, we as men, we pursue women for that. I don't think women pursue men for sex. So, and the thing too, you have a lot of men that are overly gracious to give a helping hand. We see that
What?
domestically and overseas.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so someone just said American women see men as a come up as well. And then Alonzo Robinson says she had to think that long. LOL cap. And then Rashad says it's the little things that count. Just to answer you, Alonzo, it's not that I had to think about it long. I just wanted to understand his question in its entirety and answer with honesty.
Called
And
critical
I
thinking.
definitely appreciate that.
Uh,
Absolutely.
Guys, it's called critical thinking because I do the same thing. When someone asks me a question,
You
I
pause for a second.
pause,
You think.
I think about it, then I execute. As you know, as a consultant, in marketing and sales, we do a lot of thinking before we open our mouth. We do a lot of listening. And that's the problem. A lot of you guys going overseas, you guys not listening. You're not paying attention what's going on around you.
Right.
And
And
that's
they're not
why
listening, and they're not listening here as well, which is why they ultimately have to go overseas to find a woman that they can primarily be dominant over in most cases. They're taking their toxicity to other countries, and they're bruising other women as well.
But again, hypergamy is hypergamy all over the world.
Right.
So, I mean, the same thing American women look for here, or the same thing foreign women look for from their men, to be protective providers. But more so on the feminine side, because they want to be that homemaker. They want to
Right.
have children. They want to comfort and tend to their men. So that's the difference. Hypergamy is just paramount in a woman's genetics, period.
Yes. I agree with that, Ronan. And
They want the
when
strongest male.
I'm
They
sorry,
want
go
the one
ahead.
that's confident. They want that kind of man.
but also
so that
but
they
also
can be
too
in their feminine energy.
but also too these countries, the man is more in the leadership role. And in our country, most men are not in the leadership role, especially in the black family, in the black community, we're not. So that's why there's a big difference. We're
Right.
going like we're leaving to benefit other men in society. So it's just like,
I was
some
gonna say that, Kanal, and culturally, there's a big difference because they've been raised to be that way. We've been raised to be independent. In my personal experience with my mom, I have to be extremely transparent and truthful at this point. Growing up, when I became sexually active, my mother didn't tell me about loving a man or how to love him or what to expect or what to ask for. She just said, hey, don't bring any babies in my house and don't let a man fuck you for free. That was my
Wow.
initiation into womanhood. I had to find out later on in life that that's not the way that it goes. I wouldn't have to worry about a man fucking me for free if I deliver myself as a woman, if I cared for him properly, if I was attentive to him, if I provided for him sexually, if I was submissive, if I was respectful. I was never told that. And it happens with a lot of Black women. Corinne Stefan was on a podcast not too long ago where she said her mom was the first woman to call her a whore. You start to wear that because that's what you've been told. There was a period in my life where I couldn't even be intimate with a man unless he was paying me. It was embedded in my brain. It was in my psyche. And I had to go through tumultuous relationships to overcome that. And it happens with a lot of Black women. Black women have single homes. The men aren't there. They're tired of raising the kids alone. You're a woman, get out. You need to find your man to take care of you. Get out. Do whatever you got to do to get out of my house where I don't have to take care of you anymore. That's the culture. with
You
a
know,
lot of Black women.
but you
A
know
lot
what?
of my female friends, we've been abandoned by our fathers and we've been abandoned by our mothers. That's just the blood raw truth.
To be honest, that same thing applies overseas. I've met women who told me, we sat down, had great conversations where their mother forced them to do certain things at a young age. A lot of these women overseas are sometimes pushed into that certain lifestyle. I don't want to say it.
Absolutely.
They're
Absolutely. No,
pushed
you're
by their
absolutely right.
mom or by their dad to do it. So the same issues that the Black women deal with here in the States, these women doing the same thing overseas are probably 10 times worse because there it's all about survival.
More
And
so than
especially
ever.
especially if especially if you're attractive, it's just like, and you know that's all you got to offer. It's what it is. Like I could tell you guys this, man. Look, I'm from Haiti. My mother had my brother when she was 13 years old. She told me some things like I remember one day she had all of us, there's 6 of us. She sat us down. She said, like, listen, when I was homeless with your brother, with my older brother, I had to do certain things that I'm not proud of. And we kind of read between the lines. Like we kind of like, yeah. And my older brother, I mean, he's an amazing guy, but dude got some missing missing rocks, man. Because he's seen some things that he wasn't supposed to see. And it's just like, and that was in Haiti. That was during Duvalier, this back in the 60s and 70s. So imagine what's going on now in these other countries. So the same thing that a sister that's going through in this country, trust me, the women going through the same issues there, especially if they're poor. If a mom has multiple kids and she has a daughter, it's like, hey, it's time for you to go put in work. You got to do whatever you need to do.
Right.
Hey, Bobby, how you doing, man? Hey, Bobby, can you hear me?
You might be muted still. You got to unmute yourself.
And just to piggyback off of that, like you said, the moms and dad push these women, out there to work and survive. It wasn't until my father came around in my adult life to start to correct those things and call me out on certain things. And when you don't have that man around, you don't really get, true male perspective on things. So even if you're going out looking for a man for survival, to take care of you, to take off the load of bills and etc., it's you're not walking the streets and prostituting. It becomes a social thing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But at the same time, you didn't have an example to look at and didn't have your mom basically vetting the men that you were dealing with over your history. You went and chose with no experience whatsoever.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, Bobby,
Hi.
how you doing, man?
I'm great, man. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up.
No, it's all good, man. Hey, before you say something, but I want to respond to this person here. Rashid, you said why all most of women from other countries have third grade education. I never said all or most. I said some you meet, depending where you go, may not have enough education, and that's a fact. A lot of these countries, most kids going to school is not required. Some kids actually drop out of school and don't really finish school. So depending where you are, it is common to see that. And that's just based on my experience. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I think this is a excellent topic, and it definitely needs to be. We definitely need to speak on this because it's starting to get to the point of ridiculous. Some of the stuff that you're seeing on like social media, YouTube, TikTok, and sorry if I'm restating some people's arguments.
No. It's all good. Wait, but before you say something, I want to respond to this dude, man. Except sounds like you're a passport bro basher. Go figure. All right. This whole passport. Look, I'm Black Man Travels. I'm close to reaching 40 countries. I'm about to actually travel next week, and I'm about to go to Thailand when I get back. I'm all about educating black men on how to travel properly. I'm not talking just out of talking points. I'm not claiming to be this or that. I never claimed that I was a passport bro. So before you want to use that nonsense with me, nah, miss me with that, bro. Because trust me, I'm way above a passport bro. Trust me. And I have tons of receipts to show for that. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, this is yeah, like Rashid, yeah, that passport bro basher. Like, I don't consider myself a passport bro either. And it's like, if you say, it seems like if you say anything against the passport bros, or like this new community of like black men traveling, you're bashing them. But some of the stuff that you're saying is common sense, because these dudes are not using common sense. Like, there's no way.
They're leading off their emotions, man. And they sound jaded. I mean, from the outside looking in, just sitting back as a veteran, as quote unquote OG, whatever. And even Ronan could see it. I mean, we see like, yo, you jaded, you don't have no experience, and you just basically using the same talking points that everyone else is using.
And Rashid, at this point, you could think about it this way. She was more than comfortable with coming up, and maybe we can open her eyes to the perspective of why black men actually travel versus what she's heard as talking points from the opposition. That's what an open dialogue is all about. Being able to communicate without bashing somebody so that each can be heard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did know how to open that, because like I had this conversation offline too. So I'm like, because yeah, people will come. They're starting to get the misconception that all guys that's traveling is just like basically just mongering. Like that's all they think, or they're just taking advantage of disadvantaged women. And we need to have this open dialogue to let people know that there's more to traveling than just that.
Yeah, you're not going to find that on Kanal's channel. I'm going to tell you that right now, because we're very open-minded about how we travel, why we travel. It has nothing to do with mongering. If you have a problem in the States, you're going to have that same problem overseas. It doesn't matter how much money you have in your pocket. All you're going to wind up becoming is a mark.
Exactly.
Go over there uninformed and thinking you know everything, and see what happens to you.
Yeah, and I got a point, because I don't know how many people actually did this, but I actually did this in multiple countries I've been to. I actually went and talked to women, of course, but I also talked to local guys and see what did they think about their local women. And they had a lot of the same complaints that black men have in America. Like, like, so you putting these women on a pedestal when the guys who deal with them every day, that grew up with them, is like, yo, what are you talking about? They'll say the same thing you would say about black women. It's like the grass is not always green on the other side. It's just that, like Kanal said, you're jaded. A lot of these guys are super jaded. It makes no sense, some of the stuff they be saying. Like, it's just ridiculous. And first, you need to deal with that. Like, just because, okay, for whatever reason, you couldn't get the women you want when you were younger, now you want to get on platforms and just bash women. Just not even just bash women, just say outlandish things in general. That does not make it right. Or the other thing too is they're just scripting, and they want to try to build an audience, and they know that controversy sells. What do you guys think about that? The whole, like, okay, let me try to do the Jerry Springer approach to create some controversy, try to build an audience.
I think right now a lot of guys are trying to build their YouTube, and of course with the entire Cash App, Instant Chat, it's a money making gimmick for them. And it's just like, when you see like they have to create some type of drama to get those likes up and get those attention, those views, they'll do or say whatever it takes to get the word out. But the thing is, they're not really giving their audience real information when it comes to traveling.
Right.
Like I'll just listen to some of these conversations. I'm like, what this has to do with traveling?
Well, toxicity sells. And when you're toxic, it's something easy for you to do.
Absolutely.
So toxic rides on toxic. And so, That goes for reality shows. Like I don't watch Real Housewives. I don't watch Network. I don't watch Bad Girls Club. I don't watch Real Housewives because I'm like, these are adult grown women fighting, yelling, arguing, throwing drinks, and that's what sells. Um, Eddie Murphy's ex-wife, Nicole Murphy, she had a reality show called Hollywood Exes. She only got one season, and it was a very classic group of women. It was Will Smith's ex-wife, it was Prince's ex-wife, it was R. Kelly's ex-wife, and they were all independent women doing well, educated, entrepreneurs, and it didn't last long. It wasn't entertaining enough. So it's only going to be a small group of people that navigate to positivity.
I'm sorry, what was your name again? I'm terrible with names at first.
Jemiah.
Jemiah, yeah. Come on, you got to keep the names up, bro.
I got to figure out how to do that.
I'm old and forgetful.
I'm sorry.
I'm old and forgetful.
Hey, I got to figure that. Well,
Jemiah. Jemiah. Do you actually have a passport?
I do.
How often do you travel? And where?
I haven't traveled in some time. I'm a single mom. I've been working. Okay. I started my own food business. But my first trip out of the country, I got my passport when I was 21. I'm going to be 37.
Okay.
So I've been a couple places. I've been a few places: Croatia, Belgium, Germany.
Wow.
Russia. I've been to Moscow. I've been to Grand Cayman, Aruba, St. Thomas.
Okay,
Puerto Rico.
A decent amount of countries here,
Yeah.
She's not inexperienced in
she's not. She's not. And the thing is,
the assumptions that you're hearing from a lot of these other YouTubers that are saying that traveling is all about mongering for us as Black men. Do you necessarily believe that, being a traveler yourself, where you're
because there's mongers here, and I experience it on a daily basis.
Hence why you got those coaches that are upset at brothers traveling, because they want the money to teach you how to play the game in the United States to monger. Get it?
But then another thing, Ronan, you have to understand, before the podcast, I called Kanal to see. I wanted to listen in tonight. A lot of these guys want to stay in the States because they can't travel, because they don't take care of their children, and they owe child support, and they can't get a passport. Their passport has been relinquished. They have no freaking driver's license because they owe Department of Revenue for not taking care of their kids. So they can't go anywhere. They're restricted. Puerto Rico, St. Thomas. They can't travel out of the U.S.
Audience, so they shouldn't be upset at the ones that can't afford to travel.
My point exactly.
Well, the thing is, I don't think those guys are complaining, because they got the strip clubs, they got the dance clubs. Like, let's keep it real. Most of the Black men don't really have desire to go overseas like that, especially the ones that can't travel. They're okay in staying. They're okay in staying in their own little circle. I think the ones that have problems with it are the ones that were kind of ruined. We're taking business away from them, such as the dating coaches, or the guys that feel like, you know what, we need to accept whatever bullshit is being offered so we could just entertain them.
But then can also, back to the term, mongers.
Yeah.
I meet a lot of men on a daily basis. I bartend. I'm an attractive woman. A lot of these men proposition you. You don't necessarily have to go out and seek them. And a lot of them don't realize that they're unavailable. So they tend to keep these unavailable connections. Hey, let me give her some money so she can just come around and do as I need and do as I please, and then disconnect.
Wow.
And then they travel for something new, for something different, something easier, because they know that the women are looking for it. At least here in America, we're a little more independent and can care for ourselves and say, hey, no, I don't want that. Versus, hey, I need that. And I mean, there's still a lot of women here that, have relationships based on survival as well. But a lot of these men have a lot of self-reflection and healing to do. It is not hard for me to get money from any man. It's offered to me. I don't have to ask.
I understand. That's a fact. It's way easier for women to get money. There's a lot of dumb dudes out there.
Hey, Bobby. I mean, what
Don't
are your
say
thoughts
dumb, Ronan. Don't say
No.
dumb.
No.
Don't say dumb.
No,
They're just
a fool and his money are soon departed.
Facts.
Okay.
Hey,
So
Bobby.
yes, they're dumb.
Bobby, share some of your stories in Thailand. What you share with me about how these women will play these guys and run game. Share some of your stories.
Oh yeah, it's simple. Like, okay, yeah, they'll meet a guy. If they get pregnant, even if they don't even get pregnant, just say they get engaged or something like that. The guy goes back because most guys they can't afford to stay overseas constantly. So the guy goes back home, and then they're out in the club because they don't have to work. So they just go out every night, party, drink. The guy's financing their life, paying for their apartment, doing all that. And then they just run it down on dudes that they actually attracted to. And like I said this on a previous podcast. Yeah, like one situation, I linked up with a girl, met at the club, went back to her crib. Some dude's calling her at 3 a.m. Like, baby, where you at? And she's saying, I love you, blah, blah, blah. And she's sitting on my lap. I'm like, and this is the woman that you're going to put on the pedestal. This is the one that's different from the women in the United States. Like, could you imagine that? Like, you send your finance, like you think you're in love with somebody, and then you're paying for everything. Because this girl said she doesn't do nothing. All three of us
have the same issue. Kanal's been in that situation too.
So yeah, I'm just saying that. Hey, can I answer this question, Rashid? Like, I went through the comment screen, and he was saying like it's a possibility that a woman will have a side dude in the States. Like, bro, do you not understand? Like, if you're not living in that country and you leave, well, what do you think women are going to be doing where you're going? You think she's just going to be sitting there like her life just stops? Not just say that she's not even looking for a guy. You think guys are not going to approach her constantly?
She's a baddie.
Yeah.
Come on now, wake up, drink that coffee.
And yeah, and then imagine you're financing somebody's life. What are they going to do all day? Like, if you have no job, you're just sitting at home, you're bored. You don't think you're going to get lonely? All your friends are at work or trying to get money. Wait, what do you think she's going to do all day?
So, Bobby, can I ask a question?
What happened?
Did she disconnect? Am I still connected?
You are. I don't know if Kanal is connected or maybe he dropped. I haven't heard from him in a second. But both of us are still connected.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I mean, and I'm not trying to bash like foreign women, but I'm just giving like an honest perspective. Like,
I mean, like I said, hypergamy is strong in every female person. So, I mean, that's what they're about. Their whole nuance about their existence is always going to the stronger, better choice. And it doesn't matter what country that's in.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I have really bad Wi-Fi here.
It's okay. Go ahead. You just say something.
My question is, what is the point of even dating out of the country with what you just said, Bobby? Okay, you go there, you're financing her, you're spending quality time with her while you're there, and then when you leave, for a fact that someone else may be there, versus being here in the States, you have accessibility to your mate, you know where they live, you have a stronger connection, you kind of have more, I can't find the words right now, the person's here, they're more accessible. You can kind of gauge what's going on with them, their patterns, their behavior, their availability. What's the point in dating overseas if you know for fact that there's a possibility that someone else is there when you're not there?
Oh, I mean that answer is pretty simple. It's like just because this happens doesn't mean every woman's like that. Like I said, there's good. Just take it women, people. There's good people and bad people in every country. So there's gonna be good women in a country like that's gonna like if you meet her, she's not about that life about like okay I want to go out and party every day. I'm trying to sleep with a bunch of guys. She wants to build a relationship, just like you had that in the States. That's over there too. It's just that the reason why I bring that up is like the passport bros or this new like wave of travelers. They generalize and make the like seem like every foreign woman's like that. Every foreign woman has like high value. They got integrity. They're submissive. They're all that. They have all the great qualities, and there's none of these women that have bad qualities. But yeah, I met a lot of great women, going overseas, spending times overseas, and then so I don't think it's an issue of why should we not date them. Wait, let me rephrase that. I don't think it's an issue of there's a problem with dating them. It's a problem with the generalization and put them on a pedestal because they're just human. We gotta remember, everybody's human. Humans have flaws. There's no perfect human on this earth. If you find a perfect human, show me, and then I'll change my mind. But there's no perfect humans on this earth. But there's good people. There's people with that have character and high integrity, and then there's people who's just like, oh, I'm looking for a come up. I mean, Kanal, do you agree? And Ronan, do you agree?
I totally agree. I've seen it many times. And again, the guys that talking real reckless out there, they just started traveling. I've been doing this for more than 10 years. I've seen it all. And Bob, you probably some of these WhatsApp group in the past. We've seen some really reckless stuff that a lot of these women overseas would do in the States. And guys are they think that this won't happen to them. It's like anyone could get got. And it's just like, again, these women know what you're looking for. So they're going to sell you that until they get what they want. Now, if you're going overseas just looking for one thing, all right, then stay on that. But if you're trying to find something more than that, you got to put that work in. Same thing, that same work you put in the States, you got to put it overseas. And keep in mind, more than likely, you guys are going to hit up a Latin country. They expect you to be the man, not half the man, but a full man. That means you got to carry all the bills. Are you ready for that? You can't go to them thinking that, hey, it's 50-50. You get the light bill, I get the water bill type of shit. It's not gonna happen. it's not gonna happen, man. It's like if you're expecting a woman to be a woman, then you're gonna have to be the man.
Correct.
Again, these young dudes, y'all talking real reckless out here, man. And the thing is, I'm part of many WhatsApp group, and we noticing the reckless that you guys are doing. It's like, listen, you're putting too much attention on yourself. Like even now, you're hearing just recently, a guy just got his chain just snatched last night in Cartagena.
Yeah,
walking around with a big old chain. Look at the kid that happened in L.A. PNB, whatever his name is.
Yep.
Yeah, PNB Rock.
Oh, like these young dudes are traveling. They want to be seen. So guess what? Them girls see you, and you are their target. And trust me, they call their cousins, their brothers. Yo, we got a lick. I'm hearing more brothers being robbed and drugs now than I heard before, like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, because I agree with that, because we're easy target. This is okay. I always had this this battle in between, within me is like I want to push more black men traveling, but I knew once black men start traveling more that they was going to start messing things up. And what I mean by messing things up is because I know our personality. Just look at our communities. What do? We're loud. We got to show off. We got to do the most. Like why would you go to a foreign country where people are struggling to survive and be throwing money in the air? Not even just in the club. There was in the group. I saw videos when dudes was walking around Colombia with a boombox throwing money in the air in the streets. Like, You don't think people are gonna register like, okay, it's like that. It's like that. Okay, we about to come up. We about to eat tonight. We definitely about to eat tonight. We about to get this guy. It doesn't make sense, the things we're doing. Like, why would you do, like, this is not a music video. This is not some movie. Like, why would you draw that much attention to it? But that's kind of the character of our community. We like to show, I guess, because it's like we've been impoverished, and we have like this, like, we always been looked down upon, kind of like in the States. So now if we go overseas, I feel like we got to show that, oh, we're the man, or we want to live out our fantasies of like being a rapper or something. But I don't know why we would go overseas and bring the behavior that pretty much like ostracize our community and use that as a representation for the world to see. This is how we act.
Don't put me in that.
Oh yeah, I'm
Well,
not in that either.
I see a comment from Mr. Dawkins, the navigator. He says, to answer her question, it's pretty obvious. Move to that country. Most guys I know who's in a successful relationships are expats. Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting to. Like, so if you're in a relationship overseas and you love this woman and that's who you want to commit yourself to, why continue the back and forth travel if that's where you really want to be?
I agree.
If that's the person that you really want to be with.
Absolutely.
I agree. And that's another topic for next week, because it's going to be interesting. Most guys don't believe most guys don't believe in bringing their girls back to the States, because due to the American culture, other social issues that we have here in this country, they don't want to bring their women to the States. But also too, a lot of black men don't have the means to try to expat to that country. The expat community, the black expat community, is very small.
Very.
So for most guys thinking that, hey, I'm just gonna meet a girl and move overseas. Okay, what job do you have to actually, that's gonna sustain you overseas? So, and especially you got guys that are being shamed for bringing their women back to the States because they think that she's gonna get corrupted by the government and everything else, and she's gonna leave him for another guy. There's so much bullshit behind that. But the thing is, black men don't encourage other black men to pursue these relationships. It's more about smashing, keeping going. Again, I was doing those things as well. And again, I'm not shaming anybody, but it's just like, if that's what you're looking for, let it be known. Don't try to sell dreams to these women thinking that you just want to smash, and trying to smash her sister, her mother, her cousin in the process too. Because I've seen that happen plenty of times. So it's just like, hey, just if you about that smash life, let it be known. Let them know straight up, this is what you're looking for. But you have a lot of guys selling dreams to these people. And again, if you are dealing more with a top tier society of folks, then it's different. But if you basically the person that could help better her life, better her family, you gotta let her know that you're not that person that's gonna do that. I think a lot of guys, what they do, they try to sell that dream for quick, easy access.
To get what they want. They do it here. So it's I'm gonna sell her a dream of love in a relationship, but really I'm just trying to, shell out a few dollars and get some sex.
Mike C say facts. Another well-known travel YouTuber mentioned in his live stream that pedestalizing foreign women is going to backfire in brothers' faces. It always does, because what they do is you put these women on a pedestal, thinking like they won't do you no wrong, but yet while you're away in your country, New York, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, LA, she has a whole nother life, man. Again, if she's not that good girl that you could trust. But most of the time, most guys travel to the same watering hole. In the same watering hole, they literally date the same women. Roland, Bobby, you could agree with me. How often you see guys literally dating or meeting the same women in these groups?
Oh man,
it's crazy. Like even on YouTube,
often. And wasn't there a recent fight in Colombia somewhere? Where
it was a fight. It was a fight in Sosua, Dominican Republic.
It was in DR.
Two dudes fighting over a girl on the beach, on the sand, throwing blows at each other. Two American dudes. I sat there and just watched it from a distance. I'm like, look at these niggas. It's just like
crazy.
Yeah, but it's common. It's common. It's common. You see, like literally, you have the same guys chasing after the same women. Like two different guys chasing literally the same woman. And it's just like they find out, the next they beefing with each other. Next, there's a possible, oh, when I see you, I'm gonna do this or whatever. And again, it's just common because they're all going to the same place. Everybody's going to the same destination, talking to the same type of women. She's running game on you. But the thing is, people don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, and yeah, I had experience personally, a couple experience. It wasn't even I was even trying to talk to the girl. A girl came talk to me. I see her brother roll up on me like, "Yo, bro, just so you know, that's my girl." I'm like, bro, just so you know, she came to talk to me. So like, but anyway, I want to mention something else because you saying like they all go to the same watering hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a thing I always like to point out is the guys, most of these guys, unless the brothers or the passport bros, they're dealing with what can I say? Impoverished women. They're not dealing with like the middle class or the upper class. So their perspective is skewed because like a lot of these women. I'm gonna say two things. A lot of these women, they're impoverished, and then another thing is I noticed. I don't know. I'm pretty sure y'all noticed this too. A lot of guys lead with money from the beginning. They know that some of these women are impoverished, so they lead with money, and then like, okay, if somebody gonna say like, oh, I'm about to give you blah blah blah, or come with me to this, I don't know, this expensive restaurant, blah blah blah. Why would somebody say no? And then you're like, okay, if he got all this money, maybe he'll give me some money. Maybe I should act right, act nice, and take advantage.
That's how it starts.
I mean, a lot of guys, we tend to be more weekend warriors. So when we travel, we have a certain time window, a start and end date to get as much entertainment as possible. And if we do like somebody, like we'll probably spend more time with them. But again, the end goal is just to have a good time. But then you have some guys that just try to sell a big dream, hoping that they could build something with that person, but they know they have no intention of building anything with that person.
Which to me is a total waste of time because if you're only there for a weekend, why are you trying to develop all these dreams? If you're in there, hit it and get out. Don't get wrapped up in it.
Yeah. And I've seen situations, Bobby, where like it kind of ties into what you're saying. A dude is with a pro, right? And another guy will step up to that girl and try to outbid him. And I'm like,
I don't even want to tell you about this bar in Japan, Okinawa, that does that.
Yeah, I was like, of all the people here, you want to do that. And again, it goes back to black men. There's something about us. We always, that over competition shit. We always feel the need, we need to compete all the damn time. And I think he did that to try to like embarrass this dude, because the dude was small. He didn't have the so-called swag or whatever. So the guy felt like he could punk him. And it's like, come on, bro, we're in another country, paradise, enjoying yourself, away from the matrix or anything else. Why, why would you do that? And you instantly gassed her head up by you doing that. And it's just like, that could have easily gone left so fast.
Somebody says in the comments, why are we concerned about guys selling dreams or manipulating?
All right, man.
Do you have to answer that question? Is that a serious question?
I mean, guys, understand this. All right. A lot of you guys are very new to this. You guys are not used to moving in certain wavelength, frequency. All we got is our reputation. And the way we travel, the way we carry ourselves means a lot overseas. People do respect the way you carry yourself and the way you treat people, the way you talk to people. People pay attention to that. Maybe not in the States, but overseas, they do care about that. Personally, if you feel like you have to mislead someone to get something, then you're not a good person. I've learned a long time ago, just be honest with your intentions. By you being honest, you could probably get more things out of it. But it speaks volume of your character if you feel like it's okay to sell dreams and run game on somebody. I mean, Roland, Bobby, what do you think?
Me, I'm a little more refined.
I'm sorry.
I'm a little more refined at 54 years old. I ain't got time to play games like that. I've been there, done that. Canal, you in the same boat as me.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the fantasy that we live right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could just be honest. Even in the States, I feel like honesty is the best policy. Cause like, what's the point of playing games? Like, y'all adults now. This is not like no high school and people believing in like Disney stories. This is just be honest.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we still got a lot. Some of us, you know,
Right.
like Jamia said earlier, I communicate. I have a good understanding with anybody I'm dating. They know exactly where they stand. I think Canol's the same way with his women or woman. You know, I'm not going to put you out there like that. Canol.
It's all
Go
good.
back a little bit.
Depends how I feel on that day.
Right.
Yeah, blow up the spot.
But yeah, having a good understanding and a line of honest communication helps you even in the United States. I date multiple women in the United States. It's not a big deal. You know,
Jemiah,
but we're all honest about who we're dealing with.
Jemiah,
Yeah.
what do you think? I mean, what do you take on this question from a woman perspective?
What was the question? Because I'm just so wrapped up in you guys.
Oh,
What was-
why? The question from the new free mixtape. Why are we concerned about guys selling dreams?
Because it's wrong. It's poor character. Why would you want to mislead anyone? That's crazy. What are you going to get out of that? You're hurting other people.
Well,
It's selfish. It's manipulating. I mean, what are you getting out of it?
and that's the thing. It's just like, you know, a lot of the women, they meet these guys, and these guys sell these dreams, thinking that, you know, they're gonna marry them or they're gonna do this and that or whatever, and they don't do it. And again, it just leave a bad taste. I think,
For
you know,
instance, that's like the guy that I'm seeing now.
Mhm.
I get into these arguments with him about being exclusive with him. And it's like, you're 51, I'm 37. I have no reason and no ill intent or any malice. I'm not getting anything from this. Why, at this point in my life, would I have to be dishonest with you about anything? If I tell you I'm seeing you exclusively, that's what I'm doing. If at that time I'm not, I'm gonna tell you, hey, I wasn't available last night. Or I am seeing other people because we haven't been clear on if we're in a committed relationship or not.
That's fair.
That's I don't see it any other way. If you're not committing to me and you're not being the 100% man, we're doing 50-50, you're doing your thing and I'm doing my thing. I have to respect when you're doing it and you have to respect when I'm doing it.
You blowing everybody's minds right now. They were like, "Oh my God, there's an honest woman out there." Yes, that's communication.
I'm not really. I just.
Those are the kind of conversations that you have with a woman. You should not have to lie. You should not have to be manipulative. Sell a fantasy. Those are feminine traits. As a man, you should be able to communicate and tell the truth and let whatever lie where it lies. Period.
and that's the thing, like, and a lot of women overseas complain about that. You know, as much as we want to say, hey, American men get a lot of love, a lot of black men get love overseas, we do, but also too, we do all the fuck shit behavior overseas, and they see it, and they's like, oh damn, we don't want to fuck with y'all like that. Like, you got a lot of guys just moving sloppy overseas, and the thing is,
I'd rather you put me on my limits. Tell me, like, listen, this is what I want from you. I want to see you Monday, Saturday, and Tuesday.
yeah,
Let's get together. We're gonna do dinner Tuesday. We're gonna do this.
Y'all hearing this from a female, so y'all should be taking notes.
I'm gonna do XYZ. Tell me how much your bills are. I'm gonna tell you this is what I'm gonna give you, and we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna do some dinners. We're gonna do some shopping every now and then, and that's it. I can respect that. But I feel when men sell a dream, they're doing that because they want full control. They're insecure. Well, let me sell her some love. Let me sell her some fake love because I really want more from her, but I'm not willing to give more.
Y'all better be taking notes, bro.
Yeah. Your name's
This
Jamia,
is
right?
free. This is free.
Jemiah.
She ain't
Jemiah?
charging. She ain't charging you for this info. Y'all should be taking notes for real.
Yeah. This is like
And,
it.
and
This is a
most women,
perfect
and
example.
most women,
This is grown folks conversation right now.
and most women can respect that because I know when I'm going to see John Doe, I'm getting ready to go get me some Gucci, some Prada. I'm going to go eat at Capitol Grill, or we're going on vacation to Puerto Rico next weekend. He's going to give me X amount of dollars and we're good. I have no problems to give you after that. The problem that I'm going to have is the lies. When you're misleading me, getting my emotions and my feelings involved, and you're not delivering. You can't do that. I can't get my time back. You compensated me for my time. Okay, I'm a disconnect. Go on about my business. No feelings there. Yeah, I'll care for you during the time that we're there. Yeah, that's fine.
But look,
But when you
everything-
asking me for love and pretending that that's what you want, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But you know, everything that you described is a typical relationship overseas with most guys.
Facts.
Exactly.
Everything you just described in the States is the typical so-called relationship overseas. That's very common.
Yeah. This is like okay. Jemiah, like this is why I wonder why. I'm just saying. I think I said your name right. Right?
Yes.
This is why I always say I wonder if guys actually have conversation with women or even had like dealings with women, because like I'm talking about normal dealings, not like transactional. Because like you have these conversations. Like this is not like a new conversation. This is not the first time I heard this. But guys act like they never have conversations like this. Like they're just like in la la land. So I'm wondering.
No, they do. They do. I've had numerous relationships like that.
Were they older men? That's another thing.
I only date older men. You have to be
Thank
at least 15 years older than me.
Thank you. There's a mentality that goes behind that conversation. You have to be a certain age before you can have that conversation and actually be honest with yourself, with no ego, but understand you need to communicate with that woman what you're exactly expecting and have an understanding. There's an age limit when it comes to those type of conversations. If you're not old enough, you're not ready to have those conversations, to have a woman that will attend to you like that.
This guy says free mixtape. This sounds like a trick relationship. No diss. Oh, you're not dissing me. I'm fully aware of myself. And my wants and my needs. That's for one. And to be honest with you, and to be direct, even if it is a trick relationship, it's two adults consenting to exactly what they want. So it's really nobody's business. I'm just being transparent. What was I gonna say? A lot of men, like I said, they're unavailable. They want the disconnect. You know, they don't want the love. They want it easy. Maybe they're workaholics. Maybe they don't have a lot of time. Some of them lack in personality. You know, it's various reasons on why people do what they do. And it's nothing wrong with doing exactly what it is that you want to do. Just don't be dishonest.
Okay, free mixtape. So why are we shaming men for doing what they do?
I'm not shaming anyone. I'm happy if anybody can find love, whether it's in Timbuktu, Australia. If you can find love and find exactly the perfect situation for you that works for you and that other person, I'm all for it. I don't care if you're black, white, or Chinese.
Yeah. I mean, I want to respond to that. Like, I don't shame any brother for doing anything. Like, I advocate for brothers. Like, I've been advocating before I was on YouTube and Facebook and all that, because I feel like guys should travel, but you got to move correctly. You can't be doing the stuff that's happening right now. It doesn't make sense, because you're making everybody look bad, not just from from the whole like social media thing, like, but like personally, like when people come up to you, and people say, "Oh, you're not like the other black men, or you're not like the other brothers," and then you ask them like, "Why you say that?" Then they go blah, say blah. Oh, this guy did this, blah, blah, blah. You don't think that affects our image over time? Just like, okay, social media could disappear tomorrow, but you think people don't talk about how we move, the things we do? So it shouldn't be. It's not shaming. It's like bringing attention to problems that's happening. Every criticism shouldn't be like, okay. Every criticism shouldn't be like, okay, this is shaming. It's just like, yo, there's something wrong. We should try to improve that or stop doing it. Either one. Go ahead,
so Reese says, I see some hypocrisy from the young lady, but it's all good. What hypocrisy do you see? Let me clear that for you.
Reese, don't be vague. Be very specific. She's going to answer it. You got
okay. Rashad said the same
right
thing.
One up here today because she's gonna tell you the truth.
Listen, I was laying in bed all relaxed, but these comments, I'm sitting up now.
Well, I mean, one thing I want to make it clear to everybody: we're not shaming anybody. If anything, I built my platform around encouraging Black men to travel, to go and live your best life. I'm giving you guys tips and tricks on how to maneuver properly and correctly. But also too,
is with that, even Kunal, you're introducing women into the conversation so they can have the mindset and understand the mindset of what even an American woman would think and how they think. Right. And maybe some of these guys don't need to go overseas if they can just be goddamn honest in America.
I mean, again, guys, we're not shaming.
Okay. Can I say something?
Go for it.
And not kind of like put us out there.
Right.
So there was a point that Kunal and I were seeing each other, and I was fully aware of his travels. We weren't in a committed relationship, but we were very close friends and very exclusive with each other. And when he started traveling overseas more often than, he usually does, I stated to him straight up, I was like, you must have a girlfriend there. And he told me, and I was cool with that. And I've always told him if he was ever open to a polyamorous relationship between me, her, and him, I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
but he's grown closer. I mean, him and I are going to always be close. That's a fact. Whether it's intimacy, whether it's friendship, whatever the case, I'll ride or die for Kunal any day. I mean, I'll always protect him from any woman. And he's happy, and I'm okay with that. He goes to see her, I call him. I say, hey, how's she doing? Y'all good? Where you going? Okay, y'all cool? That's perfectly fine.
And trust me, guys, so when she proposed that, I was open to it, but
And then I even told him, like, hey, I respect your relationship. So I respect your thing that you got with her. So I'm gonna go on about my way. You know what I mean? Like, that's it.
So no, that's awesome because I've been in several relationships like that, even dating back to when I first joined the Marine Corps. I had a woman here in Kansas City, Missouri that wanted to stay in a long distance relationship. I said, nah, I can't do that. I don't know what I'm going to be into, and I don't want to lie to you, and you shouldn't have to lie to me. But when I come into town, if you good, I'm good. If you have a man, I'm happy for you. If not, we can see about it. That's an open communication. That's being honest. For some reason, we have it stuck in our heads that we need to lie, deceive, manipulate in order to get what we want. And you don't have to.
Because it's self-gaining. And when you lie, you're making a decision for someone else on how they want to deal with you.
You're right.
And that I do not respect at all. And it jades you and it taints you and it takes a piece of you away. So a lot of the times where you see like these angry Black women and just so defensive and out of order, they're broken. And, I've been going to therapy. December will make 4 years. I started to realize I'm having all of these broken relationships with broken men. So I had to do some self-reflecting. And I said, something is wrong here. And I went to therapy on a whim. I got my insurance. I called them. I say, hey, I need some mental health numbers. They guided me through the whole process. They gave me information about how to find a therapist because I ended up going to this white lady at first. And I'm like, nah, she don't relate to sisters. You know what I mean? So, you have to find a therapist that is trained and experienced in your spiritual beliefs, your culture, that understands African American traumas and things like that. And I've been going to her for 4 years, and um, men need to do the same thing. Men need to do the same thing, and we carry that brokenness with us, and it jays you. It's just and healing is not easy, and a lot of people don't get through therapy and go to therapy because you have to face some inner demons. And let me tell you something. It's so bad. The shit make you feel like you're gonna fucking commit suicide after you leave the office because you realize how damaged you are. It's
Exactly.
not easy to break like that and then build yourself up. It's not easy to disconnect from toxic things that you're familiar with. It feel good, but it's bad.
You, you know,
That's like eating cake. It's so amazing, but it's full of sugar. It's gonna give you diabetes. It's not healthy for you. It's gonna decay your teeth. It's the same thing.
you know what? I can share this. I've come across a lot of men that brought their issues to a particular country. The
Right.
same bullshit behavior that they were doing over in
Right.
the States, they did overseas. There's one guy in particular. He met this girl, a young girl in her 20s. This dude's in his 50s. Church girl. She's a church girl. You know, she doesn't drink, smoke, doesn't go out. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Dude, you know, they got into a relationship. Dude will always arrive 2 or 3 days early before his actual day and just trick out. One day he brought an STD to her.
Wow.
And it was, man, it was bad. It was bad. This dude was constantly in and out of her life. Promise her this, promise her that, brother. And you know, the whole family looked at him like sideways, like you brought STD to our daughter. The daughter lived with the family. Then he started abusing her, started putting hands on her.
Yeah.
And again, like I've seen it, man. Within the past 10 years, I've seen a lot of fuck shit behavior from black men overseas. I don't care what white men doing. I don't care what other Spanish men doing. I only care what black men are doing because that's all I talk to. And it's just like a lot of stuff that you guys don't see. You see a lot of crazy behavior, man. And it's just like, then they're going to come back and bash American women. But then again, you're doing the same bullshit in these countries.
Right.
So a lot of guys, again, and I said this before, and I said this, in the Facebook group, there's a lot of jaded men out there with passports, and they taking the same issues that they have with them, what they experience in the States to overseas. And I've seen it. Like sometimes, Roland and Bobby, you probably spoke to them a few times. Listen to how the way the guy talks. If he start getting mad and all this stuff just based on the conversation, oh, he's dealing with some issues.
Right. I'm a huge advocate for mental health and PTSD. Being that I was in the Gulf War, I've gone through therapy. And through every relationship, I've gone through therapy. So I'm a huge advocate for men seeking the help they need, because there's a lot of times where we're told to suck a lot of things up and be men, and we compartmentalize a whole bunch of shit that winds up coming back later. I believe every black man needs to have some therapy.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. I actually think that the issue nowadays with a lot of like these content creators is that they're using content creation as therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not the way to get that out. Oh no.
Yeah, I said it's not the best way to do that because you're gonna make yourself look crazy, number one. And then the thing is, once you move past, because like everybody have a period, like a rough period in their life, or you have like some issues, and once you work through that, do you actually want to have your issues out on the internet?
But it's going to be out there forever. Too, Bobby, they're getting a plethora of misinformation too from other jaded people. So when you talk about your problems, you have other people that piggyback on it too because they feel the same way.
Yeah, it becomes an echo chamber. That's why you have like the internet. You have so many echo chambers. You got the red pill echo chamber. Now you have the passport bro echo chamber, where they all go there and complain, and then it validates their point, so they think they're right, so they speak louder. But I'm the type of person, and I feel like a lot of people should do that. I recommend this, is like try to find the opposition to your argument and have a conversation. because if your points are valid and they stand, it should be able to be defended. Like you should be able to go to the opposition and have a logical conversation and defend your points. If you can, because a lot of these passport bros, I see when they go on other people's platforms, they get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
So they argue, they get destroyed. Like it was one I watched recently with the new school leader. He got absolutely destroyed because his points made absolutely no sense. Like he was talking about, I don't even want to. I'll say I don't care. I don't care. I'm not making no money off of these. Like the dude, he was saying like he was watching porn at 6, and
oh yeah, I saw that one.
You saw that one? Yeah. I'm like, bro, what are you talking? Like, bro, you can't be serious. Like you heard that, right? You seen that?
That was bad. That was bad.
Did that make any sense to you?
Yeah, that was bad. I mean, most of these guys are embarrassing themselves, and the thing is, they're showing their faces in the process. So it's like now there's an actual record of your face, you saying that dumb shit, and it's an embarrassing. And that's why, like for me, I'm Black Man Travels, man. If you don't want me to be part of your Passport Bro, I'm okay because I've been there way before Passport Bros, and I'm gonna continue to be there after Passport Bros. My kids gonna be doing this, so it is what it is. But I wanted to take a segue from this topic, and because now that I got Jemima, I want to get her take on something. Right now, a lot of Black men are talking about the reason why they're going overseas is to find submissive women. They want women to submit. What's the issue? I mean, do you think that American women can submit to men here in this country, or do they feel like the only submission that they could get is from a foreign woman? Can they get it from an American woman or a sister?
You can if you're clear on what you want. And I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for all women because I don't know, what their desires are. And just like going through the comments, Reset, all I was saying is if you have tricks in the closet, everybody has tricks in the closet, right? Then somebody else says, everything she mentioned was transactional. It's the same thing in the country, 2 adults, but y'all are in their business, go figure. I wouldn't say transactional. It's all about a clear understanding. Men are going to spend money with a woman regardless. That's just a fact. We come out of the womb wanting and needing and having desires to be cared and provided for. That's just what it is.
Whenever someone says that, and again, I want to go back to the submission thing, but just to respond to this whole transactional thing, bro, every relationship is transactional. Your relationship between you and your best friend is transactional. You guys give and take. That's transactional. That's a transaction, bro.
And my thing is,
I mean, sometimes wait, hold on. My thing is, like, I read some of these comments and I be like, man, bro, like, goddamn, like, do you have any critical thinking skills? Because it's just like everything you do in life is transactional.
Yep.
It's a give and take. There's nothing free. And again, it's just, I don't know.
Right.
But at the same time, look, when I read these comments, I don't take offense to it. It's like, all right, keep it moving.
Yeah, they make your head hurt sometimes.
Yeah.
It does. Like, so just to say this, who was it? Was it Reese or Rashad? I'm taking my trick to Puerto Rico and I'm paying for it. How about that?
When you're up, you got plenty of friends. When you down, you see how many friends you really got. That's just the way it is. Everything is transactional, even your friendships.
So, Mr. Free Mixtape, all your mixtapes are free? You don't expect nothing in return? I mean, if everything's transactional, everything you do in life should be free and not expect nothing in return. Not even
and as a woman, I'm supposed to give my submission, my time, my body to you and expect absolutely nothing in return. I shouldn't want you to be honest with me. I shouldn't want commitment. I shouldn't want you to provide for me. Like, that's not even realistic.
But they go overseas, they expect to get that for free because that's gaming. You get all that stuff for free overseas without putting any work, without spending any money, and that's the false narrative being taught across these platforms. Like, hey, just show up, and everything is all good, and it's far from the truth.
Hey,
Well, just be
Rashad.
honest. Just
Of
be
course.
honest so that there's no regrets with the woman here in the States and with the woman out of the States. You know, it's a universal issue that we have. It's a people problem. It's a culture problem. It's
Rashad, she already addressed the fact that women here in America are raised to be more independent, and yes, women in other countries are raised to be a little more feminine. So that's already been addressed. If you weren't here earlier,
Yeah, I want to go back to the submissive part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always been critical of that because there's submissive women everywhere. The problem I see is a woman only going to submit to you if she likes you and respects you.
Mm-hmm.
yes, I agree.
Like
I love
it's not
submitting.
rocket
I
science.
I love submitting. If I'm in that situation where I respect you as a man, I I honestly feel like that's what a woman is born to do. That is our natural desire at the end of the day. It feels good to put that masculine energy away. I don't want to do that. I don't want to walk around like I have a heart on all day. I don't want to walk around like that at all. I want to get with you. I want to be soft. I want to be endearing. I want to be sensual. I want to be passionate. I want to talk to you with my little girl voice.
Oh wow, you look like you mastered your soft girl era.
You know?
But
You
yeah,
know?
but I agree with every.
I want to second guess if I want to raise my voice at you. I want to be able to if even when you upset me, I want to be able to take that pause and not get ratchet and out of control. I want to talk in my soft voice.
But here's the great thing is a lot of women overseas, they will bark at you as well.
Facts.
I don't know where we think that women overseas are docile and they just, yes sir, whatever. Like, man, dude, you probably get stabbed.
Those dudes that don't travel and they want to make a talking point. So this is the idea they stick in everybody's heads, but it's not true. You know.
Yeah, dude, you're more than likely to get stabbed overseas,
Right.
man.
And they would get away with it because you're a foreigner.
You're a foreigner, and the thing is, it's like they got the same temperament. The thing is, it's just like, hey, if you handling the business, they're gonna play their role. When you're not playing your role, and you're constantly cheating and doing all this fuck shit, then yeah, you're gonna see the nasty side. And I've seen it out in the streets in these countries.
Well, them women can be devious, bro.
Yeah, like especially like if you start messing with girls with like means or upper society, like some of them could be even worse. Cause like, I mean, maybe I'll ask this question to y'all. Like once you get outside, like the impoverished, and you start dealing with people with means and upper class, I feel like some of them attitude is like even more crazier because they feel like they're a unicorn because they know how their country works and how stuff functions. So they're like, hey, I'm special. I'm not gonna take less from anything. I'm not saying they're all like that, but I met some women that were like worse than women in the States.
Yep.
Have y'all experienced that, like Ronin?
Yes.
I've seen videos. Yeah. I've seen videos where literally the lady overseas is literally destroying the Airbnb, and she knew exactly what she was doing.
Didn't even care.
And didn't care because she knew that, hey, he's gonna pay for it.
Yeah, Rashad, therapy for 4 years. Yeah, I have, because healing is an ongoing thing, just like learning in life is, just to answer your question.
Yeah. I think you should just ignore Rashad. But going back to the whole submission thing, it's like, I agree with you, Bobby. It's all about respect. I think once a woman respects you, she's going to submit to you. You can't expect a woman to just submit just for the sake of submitting. And not every woman overseas is going to submit to you because you're an American guy or whatever. If you're not taking care of the bills, you're not making her feel a certain way, she's not going to submit to you. Now, if she does submit to you, it's going to be out of fear. But the last thing you want to do is submit to you out of fear. You want to make sure that the woman is submitting to you out of love.
Why would you ever want your woman to fear you?
Some guys are on that shit, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they power tripping. Like
It
a lot
is
of
a power trip. I mean, I've dated some men who have put me in that situation where I'm like, I'm afraid of you because I can't be open with you.
Mm.
And
Well,
that's not a safe place. That's not a
That's
safe
where
place
the
for a
therapy
woman.
comes in for a lot of brothers. They got a lot of issues, just like some of the women do. Brothers really need to seek therapy. You don't think growing up in America causes you to have post-traumatic stress disorder? You got a whole nother thing coming. You've been dealing with it since you were a little boy. And none of y'all, most of y'all, have not gone through a lick of therapy due to pride, ego, showing that you're weak. Bruh, I came out the military. I was in the Marine Corps. Yeah, you can be a badass all day long, but if you don't get help, sooner or later, you're a ticking time bomb. It's going to blow. Whether it's going to be ugly or cute is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I want to reply to this comment.
Sure.
Men cheat more than women in Latin America. The women here hate cheaters. I think that's kind of a misconception. I think cheating is prevalent between men and women equally. Because like I had conversations with men who like they have issues that we never even think of. Like they have issues where they're with a woman and they're always questioning whether this woman has a secret foreign boyfriend that's sponsoring her and that's one day gonna leave her. Like that's some of their problems. So it's not just like because they always hear one side of the story. Like okay, because when you go to these countries, the girls always say, "Oh, the guys are always cheaters." Blah 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 blah. But the women cheat a lot too, and they're cheating because they need it for financial. Whether they have a foreign sponsor sponsoring that, or they working on the side doing I don't want to say the work 'cause I want this video. This video's not monetized. I don't think it. But I don't
no,
want
it's not. Don't worry about it. I'm not
I just love I love the term foreign. I love
to.
the term foreign sponsor. That's so PC.
to. Yeah, I don't want to get your channel messed up. You feel me? I don't want her to get flagged or anything because you know YouTube they tricky out here. Yo, they'll flag you, shadow ban you. So I always try to keep it PC to keep because I want this channel to grow.
No, it's all good, man. It's just, I mean, like I said, I think there's a lot of false narrative being pushed out there to the audience, to a lot of new travelers. Everything's not as peachy as everyone try to paint it to be. Definitely we want you to travel. We want you to go out there and see the world and enjoy yourself, meet some beautiful people.
Right.
But just don't leave your street smarts. Don't leave your vetting process back home because you see a beautiful face and a big ass. Again, I've seen a lot of craziness overseas, man, and but black men are not exempt. Trust me, and just be smart about it, and stop putting these women on a pedestal, man. Because again, they're not putting you on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Keeping it real.
I mean, I agree with Big Mike on his last conversation or his last comment. It says most women overseas are happy as long as they're provided a roof over their head and food on the table for. No need to buy a Birkin bag. The whole thing about women overseas or even communities overseas, they make a little bit of money and they're still fucking happy at the end of the day. You're in the goddamn matrix when you're in America. You're driven by need, want, compete. When are you going to unplug? When you go unplug and you go to some of these third world countries and they're so much happier, barely making $500 American per month, makes you think, how the hell can they be so happy with so little? Because they don't have the desires that we're programmed to have here in America.
But Ronan, just to chime in, I'm not a Gucci Birkin girl either. I am very humble.
You're rare.
I am very humble. I don't. I have to really, really, really want it to want that stuff. But I mean, I can go to Target and look like a runway model. I'm not into all of the MAC products, Estee Lauder, department designer store makeup. People see me, they're like, "Oh my God, your makeup is so beautiful. Where did you get that from?" I'm like, "Oh, Walgreens." Are you serious? Yeah.
But keep it a buck. How many of your girlfriends are like that?
Yeah, you're right.
You're rare. You're a rare commodity, but let's keep it a buck.
I have a
Because of the music
2013
these
Hyundai
days,
Elantra. I
because of
love
the
it.
music
I
these
get it
days and
serviced. The
everything
car
else,
runs
you're not being
amazingly.
programmed to demand things like that. And
Yeah.
that's the whole thing with why black men want to travel is the unreasonable demands they put on the potential of even dating them. Because of these over outreach songs and the media, how they project success these days, women have an uneven keel when they expect certain things from men.
Reese says, "What kind of purse do you have now?" I don't know. I have multiple ones that I either buy from Ross, TJ Maxx.
Oh, she even bargain shops too.
I get what I like. I get what identifies with me. I wear what makes me feel comfortable. I wear what matches my body. I can't go to Guess and get any jeans. You know what I mean? I can't go to Marciano or Nordstrom's and get, some of that designer stuff. It's not made for my body. Um, I got a Louis. I got a Gucci. I get shoes from Aldo, Nine West, Steve Madden. Doesn't matter. I like what I like. It doesn't necessarily have to be designer.
And also too, I mean, just because you're getting design doesn't mean you're a bad person either. I mean,
No, I know, Reese. I'm not taking it. Trust me. You people don't know me and I don't know you. I'm not taking any of this personally, but I just want to,
She's falling
answer.
on a budget. That's okay.
Okay.
You know, she's discount shopping, so there's nothing wrong with that. I used to appreciate my ex for doing that. She'll go discount shopping.
Oh, yeah, you got some nice stuff in there.
hey Marty, how you doing?
What's going on, Kano? What's going on, brothers and sisters? How you guys
What's
doing?
going on, Marty?
All good, man. All
How are
good.
you? Friday afternoon, sipping and talking.
So, what do you take on the topic? Did we lose you, Marty?
Back to it. And I want to hit it straight on, man. Are these women being pedestalized? Based on what I've seen from, my own personal experience on, mainly Colombian chicks, so some of my friends. Dude, I think the jury's still out, man, because, you got different types of chicks, right? You got some that are more traditional, who were raised correctly, but then we can't ignore that the impact of the social media, man. You got some Colombian chicks on TikTok and Instagram more than American chicks, man.
I think we lost you, Marty.
Yeah, you're in a bad area.
Yeah, I mean, he did bring up a good point. Social media, like, this is what, actually, I might, because we said we're going to do that podcast
Next week.
Yeah, I would say that point. Oh, yeah. I'll save it.
Save it. It's juicy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think social media has made the world a lot smaller. So again, a lot of things that, a lot of guys were able to get away with trying to impress somebody, especially impress a foreigner. Now she has access to see it. So, just by jumping on TikTok or Instagram or whatever, she could see it and there's a possibility that she may want to desire that as well. I mean,
yeah, and I think right now, I mean, some of these chicks are more monetized than American chicks because you got like Dubai Airlines or whatever, they're flying to Cartagena, and you got a lot of guys floating through with money who are sponsoring.
Oh man, we broke up.
lost you again, Marty.
Yeah. I mean, okay, if we're gonna go into it, I guess I'll go into it. Yeah, like you say, yeah. Yeah, like you
Date
think...
it, man.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, real quickly, I was just going to say that submissive piece is not as true as it used to be because you got women just as monetized and is just in tune with Western Union than American chicks. And if they had Cash App there, they would be in tune with that. There's a lot of trick ass dudes out here.
I'm glad you said that, Marty. I said that in the beginning of the podcast. some of these men put themselves out there like that.
And we're the examples of these submissive women that these brothers are with. I see maybe one or two here or there on YouTube, but the main guy's saying it. You never see any receipts. And then come to find out, it seemed like they're messing with the 100% pros. So I'm like, you're selling dreams for views, dude. And until I see more examples, more than just Andre and his wife, I forget her, and Andrea, I'm not going to believe that there's this whole cadre of submissive Colombian women that are just waiting for black men. I just don't see it like that. I see a mixed bag at best.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
all.
you do bring up a good point, because a lot of like some of the chicks, I'm not gonna say a lot, some of the chicks that I seen that was like on YouTube as the example of a submissive woman, especially like in like Thailand, like I know they're pros because I seen them. I know,
Yeah.
literally know like her rate and everything, because one of the homies was messing with her, and I'm like, bro, that's your example. That's your example. I'm like, come on, we gotta do better than this.
I've seen that too in DR. Like some of these guys, these YouTubers in Dominican Republic. I'm like, she's not a regular. It's like, okay, it's like, but it just, I think guys is just doing that for views, for attention. So because I think a lot of guys are, they want that so-called submission, submissive wife or girlfriend, whatever, without putting in the work. And it's just like, I could just go there and she's just, folding my clothes and cooking me food. Yeah, and it's just like, it's kind of lame for me, man. It's just like, you don't need to record somebody folding your clothes. It's like, the fuck is that, man?
Yeah. Actually, I would jump for that point too. Yeah, because
yeah, but they were pros. They were obvious fucking pros, and the guy was a weirdo.
Yeah. Why
He's a weird ass brother.
Yeah. Why? I don't understand how guys are so impressed of a girl cooking for you, folding your clothes. Like, if a woman likes you, like if a woman loves you,
don't do it.
She'll do anything for you. She would. So why are you so impressed by this? Like, I mean, this is just common things. Like if somebody likes you, but are you hungry? Okay, if I know how to, like, even if I'm with a girl, like, are you hungry? I know how to cook. I'll make you something to eat. So you don't think that'd be?
She made me some fried chicken. She's the keeper.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Like whenever a guy really likes a girl, he's gonna do whatever it takes to make her happy. He's gonna buy her things. He's gonna volunteer to buy her things, take her out to all the nice spots because he likes it. When you like somebody, you always put your best foot forward. Exactly. So same goes for the woman that is like, hey, I like you. So guess what? I'm gonna do everything that I want to do for you because I enjoy doing this for you. Same goes to the man. When a man likes a woman, hey, you know what? Hey, babe, I got you. And then what? I'm gonna go take you shopping. Hey, you know what? Here's money in your pocket.
Just like she takes pride in how you look.
Yeah.
She takes pride in how she'll style you, make sure you got the right haircut, all that. If she likes you.
Well, it just makes us look desperate when we get so impressed with like low hanging fruit. Like she made me some fried chicken or something, or some Latin rice or plantain. It's just like, I get it, but that's her culture. I don't even know if that's especially for you. You know what I'm saying? Like she would do that for any man that was in the room. I don't know.
She'd do it for a whole household with 15 people up in it.
Exactly.
Oh God! Here comes Marty with the show off graphics and shit.
What up, y'all? What's up?
What's up, Marty?
What's up? Man?
So I've been working on the graphics and some extra surprises in there since the last time. I'm a bit late to the conversation. I literally just hopped on, so I'm kind of in the middle of what y'all talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about black men over pedestalizing foreign women overseas, and just they're just doing way too much sometimes. They're just like, you don't need to put down your own just to uplift another group. Because what I realized, when a lot of guys do that in front of these women, they look at them sideways like, why are you talking shit about your own women? And you come here and brag about being here with a Colombian woman or a Dominican woman. It's just like, it kind of makes you look weak. And it's just like, you know, and a lot of guys, what they do is they fall in love for the working folks. And they
They're not
assume
even trying
that,
to get the high profile pedigree
yeah,
woman.
definitely. They're not going to put in the work to meet the real genuine ones. And then they get jaded when they get played. And once they get jaded, oh, don't come into this country, don't do this, and don't do that. And it's just like, it's a common thing that I've been seeing over the years.
Yeah, you know, you do make a point, because there is that guy. I think we had the stream before. You lame here, you lame there. It was,
Yeah.
you know. So, and I always brought that out. I said to myself, you know, you do have some guys who, you know, for lack of a better word, don't have game, you know, whatever. Even though I hate using that term, but you know, I'm just using it because that's what everybody knows. And then they go over there, and me particular, I don't care if a guy pays for it. You make your money, you spend it however you see fit. The issue I have in doing so is when they actually pay for it, they try to reverse and say, I got it off the strength of me. And it doesn't even stop there. Sometimes when they pay for it, it's not even the top quality of what's available there. It's like the lowest of the low. So
Yeah.
So when they're, I think one of the guys said, "Yo, I know that girl." Like, so when you're making a video and you're saying, "Look what I got," then, you know, for some other guys who probably traveled there, probably know her, it's like, really, you know, yeah, that's just a part of the game to some extent, because I've, you know, I do photography, and one of my last trips, I didn't find out till I got back that, you know, the girl did porn. Like, she was a legit porn star. I didn't know, you know, but that doesn't mean I paid for it while I was there. But I'm just saying, I didn't know, because I don't have the time to do background checks on every single person, because that's hundreds of people that are contacting me. Hey, I want to shoot. I don't have time while I'm in Colombia to be like, well, who are you really? You know, like, I just, unless I'm pursuing her as like wifey type, which I'm not. So that's a part of the game too. That I've experienced that. So some guys would be like, "Oh, I've been with that girl." I said, "Well, not that night. I had it that night." It is what it is, bro. Like, I remember I hopped in one of the group chats, and they were like, "Oh, that girl's," yeah. Matter of fact, it was one of the same girls, and she's a porn star. I said, "Well, you don't have access to her. If she was that accessible, how come you don't have videos, pictures with her?" You see what I'm saying? Like, if it was that easy, because it's just really not. I'm just playing another video I shot, you know, it was one of my first trips, so that's why the video is not all that crazy. But that's part of the game, you know.
Any chick you dealing with, bro, you got some high caliber looking females.
Why you up here flossing, man? Every time you come up here, man.
And this is only what I can show. I got so much footage that I can't show. This is like, I can barely show this. And this was,
by the way, did you know we had a black female panelist today?
Oh, I didn't know. You know what? I talk the same way, black woman. You know me.
Hey, Marty, you're safe. You're safe. You're safe.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I have no problem. Hey,
no. It's real. Don't change your energy because there's a woman around. I hate when dudes do that. They gotta change up. They try to be yourself, man.
Yeah. I'm same energy all the time, man. Same energy. And you know, like I said, dudes don't like me because I call out some of the shit that they want to keep hidden. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep it real. Like, listen, some girls get down strange, but the thing is, there's just different levels. I'm just being honest. There's different levels to it, because you have pros that'll meet you at Parque Eres, which I don't agree with. You know, that's, if people don't know, that's like a certain segment of Colombia where, like, it's like the whole stroll, you know, which I don't particularly agree with, because you really taking a chance on being drugged and stuff like that. And then in other cases, you'll meet a girl naturally who's 9 times out of 10, she got a job, cool chick, but every once in a while, she wants to get a bill paid, so she might have a sugar daddy that she reports to. But you don't know that. That's just something personal to her, you know. And let's not act like that doesn't happen in America, because I see this happen all the time. Because I shoot girls in America too, and they tell me like, "Yeah."
I mean, Jemima said the same thing earlier. She said the same exact thing.
Yes. So what happens is we have this. This is one of the penthouses I rented out. There's another penthouse. It's 3-story penthouse. I'm just giving a little information. Crazy view. This was an interesting day. I'll give you history on this. It was an interesting day.
And just a little backdrop, everyone. Marty and I, we travel together. We've known each other for quite a while, and you know, this is a proud moment to see all of Marty work because I was there. With a lot of the craziness, even the girl that stole all my lingerie. I was pissed.
Oh yeah, I
was so pissed at Marty, man. I was like, dude, the hell. I was like,
I was green. This right here. These last 2 videos was my first trip to Maine.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
First trip, and I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anything. And what happened? You know, just a little side note. I was going in the elevator one time. I was going. You know, I was probably getting breakfast. This is near El Poblado called Astorga Lofts. If anybody knows El Poblado, this is like a really nice complex of penthouses and apartments that they rent. I mean, it's pretty pricey, but again, my first time there, I kind of wanted to go all out. But on my way down the elevator, I met this black dude. He was from Germany, you know, England type of dude, but he spoke 6 languages, and he was like, he looked at me, he's like, "You're American, right?" I was like, "Yeah." He spoke English, so I said, "Oh, black dude, he speaks English. All right." He looked kind of young. So he was like, "Yeah, you know, I'm a project manager out here. My company sends me to different countries every 2 years. And I've been here. I know everything. So what are you doing tonight? I want to take you everywhere." And this guy took me everywhere, introduced me to so many people. He really kicked it off for me in Medellin. And we've been cool ever since. Like, I actually, a few years ago, when I went to Germany and Prague, I actually stayed at his place over here. He was like, "Yo, if you come here, don't even worry about a place to stay. Just get your ticket. I got everything else." So to this day, we're cool, you know. But just getting back to the story, like, yeah, the thing is, when you're staying for like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, the probability that you're gonna run into a girl who's on some level of pro is very high, because one, most girls who are looking for something serious are not going to date a foreigner who's only going to be there for 2 or 3 weeks. Because I've actually had this happen to me. I had a chick. I had to see if I had the video, but she was as regular as they come. You know, we did a photo shoot and everything, but she wasn't like my usual, like, you know. But she had like an innocent type of quality with her. But me and her on another level was like real cool. So whereas I would do a photo shoot with some other girls and send them home, I was like, "Yo, what are you doing tonight? We're gonna go out tonight," you know. And we actually hung out as like, you know. So she became really attached. And then I didn't know that she didn't know if I was staying, and I was like, "Yo, I gotta leave in like a few weeks." And she got pissed at me. She was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, but I'm coming back to live." But she was like, she just looked at me and she was like, "I can't." Like, she felt like she wasted her time. And from that moment I learned, I was like, okay. I said, these girls, if they like you, they do not want to hear that you're just visiting. You know, they want to know that you're going to be here permanently. So if you're not doing that, most of the girls that you're going to meet are going to be for temporary, because they're just going to be like, you know, think about it. If you're an American coming in for 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to be here. You're going to
already know the game.
Yeah. And then when you leave, the next guy's going to come and they're going to hang out. So next thing you know, it's kind of like how America is here now, where they have 5 different dudes for foodie dates. You're just like one of the 500 dudes that visit Colombia, and it's going to be a foodie date because it's new to you, but it's old to her. But, you know, she's eating every night. And you have some dudes that are breaking bread on top of this. Some dudes fall in love, like all that. You know, some dudes fall in love, and all. The trick is what I tell guys is like, I particularly don't care. I'm not going to say I don't care about them, so to speak, but I'm not thirsty with it, because I'm coming at, like, you know, I meet girls just based upon what I do. So if I like you, and if you don't like me, it's cool, but you could be replaced like that. And especially in Colombia, they know the competition is very high. So if you're in a position where you offer something and it's not just money, you know what I'm saying, then you kind of supersede a lot of stuff. If you're just a guy who offers money, well, she could take your money, but if she don't like you, she could take somebody else's money. If you're no fun to hang out with, then she don't even really care. You see what I'm saying? So if you make I'm just giving you what I do. Like if you make the living environment that they're in like very comfortable, you're not thirsty, it's clean, it's not hostile. Like you look at these girls, they just walking around like, oh, I feel.
Hey, Canal, remember Beezy?
Yeah.
Why does the story sound like the beginning of a Beezy?
Yeah.
Because it's all about the personality that you present while you're there, not acting thirsty, acting like you've been there before. You develop relationships to where every time you come into town, you're coming home to family.
Right.
People are already ready to take you out. People are ready to show you around. Even the girls that you hang out with, they're all friends, so they'll invite their friends to come out with you. It's all about how you present yourself and how you carry yourself while you're in their country. If you're doing it respectfully, you get a whole bunch of bennies. You sit there and be disrespectful and act like you're the king of the hill while you're there for 2 weeks and then you're gone. You can't come back the same way.
Yeah, and like I said, I got girls that I can call. Like this is one of my friends in particular. We had a great time. We did photo shoots and everything, and I actually like hanging around. She actually speaks English really well. And she was when I met her, she was in school to be like an environmental officer. I don't know the correct name, but she's actually that now. But when I met her, she was in school, so there were certain days she couldn't hang out because she was studying. But on those days that we hung out, we did. And look, as you can see, we were actually. This is when I think my second visit.
Is that the energy?
That's energy.
Yeah, I kind of look familiar.
So people that know energy is, considered to be like the what's the proper name for it? Like one of the go-to spots, I guess.
Yeah, back in the days, but now there's so many new ones. So
yeah, like they've been building since then so much. I don't know how much weight it holds, as but back when I first went, it was like full. As you can see, the view is unmatched. Yeah. It's and chicks, they just we just hanging. As you can see, she's just resting all in that femininity. So
yeah, these videos are very distracting, and I'm a woman, and I'm just like, I put the phone closer to my face.
Hold on, let me blow it up a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
I mean, thank you.
I mean, Canal, make it smaller. I don't want to see it that close.
I got more. I didn't add it to it.
It's for the guys, but the thing is it's like,
see, I do this in America too. This is from America right here.
I was going to say that.
A lot of times people think, oh, well, you can only do when you go overseas. Like, no, boo boo. I do this in America. This is LA right here.
You have a reputation in film and videos and photo shoots. Women are going to always be at your beck and call for shots.
Right. So
you got a business that continues to pay every which way but loose.
And the funny thing is, I really do music. That's the weirdest thing that people don't understand about me, is that I do music way better than I do all this stuff. This is just like something I picked up in the last 5 years. But I do like music for TV shows. Like I've been I was just
we need
recently,
to hook up, Marty. I need a theme song, brother.
Okay, we could work that out.
I need some.
Like most recently,
my son ain't gonna help me out, and he does music too. So, maybe I have to commission somebody else outside of the family.
So, Jemiah, you seeing these videos of these women overseas? I mean, what are your take on them?
They're very beautiful, very sensual. Yes. I know the next time you go to Colombia, please bring me some bikinis.
You know what's crazy? A little move that I did. There was a girl that I'll show the video in a second. But there was a girl. We hung out. We had a great time. We actually did a photo shoot. But then one of my trips coming back, I told her, I was like, listen, I said, I know your friend makes bikinis. I said, I'll buy a whole, I think like 5-6 sets from you. I'll also help you. I'll help support, what your friend. She was like, what? I was like, yeah. I was like, how much? It might have costed me like 5 sets. Could have been, I don't know, maybe 150 USD. Maybe. I don't really remember. But that got me so much respect because I was, it just put me like some dude that's, most dudes go there, they don't support nothing. They just go to the local shops. They don't really even care. For me, for the fact that I took the time out, I'm gonna show you the video that we did. It's actually pretty dope. The fact that I took the time out to support her friend's business got her looking at me a lot differently. She was like, "You would do this?" I was like, "Let me go this way. That one's great." Yeah. I said, I would support your business. Like, and now the thing is, she'll tell her friends once they see this video, and then once they tell, "Oh, this guy he supported," they're like, "What?" It just gives you a different.
It does.
Look.
It does.
And Marty, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So it looks like you bring significant value to Colombia and to these ladies. And I would go out to guess that would in turn get you a significant amount of submission, while you're down there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But some of these Negroes who are on YouTube who say they get this kind of like default submission the minute they step off the plane, and I look at some of these brothers, A, they look like shit, and B, they just seem like some mediocre Negroes. I honestly don't think they understand that the formula is, no matter where you are in the world, you've got to be a man of some kind of value or worth to get that submission. You can't just be a default dude. I mean, you got to bring something.
And as a woman, I just want to say, I'll take your support over you giving me money any day.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, it's almost like they know I can get the sex anytime, any point from even their friends if necessary. But the fact that I'm not even acting on it, it just makes them feel like, oh man, like this guy, he's on something else. Like I know he can get it from anybody, but I'm here with him and we're just chilling.
Oh, like, these dudes would be trying to knock these chicks up if they got a hold of just one of them.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, man.
And this video right here was like my third visit. I was in Energy, but I was in a different apartment this time. This one was real. It had a crazy view and everything. So, like I said, this is my first couple of visits where I was just doing the Energy thing, but now I've kind of shifted to like finding certain type of Airbnbs now. And my next visit is going to be permanent, because I plan to be retired in February. I'm aiming for February because I didn't make the investments. Kanal knows I've been investing for like the last few years to make it so I can retire for the rest of my life and live very, very comfortably. So that's why I haven't been even going to Colombia. I can go to Colombia right now and be there for 4 months. I was like, you know what? No, let me just stay and chill. And then when it's time to go, it's going to be permanent. And that's going to be like February, March-ish. That's when I'm going to make that little... But once I start doing that, then the content, the live, kind of like how dudes go over there now, like, oh, this is... But I'm going to do like... What I'm going to try to do, I'm going to like do like commercials for local stores. I'm going to try to interview some of the models. Like, I've been learning Spanish. It's not perfect yet. I'm not going to tell you I'm fluid. I'm not. But for what I've been able to do all this with not really even speaking Spanish that much. So I've been actually studying for the last couple of months, every day, a few hours. So when I go over there, I'll be able to better communicate. And I'm going to hire like a personal assistant. I got, my down girls. I'm like, listen, I want you to be my personal assistant. This is what I'm going to need you for. And they're like, cool. They're like buying into it. Because what I plan to do, like, I don't want to give the whole plan away, but I'm trying to start a business over there utilizing what I already do naturally, as far as these photos and stuff. And I'm going to get like a certain, I guess, like Avengers squad together of like young, pretty girls who want to work hard and make money and basically, obviously, use their looks to make a ton of money. So it'll be a thing where I don't even have to do it, but I'll do it because it's going to be fun, And so like I'm piecing together all the pieces right now. But I'm just showing you guys, like, yeah, when like you said, when dudes get off the plane, then just to keep it all the way 100, they're not getting this different type of submission. They're probably getting it because, okay, you're American. You know, obviously, look, when a guy comes through with the money, a woman's gonna, to some degree, respect that because you are, and you're temporary also. So, what girl is not gonna be like, let me attach myself to the nearest billionaire that's gonna be here for a week? I mean, they would be stupid not to. But the thing is, what I always tell dudes to do, which they don't do, and there's a reason because if they don't do it, I say, listen, when you leave there, make sure you touch base every once in a while. Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Yep.
How's Medellin? I do that shit all the time, every day, because
basics.
Yeah, and then if you follow me, you'll see me post stories with text messages, and it's specifically for the girls that I know and some girls that I don't know to message me. So I'm what's that word? I'm interactive with my audience. So even though I'm not there right now, and even though I'm not even talking about gnashing any of them, I'm just like, hey, I like girls that cook and clean. You know, I like a girl that stays fit and knows how to treat a man. Where's all my girls who like that too? And you should see the messages. It'd be like 700 girls view my story, and I might get like 100 messages. Me, soy, like, when you coming back? I'd be like, I'm coming back soon, you know, and then they'll tell me they work jobs. And see, I'm talking about other things. I even asked them, like, how's the new president? What do you think it's going to do for you? See, dudes are not doing that. So they don't care. So when they get back over there, when they don't get the treatment I get, there's a reason. Because, you know, you're going over there for the temporary. And they know that to some degree. They're not stupid. You know,
actually, Martin, I want to tag that little phrase that you mentioned about how you want your woman to be fit, friendly, you know, and everything else. Jemima, would you have an issue if a guy were to tell you that as well, that he expects you to be fit, he expects you to be, you know, ladylike and everything else? Would you have an issue as what?
Not at all. Not at all. That's constructive criticism. You're setting the expectations. So if I step out of those boundaries of not being ladylike or out of shape, I know I'm probably gonna get cut. So at least I know.
And what it does, it establishes that you have standards. You're not just over there trying to get with just anything. It's basically like you're telling them, like, listen, I mean, what I do, I'm like, the beauty fades. I'm like, you know, where's all my women that, you know how to cook, you know how to take care of their man? Like, because now you weed out all the girls that ain't about nothing. Could be pretty, but I already know there's a dime a dozen. Every day I'm seeing 30 different girls friend request me, and they're all hot. They, you know, not all of them, but a high percentage of them are hot. So there's no shortage of women. So I just move accordingly. I'm like, if you're the type of girl that just wants to party all the time and you don't cook, don't message me. And I'm bold with it. And I'm telling girls,
that is such a turn on.
Oh, okay.
I guarantee you 80% of the
yeah, I don't know what to make out of this conversation anymore. I got these ladies on my screen. You talking all this good stuff. I'm like,
let me tell you. And see, the thing is, when I'm dealing with these women, see, what's about to happen is going to be crazy when it does happen. Because when I go to Colombia permanently, I'm going to have I don't know if you guys know about cameras, but I'm going to get the red camera, Red Raptor. It's a new one that just came out.
Yeah, the video.
Yeah.
If anybody knows about that camera, put it to you like this. They shot Stranger Things on the older version of Red. I'm getting the newer version of the Red. So I'm actually getting a better camera than they shot the recent Stranger Things on season 5, I think. So I'm getting that.
Bro, I'm getting the Hugh Hefner feel from you, man. I'm getting the play.
Yeah, when is the mansion opening down there, Marty?
Yeah.
I'm working when I tell you. I'm working on it. I haven't been saying nothing.
I'm getting that Hugh Hefner kind of feel from you, brother.
The grotto.
Right. I'm telling you. And I look at the stuff that I'm doing. Like what? This is like my second, third visit. I've gotten so much better shooting and color grading and just posing. There's so many different things I would do now that I did here that I wouldn't do. You know, but what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is it's going to be on the next level. So I'm gonna try to do interviews with certain girls. I'm stepping up my Spanish game. But to get back to what I was telling the young lady, what's your name again?
Jamaya.
Jamaya. Okay. Like the thing is,
listen to her smooth back down.
I'm just like laying here still watching these ladies on this video.
Because make no mistake about it, I understand marketing to a certain degree, because now this is a long commercial for me. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I edit this stuff, whether it be pictures, whether it be video, Colombia is the type of place where every woman is in competition to get the one up on her friend or some girl that she don't like. So any inch that she can get, she's going to use that and basically broadcast it to the hills. So what do? I know how women think. So I'm going to make sure they have the highest quality photos and videos. And all they're going to do is, oh my God, I had such a good time with this guy. And he's so professional. And then, of course, if we did stuff after that, she's going to spill those beans too. So this is all a big commercial for me. So now when I approach somebody else who might know this girl, oh, you work with my friend. I'm already in. I don't have to say anything. It's like you already see the results. Your homegirl had a great time. So now what you want to do? I want you to make.
And you've probably got better camera equipment than like most people down there.
Oh yeah,
so for them to shoot with you, that's like a whole privilege.
The last time I went there, they don't even sell the lenses and cameras that I have. It's too expensive for them to have in their stores. You have to literally order it. It's like you have to import it because they don't even. Nobody's gonna pay that much for the type of cameras that I bring.
I just need the invite for when the mansion opens, brother.
When I tell you it's coming,
I already know.
And dudes don't even know. I'm not even saying
how you're thinking. I already know what is coming. I can hear the business of it all.
I'm putting it all together. And the thing
have you thought? Oh, go ahead, Ron.
And the thing about it is, I'm bringing this to Brazil.
Yes,
there's going to be. I've got some guys
in Colombia. Are you going to Brazil with that? Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm going to this place called obviously Sao Paulo.
To have two houses, one in Colombia and one in Brazil, and then have a kind of like a shoot off.
Man, is this other place called Florista?
Franchise it out, brother. I'll buy one.
Yeah, because it basically I have some guys who invested in real estate down there, and I was like, listen, when I get down there, I'm going to basically need you to introduce me to some models, and I'm just giving you the game plan. I'm going to pay a couple of models, whatever they want, some good models, some top models, and I'm going to do a crazy job with them, and they're basically going to spread the gospel to their friends, and then I'll be able to work with all their friends.
Word of mouth.
Yeah, word of mouth. And that's how I did it in Colombia, to the point where it's like every day I'm getting hit up still. Have you been back in a while?
Who do you know Canon? Listen to this dude, man.
Hey, Marty, I've even heard up in Lisbon, I was talking to this Brazilian chick up there, and she was saying that Brazilian models, and there are many of them that live in Lisbon, they get ignored because the modeling game up there is so whitewashed, they tend to favor their own. Mm-hmm. That might be a whole nother market too, man, that might be slept on.
I'm going to take, when I tell you, because beautiful is beautiful. Like the only reason I haven't found like the brown skin, dark skin. I just haven't found any, and I put the word out. There's a couple that I'm talking to. So when I do go back next time, I will have one or two that I'm definitely working with. But it's, Medellin, the look is this for the most part.
Resume submissions going in on the chats.
So like, but me personally, I don't have a problem with this look. Some dudes like a darker skinned woman, that's cool. But here's the thing. If I see a dark skinned woman that's hot, I'm gonna go after that just the same. I'm not gonna look at it like, oh, she's not light skinned. See, that's the thing. It's an equal opportunity over here. A lot of some women got it twisted where they think it's colorism. I'm like, no, the flyest bitch wins. That's all there is to it. And I even tell some of my white bitches, I'm like, a bad bitch is a bad bitch no matter how you slice it. So if you're not getting the results as a woman, that means you fucked up somewhere. So if that means you don't know how to keep the Twinkies out of your mouth to keep the weight down, that sounds like a you problem. And I tell bitches straight up, because the thing is, I tell them straight up, I'm like, I don't lie to them. This is what helps me.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I tell them straight. I'm not trying to hurt their feelings.
No,
but they like it when I just tell them, because they're so used to. Because let me give you a scenario. You'll have a girl, let's say, kind of looks like her. Maybe if she's like a 9, let's just say I'm talking to a girl that's like an 8, right? She's cute, not as cute as this girl, but dudes is still sweating her. She'll meet me, and I'll automatically start pointing out the flaws. I'll be like, you got a couple of marks in your knees. You got a little fat right here. Like, you need to tighten up. So it's like, they're like, oh shit, like you're not treating me like everybody else. You're actually pointing out stuff that I know that's wrong with me. Like, so some girls get it like, they don't know how to react.
Hey Marty, can we take that same expectation? And Jemiah, how would you feel if Marty were to tell you those things?
Shit, I'm about to go to the gym in the morning right now.
This is in New York right here, just to let you know, this girl right here. So it's not just overseas. We make it happen in the States too.
Well, because the reason why I asked that, Jemiah, because I know that sometimes there's always some pushback whenever a guy would
but
tell
it's motivating. It's motivating. Yeah. Even when you tell me when I gain weight, you're like, yeah, you got your double chin again, or your face is round.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let me get myself together here.
Okay.
But most women will not take that very well. Like, they will literally go home and beat themselves up.
Yes, thank you. Keep it a buck. Yeah, you're different than most of the girls that you even hang around.
Yeah, and I tell the women, I'm like, listen, when y'all on that, I need a 6-foot dude, make 100,000. I don't care about our feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just give it back to them. I'm like, listen, this is the world. It is what it is. Like, there's certain girls who, don't talk to dudes who are under 6 feet, and that's fine. I don't, it is what it is. But the thing is, you have to, as a man, you have to figure out ways to overcome. You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel as a man, there's always a way for you to come out on top if you work hard enough. You see what I'm saying? So if you can compensate, if you're successful and you have like a cool personality, a chick, a smart chick, you gotta make the distinction, will look past certain things that obviously you don't have no control over and be like, you know what, I can fuck with this dude. Now sometimes that comes with age, because some girls, I'm keeping a buck, some girls got the pick of the litter when they like 20, 21, 18, 19, whatever the case is. So it's kind of hard for them to see the value when, just be honest, they got millionaires breathing down their neck, flying them out to Switzerland. That's a whole nother game that, most dudes can't compete with, and rightfully so. However, all good stories come to an end. So I already know that game. If a guy's flying you out to Switzerland, you're on a borrowed time. So if you're not maximizing that relationship on the female end to get what you need out of it, he's going to swap you out like Leonardo DiCaprio every time. And that's what it is. But that's on the chick to realize real time what's really going on. You can only, you can point her in the right direction. Like, hey, listen, I fuck with you. You can fuck with me over here on some real shit, or you can continue to do what you do for a limited time. But, there's no backseas. You can't come back into this kingdom once that one crumbles. That's the difference. A lot of dudes, what they'll do, they'll put it out there, and then she'll go fuck with the higher end dude. And then when she gets dropped, he'll pick her right up, like, like some bronze, and like wipe her off, like I got a prize. I don't backstep. Once you go out that door, stay out, because I got other options coming in this door over here. And most dudes don't have the options like that. So, it's just, women treat you differently depending on how your options are. If your options are limited, then you're going to be looking at a girl.
So Marty, my question to you is, how important is a man taking care of his looks and his body traveling?
Super important. I'm gonna tell you why.
Because before you answer the question, because you have a lot of YouTubers out there telling guys, come as you are. You be okay. They'll worship you. They'll love you. They don't care what you look like, what you smell like.
Oh
So
shit!
I want you, you and I, we talk, we have our conversations,
Mhm.
and I wanted, I wanted you to share your thoughts on that whole, how important it is that perception while traveling, the way you look and the way you carry yourself, how important that is.
Very important, And the reason why I tell you that, because like, look at these videos, man. These girls are not. They're putting on the show. Now, there's a reason because of that. It's not because they're good actresses. It's because they like the director. You see what I'm saying? That you can't fake that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what kind of model you are. Like, we had a great time. Like, and it shows. Like, it's just all written in the video. Like, she's having a great time, and you can't fake that. And the thing is, if you go over there sloppy, like we talk all the time, Kanal. Like, you already know I'm on my little fruit diet. I'm working out every day. I'm down like 30, about 25, 30 pounds since I started. And because the thing is, when you go over there, you don't want to have to do too much convincing on nothing. See, when you go over there fat and sloppy, man, you're gonna have to campaign. And if that means you're gonna have to campaign with your wallet, what you gonna do? See, I keep the shit real. That's why niggas don't like me sometimes, but we gonna keep the shit real. Even if the woman's here, she already knows. I think she's comfortable. But if you go over there, right, your 2-week journey, because let's just keep it real. Most dudes is 2 weeks with it. If the bitch ain't,
you know what? It's not even 2 weeks. Weekend.
Oh shit, you cutting it down that short. Okay, we can go with that. All right, weekend warrior. If you ain't putting no time to try to actually get to know a chick, you ain't FaceTime nobody, you ain't pipeline, which I learned from you. If you haven't put in the work to say, okay, I always do a schedule. I told Kanal when I get there, I got a word spreadsheet. It's Susie at 1, Talina at 2, Rhonda at 3, and Martinez at, like, it's literally down to the wire. But if you haven't done that, you think you're just gonna show up. You're regulated to pros by default because, one, your look is fucked up. So when you walk down the street, ain't no chicks looking at you. They're looking away from you. Now, what you have to do, now you have to compensate and campaign with your wallet. And in most cases, most of y'all niggas don't even speak the language. So you basically gonna, I'm just keep it real. You know me, I just talk the way I talk. But you're gonna basically look like an ape. Money, sex, now. You ain't have nothing else to say. And then there's no physical characteristics because you're so sloppy that she's gonna be attracted to. So now you're gonna get, if you actually do meet a pro, now you're gonna get the starfish sex. And then when the time's up, she's out of there. She's not cooking, she's not cleaning, she's not staying. And if she does stay, you best to believe you paying for that in some way or another. That's the thing that people don't want to talk about.
Well, Marty, there's such a gap in between what I'm looking at here that you're showing, and these brothers out here cuffing like strong 4s and 5s overseas. I mean, the gap is tremendous, brother.
And see, the thing is, when I be in these rooms, and when I hop on panels, I be on different streams. I be coming at it with that thought process.
I see exceptions here and there, but you know what I'm saying, man. A lot of these brothers are falling in love with like straight up mud ducks out there.
And let's keep it honest. A lot of these dudes taking pictures when the chicks ain't even looking.
Facts.
Facts. Can I say something?
Which is corny as fuck.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I have a friend that loves whores, and it's really crazy because he's very direct. He's like, are you a hoe, or do you know this guy, or do you know these guys? And if I'm seeing you, that shit ends. And be honest with me, let me know. So if your name comes up, I can defend myself. I can let them know, hey, she probably is a hoe, but she's my hoe now.
And listen, the thing about it is, the way I look at things is, we're not in biblical times. I don't expect any woman to be a virgin. I don't expect in a place where a lot of women, are not lawyers. In most cases, me in particular, I like younger girls, like, up to like what's my limit? Like maybe 26-ish. They're not going to be making a ton of money, and whether they make a ton of money or not doesn't matter because their money doesn't impact what I'm doing. Everything is built into the budget when I go over there. I'm not worried about what this girl makes, and all I know, if I'm going somewhere, you're accompanying me, and you're built into my budget already. So let's go. So I'm on it a little bit different, but with your friend, it's like I just look at it like, listen, it's no different from, I don't know where you're from, but in New York, if the girl is pretty and she's like 22, hopefully she doesn't have a kid, but you gotta think to yourself, okay, before I met her, she's probably been with a few dudes. In what capacity, I don't know, but do I have time to do a background check on every single person? I mean, if it's like on some Karen Steffens type of known stuff, okay, then all right, I should know better. But I mean, you know, it's I don't have the time to do the cat facts on every single girl. But at the same time, I'm at this point, I'm not trying to wife nobody. So that for me, it don't even matter to a certain extent. And if I'm trying to go all in, like, oh, that's my baby, then I'm gonna do a little bit extensive. Like, are you in school? Where you at in 5 years? That's a totally different approach. Like, and then I'm gonna want to go into business with the girl because, well, I'm trying to go into business with all the girls, but if this is like one of my main chicks, then I want to make sure that we're making money off your looks and we're gonna move a certain way. So it's just a different way that I approach these chicks. Like, you know, from what I want to do, I don't really know how he does it, but I'm just saying, like, look, Columbia's a big place. You can't watch everybody 24 hours a day, so you really don't know what anybody's doing when they're not around you. All you can say is that you can just make your atmosphere as legit as possible, and if everything is operating to standards as you see fit, then if that works for you, hey, it's cool, you know. And that's really all I can say because I don't really know his situation. But if a chick, I always compare it to America because it's like, how many hoes are in America? You know what I'm saying? How many times that you went on a foodie date and you didn't even know it? You see what I'm saying? Or how many times you was dating a chick and you was the side nigga and you found out later? Shit happens, you know. And that's what, see, and that's just to parlay that into another situation. These dating coaches will have you believe that they're super niggas. Like, oh, my game is you need my game to survive. And I'm like, yo, man. Matter of fact, I made a cartoon. Remember that? I made a cartoon. Check this out. This is what happens. These game coaches, they'll make it seem like you need them to get bitches. But the truth of the matter is, none of these game niggas have receipts like I have receipts. And every time I hop on the panel with them, I'm like, listen, we can go picture for picture, video for video. Just in the last year, we ain't even got to go 20 years ago because a lot of times they have pictures from like 20 years ago. You know, let's do something recent. You know what I'm saying? Let's do something. I was just out last weekend. You know, let's do something recent. You know what I'm saying? So, but they'll make you believe like you're some type of weirdo, and then you need their game because, you know, you gotta look at you can just read right here.
Marty, a lot of these, not to cut you off, but yeah, a lot of these game coaches don't even have game. They're just grifting. Cause like I was big into that community when I was younger, and a lot of people that you see that are dating coach now was dudes that they wasn't getting girls when they was putting in work, when they was out there trying to like talk to girls. They would be shy, girls would be rejecting them. But the only thing is they just built up like a profile online where they make it look good. They show voicemail. They have voicemails on their websites of them when girls saying nonsense. Cause like, go ahead.
But see, the thing is, if somebody's gonna listen to somebody, why wouldn't you listen to the guy with the receipts, who can show you, tell you exactly, you know, what's going on in this particular location? If you want to talk to girls, hey, go about it this way. I'm not a game guy, you know, I don't pretend to be, but I have the receipts that far exceed these professionals. Any given day of the week, I put my receipts up against anybody on the planet. And that goes for like some of these NBA stars and all that type of stuff. Trust me. Trust me when I tell you, it gets that crazy. And I can't even show half the stuff that I actually have. You know, this is just like the PG stuff that I could show on the internet. But with that being said, they try to make you feel like you're some type of and some, we have a black woman on the panel. Some black women out there will try to do the same game. They'll try to run the same play. Like, oh, you're running. And I always bring the analogy up, like, if you have two restaurants, one is, let's just call Red Lobster. And the second one is in New York, it'd be like Peter Luger's. So you go to Red Lobster, you eat there, it's cool. That's what you've known. But then you go over here, you get a much better experience. People actually treat you with some sense. They listen to you. You make alterations to the menu. They don't just tell you, you got to take it the way it is. You know what I'm saying? So you go to Peter Luger's and be like, listen, can you replace the mashed potatoes with some steamed veggies? Of course, sir. And they goddamn bow. Yes, sir. And it's like, listen, I'm paying my money. You see, I'm just trying to give it an analogy. Because some niggas would be like, nigga, you tricking from the stands. Yeah. Nigga, that sounds like tricking to me. But I'm just trying to give you like an analogy that makes sense. So it's like, if you're going somewhere and you're spending your hard-earned money, just like stocks, wouldn't you want the most return rate of the ROI on your money? And if somebody is giving you tips on where to invest your time and money to get the most return on your money, would you not go to that source? Now, what I would say, any black women, listening on the panel, all I'm saying is like, all right, cool. We gave you the first play. We tell them, we're pointing, that's your competition. That's the Bulls 93, right? I think that was the best team ever, right? All right, your competition is the Bulls 93. What you gonna do? What upgrades you gonna make on the off season to compete? And a lot of women be like, I ain't doing nothing. We just gonna keep losing. I'm like, y'all don't want to compete? No, y'all should just want to lose. I'm like, man, like,
you know what? Hey, Marty, can we take that? And Jemai, do you think American women have an issue in competing for the right men?
They do.
Why?
Because because we've all talked about this, and listening to a lot of these feminists and a lot of these pro women dating coaches and motivational speakers, a lot of them are lesbians that they really don't know that. They hate men anyway. But they make it seem as though competing is like a pick-me thing. Like, oh, she's a pick-me girl. She's begging for him to pick her.
Now, here's the thing. This is what I try to get girls to understand. Like, I understand what they're saying. But that tactic would have definitely worked 10 years ago. Because at that time, we didn't really have the internet. We didn't have the connectivity. And this is what I tell women, the internet, Instagram, that changed the landscape, not just for y'all, but it changed the landscape for productive men. Because now the dudes that I would say all of the genetic currency dudes that, you would like 6 feet tall. Let's just go with that first. All those physically attractive males are not just segmented to your block. They actually have the reach to get with other races of women. We're not even talking foreign. We're just talking.
I can attest to everything he's saying. At 54, I've gone from not having access to a cell phone while I'm traveling to seeing everything I need to do my research on taking a trip to today.
Yeah,
so I'm absolutely right. The world went from being so huge and incomparable to, oh my God, it's just around the corner.
Now, the thing is, y'all had the monopoly. I ain't gonna hold you. You had the monopoly, Oprah's, the Bill Donahue's, niggas ain't shit, and niggas had to eat that, 100%. See, and back in the days before I when I was younger, the dudes wasn't smart enough to like have a counter to that. So for years, you heard the same thing. But here's the thing. Here's how things changed. more so with the Zillennials, those like the younger, the Austin Hallamans, the 23-year-olds. I'm gonna tell you, you can't hit them with the, well, back in the 80s this happened, and back civil rights movement that happened. These niggas is 23. They didn't do nothing. Their whole world is Instagram. You open it up, and all you see is bad bitches. And I'm gonna be honest with you, even women in America prioritize fitness.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? We're not even talking about Colombia and Brazil. We can keep them out for right now. Just on a physical level, the other women that we used to make fun of, oh, white girls, they ain't got no ass, they bony. If you want a white girl, she gonna be skin and bone. That was the thing, right?
That ain't now.
Yeah.
See, now what happened was, and I'm breaking this down to the molecule, as Jap would say. What happened was they got hip. They said, okay, we're gonna compete. But we're not just gonna compete for the little nigga. We're gonna compete for the top niggas. The niggas that, even the niggas that you don't even consider to be physically attractive off rip. These are the guys who have the potential to make 100+ K in a few years. So not only are we going to take Jamal, but we're going to take Samson on his ascension. And so everybody slept on it. Oh, these white girls they can't. Next thing you know, what do you saw? These bitches in Russia twerking.
They're taking our scraps. They
But,
don't.
hold on. These bitches in Russia are making a. Let me rephrase that. They are making a good living twerking professionally, and this is the distinction, because a lot of black women do it on kitchen coffee tables in restaurants that have no place to be twerking on tables in restaurants. These girls said, you know what? I'm gonna monetize this shit to the point.
They set up a whole studio.
Yeah. And then to the point,
I've seen
just
that.
like Elvis, Eminem, rock and roll, it's gonna get to the point where you associate twerking with the bitch that's the white bitch or the Latin bitch. So now we all know that the shit started with 2 Live Crew back in the days. We know that. We know the history. But however, the game keeps changing and adapting and just getting better. So they're utilizing technology as well as image, and they're saying, you know what, we're going to be everything that you're not. So yes, to some degree you could say, well, the white girls just want to be black girls. To some degree I can agree with certain things, because at some point black women were known for having some of the best bodies. But if you travel, you would understand that there's a lot of fit bitches in Brazil. Like that's built into the culture.
That's the number one thing. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, they're able to do that when you're not working 40+ hours a week.
Well, wait a second. Y'all wanted to work 40+ hours a week. That
Don't
ain't
say y'all.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. But here's the thing. I'm glad you said that.
Feminist stuff.
Now,
right
see,
here.
what happened is, y'all made the situation. We didn't ask for this. Remember, a lot of the women in first wave and second wave feminism, they should have stopped right there. Said, okay, we got all the rights that we need, but we're still in the house. We don't have to work. But y'all, not you, but they didn't stop, because again, like you said, there's a lot of women that just don't like men because the pookie nigga that they like smashed them and dashed them.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why a lot of these pro-feminist women don't like men. A lot of them have been raped. A lot of them have been molested. You also have to understand that in the 60s and the 70s, there was a crack era where a lot of black men were being arrested. They were taken away from the families. So the government was providing.
Here's the thing. I want you to understand this.
Go ahead.
I'm not negating everything you said or about to say. What women who say that don't understand real time what's going on today.
Yeah.
None of that shit matters in the dating market real time. In other words, like if I met you, not you, but if I met a black girl and she's like, well, you got to understand I'm fat because I don't have nobody built gyms in my neighborhood, or I'm masculine because I saw somebody get hit when I was a kid. So now I got to be, I hear women say this all the time in New York. I'm masculine because of my environment, my this, my that. I don't owe you no understanding when it comes to spending my bread and time. So the thing is, I'll come across you, I nod my head, and then I see Susie or Martinez over here, and what is she saying? I just want to be a feminine girl and listen to what you gotta say.
You know why else that's not gonna fly? This is Pablo. How's
Hey
everybody?
Pablo, how you doing, man?
What's going on, BMT? I hope I'm not crackling and popping on my.
No, you good.
Okay. The other reason that's not gonna fly is because there's no grading on a curve for black men either. Like, they don't say, oh well, you know, you don't gotta take me to this restaurant or treat me like any other man would treat me. They still have the same standards for black men that other women have for their men. It's not like they moved it. They still have the same requirements.
Hey Pablo, hey Pablo, you're in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's basically saying that the black women still rate us the same way they rate any other man.
Right.
So if they see the $100,000 mark, and I keep breaking this down to them, they don't seem to understand. $100,000 is relative to what state you're in. In New York, you're still barely middle class on 100,000. And if you, what really has to happen when women start talking about money, big numbers, they get excited by, but you have to break that down to weekly cost and what you're spending. So if you, let's just take $100,000 in New York, right off the bat, taxman takes his 26%. So you really come away with 76. Then you figure a 2-bedroom apartment in New York, depending on the neighborhood, that's going to cost you $2,500 and up. Yeah. Then you got to factor in, most likely you want to have a car, you want to have a social life, you want to have toiletries, you want to eat, and you're going to have bills to maintain. So out of that 76,000, really, if you're frugal, you might have $20,000 in discretionary money. Now, once you start breaking down dating, and I said this before on a lot of panels, in New York, it's up to the point, in 2016, a typical date in New York was like $236. But we have progressed since then. It's about 6 years later. It's damn near almost 400. When you practicing the tolls, the gas, the parking, couple of drinks, appetizer, and probably a little something after. Maybe you might want to hit a secondary bar. You're looking at $400 a clip. So when that 100,000 evaporates, you really need a guy who's, if you're trying to live like a certain lifestyle, somebody who's making over 200 to 250. But then once you start to crack that ceiling, then the ratio on you having the leg up flips tremendously, because now this guy not only has access to you and all your friends behind you, he also has access to professional women, bitch, that work at Denny's. And we look at them all the same because we're not factoring your money into any equation. And then when you factor in dudes who are smart enough to travel, now we can actually get with women where money is really not a factor. Like on its highest level, if a guy is making $200,000, he goes to Colombia, roughly, he's making $800,000. That's his spending power. So now when you start doing the logistics, it's like you can go over there, and if it's just really about money, cool. I'm just be real with it. Think about it. What kind of girl you think I'm gonna get in the States for $800,000? Cool. Now, if I take that to Colombia, what do you think that puts me at? If it's just about money, because I like to talk money talk. Don't you think I will get the youngest, baddest, most submissive woman if I'm coming to their country with 800,000? So when I meet these women that be talking, oh, you don't understand what happened to me, and this happened, and this law was passed, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell you why, because I don't have to. And that's what women don't understand. They confuse. They like, but I'm black and you're black. You should want to struggle with me. I'm like, nah, I did all the struggle in the board office. I did all the struggle when you was partying. I was saving and investing. That was the struggle. You should have been struggling with me then. But now that I'm up, the situation's different. So now I'm able to operate how you were able to operate at 21. but I'm able to operate like that at whatever my age is, 30, 40, whatever the case is. And that's where, you know, and now the difference is a lot of the other women in other races, they realize this because they've always kind of, and you could say they had a privileged life. I won't deny that. They didn't have to go through certain things that you didn't have to go through. I won't deny that either. However, in the dating and mating market, none of this cachet that's built up of you're black and we have the same, it does not exist anymore because these millennials, you can look at Austin Holloman. The dude is ice cold. He went on Melody King. I don't know if y'all saw that interview. She took the video down because he got on there straight face. He was like, he was like, listen, some of these girls with the white teeth, with the weave, all that stuff, smell straight up like fish. Caught her off guard. He was like, what?
I remember
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She was like, because see the thing
He
about
went straight to the hygiene.
yeah, see women like that who are conventionally pretty are not used to dudes just telling it like it is. And this is why I do, like I was telling you earlier, I just say it because there is no repercussion. You know, I'm not scared that if I tell you the truth, I'm not gonna hit. Because sometimes I probably don't even want to hit. I'm just telling you to look out for you. Like, hey, maybe you need to change this information. Whether you take it or not, that's 100% on you. I have no stake in the game. And that's the way I approach it. So dudes, these millennials, they're built like this now. They're just like, yo, if I'm not getting, and you can't even say he's a weirdo. You can't even say I'm a weirdo, but we all seen him, you know, he's tall. He's in the middle as far as skin complexion. He's not too light, not too dark. He's a barber, so the hair's fresh. The dude got suits. So you can't, just like Kevin Samuels, you can't put the weirdo marker on him. So now it's getting to a point where it's not, and this brings us back into dudes have to get into physical shape.
Yeah.
Only because it's the optics thing. And I understand optics because that's part of what I do. You know, so I understand if you have a bunch of dudes that are clean cut, who make money, who are from different parts of the country kind of saying the same thing.
And different generations. Austin Holloman is 23 years old. I'm 53, and we saying the same thing.
Yeah,
that ain't an accident.
And y'all think I want to say this to you, and I know you're the only woman on the panel. I wish there was more, but you're here, so I'm just telling you the honest. The other women watch y'all. You understand? So I deal with white girls, Asian. So I'm trying to tell you. And when I try to tell a lot of black girls, I was like, listen, you are wearing hair that it does not belong to you. And when you walk in a room and a Brazilian sees you wearing that Brazilian, when a Chinese woman sees you wearing hair that looks like hers, or whatever race, it just doesn't come from you. It gives them a sense of relief because they feel you are no competition. Because they're like, think about it. If somebody came in the room with box braids, with blonde hair, blue eyes, all things being equal, you would feel that you have the upper hand. Well, she's trying to be like me, but I'm the originator. You see what I'm saying? But these women, they're watching you. They're not only watching you and absorbing your style, the way you talk, but they're also with the point, for some reason that y'all don't do, maybe not you, they're seeing what you don't do for the man. And it's simple shit. That's the funny thing about it is, it's like, I'm gonna just make this sandwich.
And I got to tell you, Marty, when Austin Hollerman, I've been watching him too, and I think when he really gets going, and some of these young guys, because he had a group of young guys in Medellin last week, and they were all on young, non-pro, pretty Colombian chicks, and when they open up that market to a multitude of other young brothers, and they all see that, and they want to go out there and emulate that, and they crack that dating market for real.
Oh, they're gonna
it's gonna be a problem for American chicks, man. It's gonna be a serious, because these young brothers ain't playing, man.
And here's the thing, because the world, like I said before, is opened up because of cell phone, dudes have access to actually real-time Google what are the legal ramifications for marriage or even having a baby. Now, once you factor in a dude, listen, this is a generation of entrepreneur, right? Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. Everybody's smart, right? So you don't think that dudes out here are looking into, man, I'm not getting married to nobody. I'm not having kids with nobody. Now, I'm not talking about the Pookie and Ray Rays that have no money, because there's always going to be those type of guys around. I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the guys, potential builders. Like at the end of the day, and I know this, when a woman reaches 29, that's long in the tooth for me. But when she reaches 29, she's lazy. She don't want to do nothing. She really wants to rest in her femininity. But the thing is, if all the dudes with the financial capability to facilitate that to happen are not around because they've dated different races in the country, or dare I say it, went to a different country altogether, what are you going to be? You're going to start to see in 10 years. And I give it 10 years. I've been saying it, and it's actually coming to fruition.
And if I could sidestep that $400 date piece, in my 20s, I'm going to do that, because I'll just spend that on a plane ticket and go and be around better looking ones. And, and my money will stretch a lot further.
Now I don't, because what I don't want to do, I'm not coming down on you, because I know it's the first time you get in the Martyisms. So I'm not trying to come down on you, but I have to tell you. But we're not talking about the loser dudes, because a lot of times, a lot of girls conflate what they're around in their hood, their neighborhood, the local, dude that's just knocking everything down. And it's gotten to the point where we've accepted those casualties as an acceptable loss. You see them, so to speak. We already know that there's going to be some dudes that's going to be taking advantage of you mentally, physically. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna just be honest with you. It's like you pick that nigga. You see what I'm saying? Unless it's going to be a situation where you gonna expect dudes to hop out of bushes, be like, nah, bitch, don't fuck that nigga. He's bad. That's never going to happen, because we'll be looked at as player haters and incels and all that shit. So dudes is not going to come to your rescue before you drop the panties to some nigga. Because
hey, let's do this, because I really want to hear what Jemiah has to say.
Okay.
You said a lot there. Everyone's kind of said their piece. So Jemiah, based on what the guys have been talking about, I mean, what is your take? Is it any opportunity for women in the States to change things around? Like, I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on what Marty talked about.
Well, it does give the opportunity for women to change. The only thing is that they're not having conversations like this on a regular basis. I don't wear false lashes. I don't wear weaves. I don't have fake teeth. I've taken on my own persona to be more organic. I actually get more attention that way. Honestly, that's just not my thing. And I agree with a lot of what's being said. But again, we're not having these conversations. And this is actually a conversation that's kind of like triggering me in a certain situation, where I can kind of step my game up or make some changes. But again, these conversations are not being had. And Black women aren't going to be as perceptive to, the honest truth, and there's going to be women that will naturally.
Well, to be honest, a woman like you is probably, if all that you're saying is true, and it seems to be, a woman like you is probably not going to be the one with the issue, with the problem.
No, trust me, I have issues, but what a lot of women won't gravitate to the honesty. A lot of people like to move through life with blinders on. Hey, I'm perfect, I'm beautiful. I did this for you to want me. I got my ass done for you. I got on $26 long lashes. I laid down for 2 hours. This cost me $200. This wig was $700. This is Malaysian Remy hair. Like, fuck what you saying, nigga. Look at me. That's the energy.
Yeah, I'm cool on American women right now.
I'm just saying, I see this.
Let me ask her a question. from seeing everything and hearing the conversation, I know you have girlfriends that you have conversations with all the time that
Hmm.
you told us earlier. Are you going to have a conversation with them from the conversation that we've had tonight?
I do. I will say this: I don't have a lot of female friends.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I really don't. But my friends who I have would definitely be perceptive to this. I have two friends. They're looking. They're searching for men. They're actually out at the cigar bar right now. And I'm like, no, I'm staying in tonight. They're every weekend they're out looking for someone because they're alone. And um,
And just to add just a little something, stuff like the Woman King, although, and I see this all the time, people think it's representation. Look at Viola Davis. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, you would never see, I don't care what other race, you would never see Indian, Spanish, Brazilian, you would never see their women depicted in such a masculine way because they just wouldn't allow it. It's almost like we're at the point in the States where we just take anything as that's a good look. But not every look is
well,
a good look, you know?
well, Silky said, can she share her experience of possibly talking to some of the women about what we're talking about? So what I planned on doing, Silky, is I want to kind of start taking notes when I can join. And I want to do a spinoff of my own podcast because Black women are failing. Um, and it used to be 50% 13 years ago that 50% of Black women will die alone. But I'm starting to believe that it may be 70 to 80% at this point.
I mean, the statistic was 1 out of every 4 women will get married. Black women.
Oh, this is in Jersey, by the way. This is not even overseas. You know,
Right. No, yeah, yeah.
this. So I just want to show you, like, these women understand their looks are their agency. To the point where I'm not even say they like working out. I'm just saying I don't care. Your motivation for being awesome is not my concern. I just want you to be awesome because I'm expected to be awesome. So once it's like we're meeting at the top of the pyramid. I don't care how you got there. I know I'm supposed to get here on my own accord. And however you get there, cool. I'll just meet you there. And if whoever's not there doesn't get chosen. So I understand, trust me. I got a lot of girls, Black, New York, whatever. I understand why this message most likely won't go over well. Why? Because to some degree, they are getting attention. Because let's be honest, the average woman is going to go onto social media, go in the bathroom, and there's a lot of thirsty dudes out there on some incel shit. They're going to post a couple of booty pictures, get 500 likes, and so their immediate attention is being met. So to them, it's like you said, I got this Remy. I got a fat ass. What you talking about? Yeah, but you also got 1 or 2 kids. You also have a
But
bad.
those are the women. Those are the women that are getting attention. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Like even chatting with some of the girls at work. I'm a bartender, so once people start drinking, there's a little truth behind a lot of the things that they're saying, and they're always talking about a picture that they post. They got these filters. They're showing their nails. They showing their hair. They just got their teeth done. They in their bikini. And they're always talking about their DMs blowing up. Their DMs blowing up. And I'm not tooting my own horn and say like I'm the baddest bitch, but I take care of myself. I'm in shape. I take care of my hygiene. I have regular doctor visits to make sure she's good down there. I don't wear fake hair. Now I do get my nails and my feet done. That's a given. That's gonna always stay done.
Let me ask
But
you.
my DMs ain't blowing up like that. Ain't nobody really coming for me like that.
Even within that, a lot of women will get hit up in the DMs. A lot of brothers are visual creatures. We're gonna hit anything that moves in front of us if it looks good. But and go back to a la Kevin Samuels. Women control access to sex. Men control access to marriage. You can get hit up all day long. How many men are willing to stay around to put that ring on your finger and actually commit to you.
But also, too, guys, you need to really be honest that most men tend to go for the low hanging fruit. So that big sister that's getting all the attention, all the DMs, everything, because she's considered as a low hanging fruit to a lot of guys.
This is what. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, that's cool. And a lot of black men are not really traveling like that. I mean, this whole traveling movement is a small minority group of people doing this. Majority of black men are not traveling. And the majority of black men is going to continue to do what they do here. So it's just like for them, they're always going to have more pickings because you know what? I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay here in Mississippi, Arkansas, Ohio, Iowa, and just do my thing.
And
it's only this. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. And let me just say this: I know exactly what she's talking about, but I want to tell her one thing. There's a rapper who just broke up with his girlfriend, popular rapper. I think his name is NLE Chopper or something like that. And basically, this guy is young, has money. This girl is pretty. I think she was like Spanish or something. But he told her off rip, day one. He's like, listen, I'm 19. I like you, but I'm not going to be faithful to just you. You'll be the main chick, but I'm going to smash all these other chicks on the side. You cool with that? And see, that's the relationship the majority of these chicks have. Like, yeah, they're getting blown up in the DMs. See, the thing is, I know how the game is. You know, I already have an understanding on what's going on. Yeah, they're probably, I wouldn't even deny it. They probably got some dudes that fly them out, probably take care of a bill here and there. But the bill always comes due in terms of that's only going to last but so long, especially if the dude is not wifing. Because the thing is, most of these girls who are getting blown up by these guys are also getting blown up by a lot of other girls. So it's basically all y'all in a poly relationship and don't even realize it. That's why when I hear women talk about, oh, I could never share my man, you're already doing it. You just don't know. You know, and most girls, to be honest with you, if you ask them, hey, would it be cool if the dude had money and you had to share them and you just didn't know about it, would that be cool? And most of them, 9 times out of 10, be like, yeah. So I'm saying they already doing that, and that's fine for right now. Because most of these girls, they haven't hit the wall yet. I don't know how old your friends are, but obviously they haven't hit that wall yet to where the phone calls stop coming because the turnover hasn't happened yet. And when I mean the turnover, this turned 18 every single day. And last time I checked, at least in New York, you know, as far as I think 18 is legal. I think some places like 17. But the point is, every single day is another 18-year-old. So you have.
So let me ask you this. So I get what you're saying. I'm going to be 37 next month. Most of my friends are older than me or same age range. So these things, these boundaries and these desires and these limits that you have as far as dating, the conversation that we're having, if there's a woman that you're interested in, are you willing to share these things? Like, hey, this is what I want. This is what I like. This is not what I'm going to tolerate.
Well, I mean, to that point, though, to what you just said a few minutes ago, most American black women, they're not really interested in what you want. They don't care what we want. They're going to do what they do. And their response is, well, somebody's going to like it. And they actually have a point.
Well, some men tolerate it. And a personal situation that I'm going through right now, I had to explain that to someone like, you know, hey, look, I'm used to doing what I want to do. Men tolerate my shit because I'm beautiful and they want sex from me. And I'm kind of in control and empowered. And he's really been like giving it to me like, no, that ain't me. Like, I'm not dealing with that shit. So that's been tough.
I'll put it to you like this. It's all right. You're in power until you're not in power.
Right. And I use that term loosely because I know I'm not in power. It's just, you get what I'm saying?
It's like Saddam Hussein used to be the man until he wasn't. He ran shit with an iron thumb. If he said you die, you die. And he was that nigga until he wasn't. So all I'm saying is, I don't doubt that the DMs is probably blowing up. What I'm telling you, as we are now seeing, nobody's wifing. They smashing and they dashing, and I can break it down as to why. You know, a woman who's in 37 and above. I don't know if they have kids. They probably do. With a bad attitude that wears you become more high maintenance than you're actually worth. It's like you trying to buy a stock that's overvalued. It's going to crumble eventually. And that's the point where if you had privilege all your life and you've been getting attention since you was 17, the shit that I'm saying it's just going to miss you. Because you're like, who's this Marty McFly nigga? Like, that's what it is. And I agree with that. Like, who am I? But what I'm telling you, matter of fact, what I'm showing you.
But when you care about that person and you care what they want, you care what they think, and you care about their feelings, it's not gonna be who is this nigga. It's like, okay, let me get my shit together.
Now you saying that in terms
yeah,
of
but that's
Does that not make sense? Or
are you saying black women? Are you saying black women?
Okay, damn, not all at once.
I just want to.
But this is so futile, guys. I mean, we already know what the state of dating is in America. We know, and you seem like a very cool lady, but in mass and as a collective, we know that sisters, the system will not let sisters change. There's no incentive for them to change. They're being treated as too big to fail. So I think, in full due respect, I'm mainly interested in what is it that the average brother, what is he going to get out of dating foreign women? And that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Do they have a chance of getting, submissive, cooperative women without paying? I'm talking about like non-pro relationships. That's what I'm trying to understand here, because I just feel like the conversation we're trying to wait on American women to change. You'll be dead and gone.
If I can answer that for you,
go ahead, sir.
I will try.
Okay.
So what's happening is men are seeing a value relationship, right? So I'm going to go out with this American woman. I may or may not get laid. I'm probably gonna spend $100 to $150 on the low end. And it's probably gonna take me somewhere between a week and 2 weeks to even get the actual date to actually meet the person. However, when I go abroad and I touch down and I go out, even if I have to pay for play, I'm getting a fit, beautiful, attractive woman who's not only going to quote unquote give me sex, but she's also going to, give me the quote unquote girlfriend experience. She may even pack my clothes in my suitcase before I leave. I know many other brothers who have traveled have had that experience. She may cook me a meal in the morning. She might do all of those things. And then poof, I'm gone.
Is that the best scenario, though, Pablo? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Oh, that's
is that genuine, or is it because you've been paying as an American? Listen, and I'm trying to see what are we looking for exactly.
Listen, you got to understand this.
Yeah, Pablo, I want to go after you, but yeah, finish your statement.
You got to understand this. They're going to pay anyway, and here they pay dearly. They pay. I've seen men here in Atlanta go out to a nightclub and spend $1,000 in a nightclub buying bottles in a section with girls with sparklers and all that, and go home alone.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah,
that's every weekend. And you mean to tell me he's gonna get on a flight for 3 hours and a girl that looks like a movie star is gonna blow him down
Like, I'm showing you guys, man.
for
Can I play
50
devil's
bucks?
app?
Jesus Christ, Marty.
No.
I mean, come on, like, can
I'm
I
trying to
respond?
concentrate.
Can I respond? I mean,
Yeah, let me go. Can I go first?
go ahead. I definitely want to respond.
Yeah, I want to play devil's advocate. All right, yeah. So what you're saying is true. You are gonna save money. You are gonna like drop 150. You get a bad chick. Only thing, my counterpoint to that is that sustainable?
Right.
Can you
That
actually
was my
build a
question.
relationship? Can you actually build a relationship with
You're-
somebody like that? And I say no, because like if the relationship is just money,
Here's
if you,
Here-
go
here's
ahead,
here's the
Counter.
thing. Listen, for the beginner, guess what? I've known guys where they started like that, but they didn't end like that.
Okay.
They started like that. They
Go
took
ahead.
more and more trips. They began to learn the language. They began to expand their travels. And lo and behold, a few years later, they aren't dealing with the pros anymore.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
can I respond?
Go ahead.
Now check this out. And I'm gonna be honest with you, because you know I always keep it real with y'all. The very question, and this is no slight to you, is the reason why most black men are considered to be cheap when overseas. Because every man on the planet, this is not just an American thing. When they're dealing with their women, or even when they travel, they understand. It's mostly because most black men weren't raised in the patriarchy. We're kind of this mixed bag of matriarchal bullshit. But the rest of the world operates on basically a patriarchy where the man is always in the lead. He's responsible. So having that mindset when you're going to deal with these women, you start to look at it in different terms. You don't look at it and I'm be honest with you, in the penny pinching way that we do in America. It's like, all right, I spent $300 for this.
No,
200.
you're right.
But let me just see a lot of dudes, and I'm not even saying you're doing this, but a lot of dudes start tallying up. Like, I spent this, I spent that. Here's the thing.
Well,
What I tell dudes to do to have a successful anything anywhere, not just because a lot of people like to say, oh, you can only do that when you go here or we go to that continent. I'm telling you, even with the women in America, just be honest with you. And we got a woman on the panel. No woman wants to be with a dude that can't handle it if need be. I'm not saying that she's going to be a gold digger, but she wants to know if something came up of emergency importance, that if she called you, you'd be able to handle it. You see what I'm saying? So it's basically security. So if you're in a position of security here and you just find that the quality of women don't meet your standards, that means you can go for another team and play. So I tell dudes, don't go anywhere. And first of all, traveling's not for anybody. I don't get a commission if 10 niggas get a passport. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get anything if 10 niggas go up. I say, listen, if you don't think overseas is for you, then stay in America. It's cool. Let me get all that's over there and you stay there. But what I tell dudes, if you do go to any country, be the best. And it's not just financial. This is why Kenal brought it up. You have to be physically on top of your game too.
Yeah.
It's not just and this is where guys need to talk to dudes that really do this, because a lot of dudes go over for the weekend warrior thing. They're not in shape. They don't know the language. They don't know the culture. Those are typically the guys that make it rain in these different countries look like idiots. And so, but that gets promoted a lot more than like dudes like us on the panel just talking regular. So people assume, oh, it's a trick culture over there. All I got to do is just spend some money and I can get a bad bitch. No, you can spend your money, yes, and then she can get your money. Doesn't mean you get her. You see what I'm saying? You still have to have a degree, and I hate saying it.
Don't say it. Don't
No, you have to say it. I'm listening. I need to hear this.
Because I was going to say it anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, you still need more game. Like I'm putting it right here. You still have to have a sense of awareness about you to read the room. Like when you walk in a room and you're dressed nicely, fresh haircut, you're smelling good, You need to be able to know, okay, I'm looking at her. Is she vibing with me? If so, let me approach her. There is a degree of, but you're not going to get that by just going to that country and interacting with women for the first time. You would have an easier time than in the States, but it would also help if you've been doing this for years. So when I go over to Colombia, it's like playing in the little leagues, because I'm from New York, and these women out here ain't easy. So if you can get a woman out here that's pretty in New York, I mean, damn near you can go anywhere, because you're almost conditioned to be hardened for anything that pops up. And you already have the mindset that when I go to these other countries, I'm not expecting to do 50-50 on anything. Drinks, food, and then you'll hear some dudes in the rafters say, "Nigga, that's tricking." And I'm like, listen, I say this, listen. When niggas say that, right? I'm like, if you have a problem with buying drinks in a third world country, which are probably 5 times cheaper than whatever state you're coming from, then the women ain't your problem. Traveling is not the solution for you. And I'm gonna be straight up with you. If you can't pay $30 to cover your drinks and her drinks and food for the whole night,
yeah, you don't need to be there.
You don't need to be there. This ain't for you, because you're bringing that American, I paid for everything, so I'm entitled to something attitude to a third world country where the women don't even make that much money. Because you have I'm not even saying you, I'm just saying a lot of men have a matriarchal.
Well, no, that definitely ain't me. But
so when they bring that to the other country, they're looking at like, I'm still spending money. How come I'm not getting the? It's like, nah, bro.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the problem. You have a lot of people giving these guys misinformation that you could actually get the 50-50, and you just show up. You don't have to come out of your own pocket. They will just wash your clothes and feed you for free.
Yeah, because see, I've seen dudes strike out. See, a bad bitch is still a bad bitch. Because think about it.
Here's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
You still got options over there.
She can here's the difference, though, if I may. Here's the difference. The difference is, in American culture, we have a lot of quote unquote finesse culture. And these guys are going out in the state, and they're going out with these women, and the women have no intention of being with these guys at all. They are their entertainment. And so when it's all said and done, there's no reciprocity for them, and they become frustrated. And so what happens is, they're gonna take that first trip. And they're gonna be like, wow. And they're gonna compare and contrast. Right? And then they're gonna go back. They go back again. And then they go back again. And like I said, their base will begin to build. It's not gonna happen right out of the gate. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
And it's gonna build, and they're gonna say, now I don't have to worry about watching every nickel. I can just go out, have a good time, spend a good time with the lady, because guess what? Even if I want to get laid, I know I can't. There's a difference when at the end of the night, even if there's no, activity, if you want to get laid, you can. It takes a whole nother edge off of a man when he knows he can still get his needs met. You're not stressed. Now you're not penny pinching. Now you're not, counting everything that you did. But when you've come from a culture where people are taking advantage of you at every opportunity, you build resentment.
Well, I guess I wonder if it's improvement by inches. It's like, okay, we have this awful finesse culture here in America, and so if we go overseas and we even have to pay for a GFE experience, is that a lot better than what we had. But is that the
Yeah.
final destination?
No,
That's my question.
for
I
some
mean,
it will be. For some it will be that will be their destination. That will be where they get stuck.
Yeah, because some dudes will never. Everybody can't make it to Wakanda, and that's the explanation I give to dudes. Some dudes just don't got enough social cue awareness to know
yeah,
how to talk to women, no matter what continent they on. You
Yeah.
see what I'm
right.
saying? So I'm not here to say if you fly here and you flash your wallet, yeah, somebody will take your money if you're offering. I'm not going to say that they won't, but if you're looking for a genuine like a relationship, you're going to have to do homework that most people, to be quite honest with you, are not willing to do. Like study the language, learn the culture, learn.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to lie to you and say, well, all you got to do is show up, because no, you could show up and get taken advantage of like the next man. Because think about it. Like I said before, a bad bitch is still a bad bitch, because yeah, she might be in Colombia, Brazil somewhere, but she got options too. And so if you're not hitting on anything that she likes, she has the right to dismiss you as well. Now, is it going to happen at the same rate as in America? Probably not, depending on what town you're in and what continent you're on. But what I'm saying is some dudes still won't have the, I hate to say it, game to really just vibe with a chick to be more than just a pay for play situation. And to be quite honest with you, majority of the dudes are facing that right now in the States. This is not a thing that's only to Colombia or Brazil. A lot of dudes going on a lot of dates and still ain't hitting. They're called foodie dates and movie. You're in the phone as the movie guy, as the guy who walks the dog. You don't smash. You're like the friend guy she calls when the dude that she actually smashes is smashing somebody else. So she's gonna call you like, hey, what are you doing? But you'll never get. A lot of dudes don't want to admit that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this
is price discrimination.
Yeah, so this is, and listen, I don't hate. See, the thing about it is, I peep the game 360. So when women are gaming the system, I don't hate them. I understand. Like, listen, if you're going to give your money and take her out on free dates, and you're that stupid to not smash and put your foot down, as and be alpha or whatever that means, then yes, she has every right to take your money. See, I don't hop on one side and like, listen, it is what it is. But I speak to those same women. If I'm in a financial position to go somewhere else to get everything that I want and need, and to have the cooperation, I have, just like you, the flexibility to do that as well. And so when I say my piece, I don't want to hear nothing about it, because when you flexing, but the difference is this: I could get married tomorrow to any, to any one of these girls that you're seeing if I really press the issue, because I'm in that position where I could command that. I could be like, listen, I want to take this serious. I could do that. A lot of women in the States cannot do that. They have guys they want to be married to, but since that's the top 10% guy, he don't have to settle down. Why should he?
Yeah, it's like a game of sexual musical chairs, basically, for them.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, I acknowledge all parts of the game, not just the travel game, because again, stuff that I do overseas is the same things that I do here. It's just that I make the choice where it's a value added proposition for me personally to go somewhere else. Why? Because for what I do, the women are the normal woman. She don't even have to be a model. 90% of the women I shoot are regular girls. These are not company models. She probably works at Exito, the equivalent of Walmart in Colombia. These are regular girls. These are not. So when I go over there and I'm actually going to start paying for the real models, the game is going to go to another level. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, and I'm just showing you the proof, these are regular girls. So if I'm able to go in a different country, and like the young lady said here, wow, these girls are beautiful. They come out the factory like this. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to motivate. I don't have to hear about, and to be quite honest with you, I don't know what province she's from. Maybe she's from a poor neighborhood. But guess what? I don't care, because she showed up how I needed her to show up.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of females, if they do come from like poor neighborhoods, they still understand the optics. So whenever you see these women out, they be $2 dress making it look like a $500 dress. Why? Because they understand basic things like fitness. Anytime you are at your fighting weight, naked, you look better automatically. If you're eating right, you're drinking water, you're keeping the stress away from you. You don't even have to wear makeup. And look at all these girls. They're wearing basic makeup. Every girl that I showed you is not caked on with the lashes. You know, they're not like crazy makeup. Everybody looks pretty, regular. And they don't have to, because why? In that particular country, everybody walks. So that they're getting the leg exercises. So
well, I mean, just keep in mind too, food. I mean, food, exercise. America, we're
America's
fat.
a car culture.
Yeah, so it's we really can't compare it, because it's like, to be honest, I mean, we have a lot of other variables that affect us. I mean, even us guys, if you look at compared American men, to Brazilian men or Colombian men, we're way bigger than them. And it's just like, it goes both ways. I see Rashad, you're on. You have any comments on this topic, man?
I'm just listening at the moment.
Okay, all right, cool.
Well, all I'm saying is for guys who are able to make the journey to Wakanda, so to speak, right? Everything you don't care about the economy, you don't care about the food situation in America. None of that matters, because I'm gonna be honest with you, when I'm in Colombia, all this stuff is in the background, because I don't have to turn on YouTube or Facebook when I'm out there. So I don't hear none of this. I'm out there having a great time. And for the guys who can actually move like that, I mean, this literally, as you can see, the sky is the limit, if you go over there correctly. But again, not everybody's going to go and stay at a place like Energy. I know some dudes that go stay at hostels, and that's cool. They have a different experience. I don't hate them, but everybody's going to have a different experience. So we have to really segment the weekend warriors from guys who actually put in the time to actually learn the cultures in these places, learn language. It's different. You see what I'm saying? But to bring it back to the young lady, I'm just showing her receipts of what the normal day-to-day could possibly be. Because to be quite honest with you, a lot of girls are the biggest fish on their block in their respective neighborhoods. So they're not going to see the competition. They're actually going to say things like dirty foot. I've heard this before, like, oh, those girls in the third world country, yeah, you got dusty feet. And listen, there are a lot of dusty places in America.
Absolutely.
So but there are also rich people in all these different countries, because you got to remember, they have business. They export beans. They export coffee. They have industries. Millionaires. So there's different levels. There's different strata in Colombia as well. So you could go with a 3, 4, 5, 6 strata, and that girl's going to tend to be like in the middle class to upper middle class. She's going to probably be in school, be a lawyer.
Every store, every high-end store that you find here in the States is in Colombia also.
Yeah.
So and the stuff costs a little more.
Yeah, because they have the electronics over there, even though they're not as advanced. But to import the electronics, because they're not made there, you're actually paying more for certain things, like clothes in certain respects, electronics. Your food is going to be cheap because everything is local. That's different. But there's a lot of other price discrepancies. But people don't understand that. All they see is the shiny belt buckle videos with people throwing up money, and they think that's what it is. Like, look, I'm showing you the entire city right here with a chick that no makeup on, slim, sitting at a pool. We listen to some R&B music, and we just chilling.
Hey, I have a subtopic before we end this, but I think we should talk about it. I know, Jemai, you mentioned about, you date older guys. You typically tend to date guys that are 15 years older. Here in this country, as men, we get backlash when we date someone younger, especially 15 or 15 plus. Overseas,
we only get that from older women.
Yeah, and overseas, men are not shamed for dating younger women. Wanted to get your take on that. It's like, what are your thoughts when men just desire to date younger women, And why do they get backlash here in this country versus overseas is socially accepted?
And while I understand why they're dating younger women, it's definitely the aesthetics. Um, Men are a little more vital than we are. Um, and it's considered pedophilia here, you know, culturally. Like you're a sicko if you like a younger woman, or it's a weird thing.
You know, one of the things I notice about American culture is this culture is so affluent. This is the richest country on the planet. When you talk about per person, per capita incomes and all of that, and the amenities and the quality of life, it's almost like we're so wealthy. It turns into like the land of Oz, to where things that are like been normal for centuries get turned upside down. My great grandfather had 13 children. The last of his 13 children, he was 70 years old and he had a 40-year-old wife. That was not super unusual in his era for a man to have a woman 15, maybe even 20 years younger, because they would pair men who had resources and the ability to provide with younger women who, needed a man. That was just normal. I remember I grew up in somewhat of a church culture in Black America, and when one of these older deacons or whatever, when one of their wives would die or they would divorce or something like that, oh my God, you could hear my grandmother on the phone. Well, Deacon so-and-so lost his wife. And I mean, they would come out the woodwork with women young enough to start him a whole nother family. And they would set it up.
They would actually
he would be married before the year was over and the body was cold.
They would actually compete for him.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And you're talking about 70s, early 80s. And then it just disappeared. So none of that was like new to me when I traveled abroad, but it just morphed into something different. I think the affluence of it all just changed, because now women have so much resources that they can just say, no, I want the old man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that old dude. You know what I mean?
I agree with Pablo. Yeah, that it does come from the West. We do have a lot more resources than a lot of the world. So I agree with that, because my grandfather did have a younger girl later on in his life. But I also think that it comes with the age of social media and everybody got a voice. And I think mostly things that comes back with the dating market and the sexual market, it comes back to competition. Why would you want to amp up? Why would you want to tear down your competition? Like, okay, if I'm older, I can't change anything about my age. I mean, I could go to the gym, I could do all that. So I could see why women would be like, yo, you a pedophile, or whatever. Because they can't compete. They can't reverse time to compete with younger girls. So I can see that coming from like why they're talking about that. I don't think it's coming from like, oh, it's the same thing with guys. Like, oh, a lot of black guys complain about Pookies and Ray Rays, dudes not doing nothing, but aren't the Pookie and Ray Rays the one that's banging out the majority of the chicks? I mean, I just see it like that. I feel like a lot of stuff comes back to like being competitive in the dating market.
Yeah, but that's not why dudes complain about Pookie and Ray Rays. They complain about Pookies and Ray Rays because women overall be comparing us with them, throwing regular dudes in with them. Like, men ain't shit. Y'all got all these kids and this, but it's damn near half of the black male population don't even have kids.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, like, yo, nobody's gonna big up their competition. You're always gonna try to be more competitive. Cause think about it.
There's a name for that, by the way. It's called derogation of competitors. It's called derogation of competitors. You have competition. You want to put out into the atmosphere. Oh, you see her? She's you know how women will do this with other women. They'll say something nasty or spread a rumor or something about another girl because they don't want to compete with that woman. It's the same thing. It's called derogation of competitors.
Yeah, I actually learned something. I never heard of that term before. Derogation of competitors. I'm gonna start using that. I didn't know it was a term for that.
Well, guys, it's gonna be 4 hours. This is my longest stream I ever had.
Shit.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I have to get up early for this like combine workout competition.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, trust me. Having second thoughts now, but I gotta be up.
Hey,
Any guys,
once
you know
you
what?
get to a certain
Right,
age,
man.
you already know what your limitations are. You ain't trying to do nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those competition days for me are over.
Well, I guess I just want to do a roundtable. Have you guys do your closing thoughts on the topic and just any advice or tip you want to give out to the public, in regards to traveling and everything else. So, if anything, I'm going to start off with Rashad. You're the last one that came in. So I'm start off with you.
Yeah, should have came in earlier. I think I would have quite a bit that could have contributed to the second half of the conversation.
No, that's all good, man. If you don't have anything, it's all good.
No, but I just say that I don't knock anybody for traveling, what they do when they're on it. Personally, I think every dude that does travel has better experiences than they have where they're actually traveling from, or else there would be no need to travel continuously.
Agree. All right, Pablo.
That's about it.
Yeah, man, it's nice to be up here again. I wish we'd have had a little more ladies up here. I don't know if you had some earlier, but I joined kind of late. But I enjoyed the conversation over here as always. And thank you to your female guest that joined us again.
Thank you.
Yeah, you I think you're gonna be just fine, to be honest with you. There are lots of guys here that, I'm sure would love to meet a lady like you. I haven't seen you or anything before, but you sound like a perfectly normal and open young lady. So I wish you the best.
Thank you.
And that's all I got.
Thanks, Pablo. Bobby.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, first of all, this was a great topic. I wish I would have got here earlier too. I think I came in late. But what I want to say is, like, back to the topic, pedestal. I can't even say it right now. Yeah, forget it, I can't even say it right now. But yeah, we've been going for 4 hours right now. So yeah. Okay, we shouldn't put foreign women on the pedestal because people are people in general. Every country has its own economy. Every place, they're gonna have guys that are rich, people are poor. And I say that to, like, there's always competition for women and men in every country. So just because you go to another country doesn't mean that the women are better over there. It's just a different economy and different traditions. So I feel like all guys should travel because traveling is great. It expands your horizons, open your mind. But don't just come back and just bash you discover new things. It doesn't change the fact. Yeah, that's all my 2 cents.
Okay. Rolling.
Man, what an awesome conversation. And it's one that needed to be had, especially with the YouTube streets saying that we hold all women in higher regard than we do our own American women, which is totally the furthest thing from the truth. We're all born of American women, black women alike, So in that respect, all countries, like they were saying, they have their traditions and bases of what feminization is and female nature is, and why we would think, based on the modern American woman, that these other women would be better. But at the same time, it all depends on the person that's dating, even in the States. I've found plenty of feminine women in the United States, right along with dating outside the United States. So to me, it's who you are as a man that brings that out in a woman. I don't think it has to be, you got to go overseas to find a particular type of feminine woman. The energy, the appreciation level from somebody from a foreign country is a lot higher, because it's something they're not used to, versus an American woman that's used to a lot of, what do you say? The word escapes me right now, but either way, it was a great conversation. I appreciate the female guests for coming out and actually being such a trooper with dealing with all us males in the conversation, and try to come back. I would really be interested in hearing, how your conversation went with the few friends that you do have, and how they responded to what you saw and what you realized from this conversation.
Absolutely.
With that, I'll give it back to you, Camille.
Okay, Marty McFly, your thoughts?
Yeah, yo, it's good conversation. I'm sorry I came midway through, but as usual, I bring them receipts, and I let these women know.
I was there for this video. You know that?
What you say?
I was there for this video.
Yeah, this is what we shot. This one, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can all know, like, man, he know, if anything. And I tell these women, like, it is high. See, the thing is, when you travel, it's a wake-up call. It kind of, and this is why a lot of dudes don't like to travel, because very quickly it sorts you where you are in the world. It's a humbling experience. And I always share this story. When I went to Cartagena, I had a good time. I flew out this girl. She was like, I think she was like 18, 19. And I flew her out. We had a great time. But I remember we went to this Playa Blanca beach. And halfway there, I had a twin turbo boat, my camera gear. I was living. We was doing good. Get to the beach. They had this like where you order some food. First time there, I was like, yeah, let's get some fish, whatever. As we're waiting on our order, fucking yacht pulls up with like 30 bitches on the boat. I said, ooh. But see, there's two type of niggas. Is one nigga gonna be hating? Oh, niggas think he. No, talking. Nah. Me, I'm like, ooh, I gotta step it up, because this is, I'm on step A, but these niggas is on step W. And I said, I want to step it up or get close to. I use it as motivation, but a lot of dudes, they're the big fish in their hometown, so they don't want to be in a position where, in most cases, men that you think are inferior to you are actually getting to the money. And you learn real quick how important money is when you start traveling, when you don't have it. And it's not to say that everything is about money, but I'm tired of having these broke arguments with dudes in my culture. You start talking about money, niggas start having like seizures and shit. Like, no, nigga, it's about the money. I don't care how you slice it. Don't matter what religion you listen. If you don't have money, you can't build that mosque. You can't build that church. You can't pay senior citizens for them to live well. You can't take care. Everything circles around. It don't have to be all about money, but let's not pretend like the shit you just gonna manifest the shit like the bitches be saying. I'm just gonna manifest. No, we actually have to be performance based out here. And I'm convinced niggas don't like traveling because it lets you know the difference between where you're staying at, where you're eating at, and where everybody else is. And even though you're in a foreign country, you can look at your girl and then you could look at the dude's girl who got the bag, and it pretty much lets you know, because men assort themselves very easily.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it just, and I'm just telling, that's why I always tell dudes, just be in the position. I'd rather have 100 dudes in the position to start 10,000 a Black Power lemonade stand. I'd rather have 100 dudes just in the position and not argue about why we got to get $10,000 again. It ain't about the money. No, let's just be in the position so people don't have the perception like we're broke. And to be honest with you, I find it funny that people think dudes is going over the tricking when the reality is we have the worst reputation for spending money anywhere on the globe.
Yeah.
That is the truth. We are a lot of girls, if they haven't really dealt with a lot of Black men, will tend to shy away because, you know, if they're about, you know, if it's really about the money game, girls that are looking for money will tend to shy away from you because you have a reputation of not spending money. You want a penny pinch.
Yeah, that's universal. I think a lot of Black folks, we do got that negative rep of being cheap.
Yeah,
that's very true.
And I'm saying, like, you got to move. You know, listen, you just got to move with a little bit of quality control. You know, there's a lot. We be in the groups. You see what dudes be posting.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They be like, yo, what? And I'm like, nah, man, that ain't it. that ain't it. Like, it's a bad look. Like, and I'm saying, like, put the time in. You know, learn the language. And then you have to put yourself in position where you're around a higher class of woman who's not going to be at Gusto's and Parqueadas. That takes, you know, you're going to have to get off Tinder, and you might want to join a dance class, a language exchange.
Yep.
You see, these are things that people are not talking about, and then they wonder why when they're showing the receipts all look the same. Oh, he fucking the same bitch I was. That's why when you go in a group and a dude posts a picture, it'll be some nigga in the background. I fucked her last week. That's why. And I'm not saying it's not possible for that to happen because, you know, girls is going to do what girls going to do. But what I'm saying is, like, come on. Like, let's get off the Facebook. Let's get off the Tinder. Like, let's, you know, go to the country and just meet somebody who's a waitress, you know, doing regular shit, you know, and that's just my 2 cents on it. I can go on forever, you know me.
Yeah, I got to time you, man.
Yeah, I know. I go days, but I like the fact that the woman got on.
Jemiah.
She's cool. She's receptive, and you know, hopefully she can come back and bring some friends.
Yeah, you know what?
We're all in a masculine energy state. We're working like workhorses right now. So
okay,
I haven't been on in a while, so I took the night off. So
we'll send them the link so they can listen to it when they sleep in.
I will, and this is, believe it or not, this is very like healing, and you know, it allows you as a woman to actually hear men out in a very raw state. So
yeah, because I don't hate no woman. Any girl who's beautiful can get in front of my camera. I don't care if she's black, dark skin, white. I'm showing you different flavors. LA, white chicks, Spanish chicks, black chicks. That doesn't matter. But there has to be a baseline somewhere. I'm not going to put Lizzo in front of my camera because it's all about body positivity. That'll never happen.
Lizzo's a 10.
If you ever see a fat bitch in front of my camera, you know I'm dead. I died and somebody took the camera.
Someone stole the camera.
That will never be me. Somebody stole my camera. So.
Well, Jemiah, your final thoughts?
It's kind of late right now. I'm just digesting all of this.
Okay. Well,
I know that a lot of things that were said, I can just hear like the bantering of other women, like, why you say that? How you feel like that? Oh, that's not me. Oh, I'm not doing that. Take me as I am. No.
I'm not playing these videos for no reason. Trust me when I tell you. I'm just showing you the level of competition that is out there. Because a lot of times, I know how it is. If you're a pretty girl in your hometown, you're the hometown hero. You probably got the guys in the DM that you probably like, and they probably knocking the box back. I get it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to hate that situation. But what I'm saying is the end result don't look good overall. Because I'm not going to lie. Maybe there's some girls that you know that probably got a dude and locked them down. It happens every day. But I'm talking overall, when you have movies coming out like The Woman King, and you're trying to also have this soft girl era, this it's not congruent. You have two different messages going on. It's not even up to us. I mean, we could talk till we turn blue in the face, but the real reality check is going to come from women like you, because you're going to have to be able to say, listen, baby, this ain't it. You know, you got all the rest of the women in the world not co-signing this body positivity bullshit. So they'll co-sign it. Here's the trick. They'll co-sign it with you, but they in the gym. They'll co-sign with you. Oh, don't cook for a man. Same thing with Beyonce. Single ladies run the world, but she's married with kids. Cardi B, she's married with kids. Meg Thee Stallion, she's in a relationship. Carisha, she's getting played, but she's in a relationship too. So all your city girl heroes is crying about relationships. Beyonce got cheated on. Did she leave? No. Carisha gets cheated on every day. Did she leave? No. Megan Thee Stallion gets banged out by everybody. She's struggling on her relationship. Did she leave? No. I could go down the list. Nicki Minaj, she married a predator. If you want to talk about predators, she married one. Now, how come the hometown hero couldn't get a better man? You know, look at Lil' Kim. Who she married? A nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, I could do this for days. And I'm just saying, like, the end result, I'm not concerned with the right now. I'm just showing you if your best can't get it done. We're talking about look at Trina. These are all your boss chicks that got millions of dollars. Go get to the bag. You're going to get what? A predator for a husband, cheated on, you can't go nowhere.
So why do you believe this is so?
Because they allow it. That's what they want. Well, that's what they think they want, until it's too late where they can't get any better because you're too old. See, when you're 21, 22, you got the pick of the litter. You in charge. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm saying is that's just short-lived. It's like you ever see like a firecracker when it first starts up? That's women. That's y'all.
Guys, could I jump in really quick? My phone is about to die, but great discussion. Thanks for everybody on the panel. Kano, this is a super topic. I really wanted to, you're welcome. I really think that it's time for a deeper discussion than our typical, kind of manosphere / passport bro talking points that we've had over the last 5-6 years. We got to go deeper and maybe ask the young brothers, what is it that you really want? Do you want just girlfriend experience? Do you want actual connected relationships that you could rely on and build on? And then we need to set out the criteria of, okay, what is it that you need to do to actually get there? Whether it be learning Spanish classes, strategies on immersing yourself deeper in the culture. Because I think right now the message is just, get off the plane and be black, or like that skit said, all you got to do is say hola. And it's like, no, it's like you're not going to get to a certain level of female in a foreign country if you don't know anything about their culture. And if you're not self-actualized as a man, you're not in shape, you're making mediocre income, it's not much interesting about you. I don't care where you are in the world, that's not going to really get you a sustainable level of cooperation and submission that they say is out there. It's just a lot of missing information in the discussion that I'm glad.
That's not always true.
I'm sorry. Why would you say that?
Because everything you said, except for the substandard income, is me.
But if it doesn't apply to you, then it shouldn't affect you.
No. He said out of shape. That's me. First time going to the country, just going there for the hell of it, and I end up married. I've been married to a woman from a different country for almost 6 years. Actually, I live in the country now.
Well, okay,
Well,
well,
I
mean,
think you probably have some offsets that make up the totality of your character. I'm talking about the message that a brother can literally get off the plane with none of these prerequisites met and expect to get the baddest chick in a foreign country. That's what's being sold out there right now. If you didn't know, on like YouTube and in these passport bro spaces. And I think it's doing the brothers a huge disservice and setting them up for like an emotional ambush because they don't have what it takes in many cases.
See, the exceptions can never make the rule. There's always
bingo.
going to
I was just gonna say that.
there's always going to be a
Absolutely.
dude that
But I know-
has
But I
the
know
right
a whole,
timing.
I know a whole bunch of dudes like me.
But what I'm saying is this: there's always going to be a segment. Like I know a bunch of girls that are millionaires, but I'm not going to sit up here and tell people that that's normal. I know a bunch of girls that I help shoot for OnlyFans. They make like $300,000 every 4 months, but I'm not going to sit up and say that's regular just because I know a lot of people. It's possible, absolutely. But when I'm talking to dudes, me personally, my message ain't popular, but it is what it is. I tell them you have to be in the position. I don't care about, well, I did this and I didn't have to have this money. I'm saying, look, if you want the best chance to be successful at anything, fitness, anything, your health, it's all relative. It's not just about money. And a lot of times people get stuck on the money part. Money is one aspect of the total. You have a lot of dudes that have money that die. Look at Kevin Samuels. So
it's not even that. It's not even. I know passport guys who died overseas.
Yeah, I had a friend that
this
died.
year. Yeah, I mean this year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, my friend James died in Brazil because he had a heart attack.
Yeah, we had big names die overseas.
So it's just like, look. The whole premise of our message is get your shit together. That's it. I mean, granted, if your friends were lucky enough to find a wife overseas based on what their current situation, that's good for them. But the majority of them will not, and especially the younger generation that's starting to travel. Man, they need to work on themselves because trust me, these girls are catching on real fast. That's why you're seeing more drug cases, more guys getting drugged and robbed. Black guys, you're seeing more guys getting set up. More guys getting played because you know what? Because they caught on. Our generation, we were able to do a lot because a lot of people didn't know. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have Facebook. So we were able to actually get away with a lot of things. But now, the world is getting smaller every year.
Yeah.
So as the man, you've got to be as competitive as you can be these days. I'm sorry. I just can't ascribe to anything else. Mediocrity is not going to get it going forward. Here or overseas. I mean, you might be able to luck up on a couple, but I would never push that message to the younger generation. You got to keep pushing, man.
Yeah, and here's also the thing. We already have a bad reputation in America being lazy, being broke, being cheap. I'm not trying to export that because basically you represent and it's not a lot of us traveling to all these places. So the thing is, if you're going over there, it's almost like, how when Mexicans come to America, and I know a lot of great Mexicans that make a lot of money, but unfortunately, like Mexicans and people from Saudi Arabia, they have a stigma attached to them. So you think it would be smart for a Mexican telling his daughter or son, yeah, just go over there and pick cherries. I did it and I got an apartment, I'm good. No, they're gonna tell him, yo, you gotta be a doctor. We're not accepting we just gonna pick cherries. If we're gonna go over there, we're gonna go over there to be in the position. That's why, and that is why these Indians come over here, these Chinese come over here.
I work with them.
And they fucking knock us out the box because we're just so comfortable with being mediocre. And this is also, I'm gonna keep it real. This is why a lot of the women don't respect us. Because look, when the cops come, they don't look like you. When the firefighter comes, he don't look like you. When they go see the judge, they don't look like you. So they're like, what the fuck do I need you for besides having a baby? And if I have that baby, I'm going to just take you to court. Because nigga, what you going to do about it? Nothing, because you have no power. My thing is all about power. It's not about going over there and affording women. That's just a part of it. If you have no power, you go into these foreign countries and you look like an idiot. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying, and this is why I said the stuff with the boat earlier, because you going over there with this American, like I'm American, But it's like, whoa, this world is big. These people in these
Yeah.
countries are millionaires. They're leaps and bounds, above. And it's the same thing. How I gotta be fair. If I'm telling the woman on the panel, this is the competition, and you gotta level up, I'm damn sure gonna tell the men, like, listen, white dudes is going over there, and to be quite honest with you, they're the biggest tricks in the world. So a lot of times, what happens, you gotta fight through that trick bag just to get through to the chick that you might want to fuck with, because that white dude's coming over with the bag and he's hitting them with it because he don't have no game. Timothy don't need game, but Timothy got
that Arab dude too.
Timothy got that bag and he knows how to use it. So what he's gonna do, he's got the whiteness. See this right here. Timothy don't need game. He's got his whiteness. Just how in certain countries we got our blackness. We're looked at as the alpha. If you go to Eastern Europe, we got the leg up. If you go to certain parts of Thailand, we got the leg up because we're physically fit. We got swag, so to speak. So they're just leveraging what they got. Go to Brazil. A lot of white guys get played just off the strength. So there's no way I'm going to tell anybody to go to any country with a lackluster, hey, I went there and I got it off the muscle. That's great. But that's not a message. Just like I'm not going to tell a woman, oh yeah, just be fat. Some guy, you'll get a millionaire, because I know a friend who got a millionaire just by being who she is. Like, no, I tell him, you gotta cook, you gotta clean, you gotta be friendly, you gotta be an addition to my life. Otherwise, I don't need you. I could pay for a maid, and actually, a maid is cheaper than having a spouse, because when you finish with her, she ain't taking half your shit.
Absolutely.
So you want to have to really put forth. It's not just about this soft girl era bullshit. It's not about just going to femininity classes, because that shit ain't natural. It's like a dude that put on a Scully and now he's a gangster. You're not gonna really believe him, because when shit go down, they running. It's the same thing with the women. You can't turn on this conditional femininity bullshit, no matter what you do. I'm gonna sit here and talk soft and I'm gonna get what I want. Okay, that's gonna work on some dudes, but a nigga like it'll never work. And that's the type of nigga that you actually want. So if you're not gonna get the nigga you actually don't want, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? If you in your 30s, late 20s, or hitting your 40s, Kevin Samuels is the nice one. He was the spear tip, and people don't realize it. That guy was a cream puff compared to what's happening right now. Because these dudes don't have the.
Yeah.
He's 40, 60 years. He come from back when they was marching. These new dudes, Austin Holloman, fish. Yeah, fish, bitch. It stinks.
Yeah, he ain't playing.
This is what the new age is, and the thing about it is, it's all digital. That message, fish, goes. He blew up on TikTok.
Yeah.
So you got hundreds of thousands of dudes like, fish? Yeah, fish. Okay, now it's comfortable to tell people what it is. So now the bell has been rung, and it's like, dudes that were before him, maybe in their 30s. They kind of kept information quiet, like, let's not take it there, because the world don't need to know what we really think. But these new niggas, oh, forget about fish. It's shrimp, salmon. They not playing with y'all. So I'm just telling you, I personally believe it's past the point of no return. I'm not here to convince nobody to travel or stay here. That's not my job. I don't get no discount. I don't get frequent flyer miles if you get a passport or stamp. I don't give a fuck. All I'm telling you is what it is. And what you have to do if you want to get to that level and deal with a certain type of woman. If you feel it's too hard, or if you feel it's too complicated, or you like Keisha from the block, stay your ass where you at. It's cool. Because when I get over there, I ain't thinking about you. I really want people to understand this, because a lot of times I get a little frustrated because they act like I work for TSA. Like, you should I don't gotta convince nobody to do shit. I don't give a fuck. You don't want to travel, if you feel like there's some type of way you're not too sure, fuck it, sit on the sidelines and watch how it's done. Because when I go over there, it's gonna get done. Trust me when I tell you. I'm putting up the receipts now, and this is already done. Wait till you see what I'm gonna do. So I just want dudes just to understand, like, please don't think people are trying to convince you. This is no draft. You're not going into the military. You don't have to travel. If you got Keisha on the block and you comfortable with the treatment that you're getting, cool, take her. Because I ain't. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you what I'm on. And this is just, I swear to God, you know me, Kanal. It's only what I can post. I got so much shit. I can't touch it because I ain't trying to get nobody's channel deleted. You see what I'm saying? It gets way crazier. This is the PG version of Marty McFly when I tell you.
You know, the crazy thing about all this, like I've always been hard on Marty. Like, yo, you need to do this, you need to do that, and now I'm just sitting back. It's like watching the grasshopper blossom.
Man, I was so green.
Yeah, I never
don't understand.
When Marty used to be like timid and shit, man. I'm like, bro, you can take this shit to another level. I'm like, being this damn coach. I'm just sitting back and watching, like, damn, okay.
Listen, and I don't want you to think I'm not sitting here trying to be like no, I got his lingerie stolen because I invited a chick over. I'm gonna be real with y'all. This ain't no phony shit. I was green with it. I invited a chick over. She was a bad chick. She went in the bathroom. She switched in some lingerie, but I guess the laundry was in the bathroom. She tucked it and she bounced with it. And my man Kano was like, yo, what the fuck, man? I'm like, my bad. I felt so bad because I'm like green. I'm like, yo, she's cool. We had a good time, but chicks will take advantage of you if you leave the wallet open. So at no point am I saying you travel, everything is going to be gravy. You still have to have a certain level of street smarts. And I hate to say it, some type of game with yourself, just basic shit. You know what I'm saying? And then again, physically fit. You want to go over there. You don't want the women to be repulsed by you. And then it becomes a strictly money thing because you have nothing else. You have no personality. You can't talk to a chick. You're staying in a dump. Just keep it honest with you. You're staying in some place where she don't even feel comfortable because you went for the $15 a day package. Come on, bro. You're in a third world country.
Yeah, and the thing is, in Latin America, the women are extremely superficial and vain. I mean, because and the thing of it is that yes, they may deal with a fat Colombian dude, but I don't know if they're going to take a fat American dude on average. You know what I'm saying? Without taxing you in some kind of way, you're gonna have to pay that ugly tax, brother.
See, now I'm gonna tell you how you. I'm gonna be honest with the guys. Let me be honest with the guys. You ugly and fat when the girls don't take pictures of you while you with her. If she don't whip out her phone and she don't be like, oh, I want to take a little they call it boomerang, little video of us just hanging, chilling.
Yeah.
Physically, you're not it. You're just there as a lick. And I'm gonna just be 100% honest with you. That's why when we go into the groups, dudes be sneaking in pictures behind table chairs and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a picture of her, but she don't even know you're taking the picture. That's how you know it ain't what it is. Or she's covering her face.
Yeah. Or she just takes a picture of her plate at the dinner table.
Yeah.
Not you.
You are non-factor. I will do another stream the next time we do it, and I'll bring out stuff where I'm just hanging out at restaurants, at fine dining restaurants, not the Piggly Wigglies of Colombia. Because some of you dudes go to the taco spots and take the bitch there, and you think you did something. And listen, I'm all about
they take it to that Pico de Gallo, fried chicken and fries.
Listen, I'm all about saving money on the run, but like, dog, come on. If you're going to a third world country and you can't pony up $30 for dinner between two people. But now you're talking about per person, and you want to take her to the $1.50 spot to get a taco. Nigga, these women talk.
Yeah.
They tell me. I'm just being honest with you. They tell, oh, I was out with this guy. He seemed nice, but yo, his place was messy. He stunk, and he took me to eat nothing. He bought me McDonald's.
I saw some recent footage of a brother in Bali. And he's bragging about paying for a $15 room. And if you know anything about Bali, it's pretty cheap. Like you can get a villa for like $90 to $100 on many good days. And I'm like, dude, why are we just so fucking cheap, man? It's disgusting.
This is what I'm saying. I gotta tell, dude, it's bad optics. Because some dudes will look at it like, I'm not getting an apartment because that's tricking. I'm not buying drinks. That's tricking. They want to hold on to this hood dirty culture of nah, they can't get me in America, so they ain't gonna get me overseas. I'm like, nigga, it's $30 is if your $30 is gonna break at your soul, dude, stay home.
Yeah, you don't need to go.
You really need to reassess life at that point. If $30, like I sneeze in America, in New York, spending $30, you probably spend $30 on a good sandwich here.
I have come across a lot of these guys overseas. A A lot of that type of guy that you just described, I've come across a lot of them, and it's pathetic, man. It's pathetic.
Yeah, and it's
Like,
not
wow.
even it's not even about spending money, a certain dollar amount. What I'm saying is, the women there, they don't even spend a lot of money on their dresses, but you know what? They put it together and it looks nice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not, I'm not hitting dudes with you got to go spend thousands of dollars. No, what I'm saying is, if you're going to approach this thing like because a lot of dudes, they're saying, oh, I don't want to go over there for pay for play. Cool, I'm with you. But if you're going to do it, you have to set the table. You got to make the space that you want to bring the girl back. She wants to be comfortable. She wants to sit down and know like somebody's not going to break through the door and rob y'all.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? These dudes be getting hostiles thinking they just bringing chicks back. I'm like,
not even hostels, man. They stay in like these hole in the walls.
You can't bring a chick to the hospital, can you?
Yeah, it's just bad optics.
A hotel room with no windows. And shit.
Yeah, it's
No windows.
no living room, no cable. So what is she going to do? Like, now you're making the situation a pay for play thing. Like, she's going to come there if she really needs the money. You're going to do what you do, and I guarantee you, the second it's over, she got all her clothes on out the door. Bye.
Yeah.
Now what you going to do for the rest of your trip? Because now you're a trick. Now you're officially a trick because you don't know the language. You don't have any friends. You don't know where to go to have fun. You're just there, for 3 or 4 days, and you're just trying to bust a nut. So, okay, you're going to go to a couple of casas, and that's just going to be it. And then I have no problem with that. But then when you take videos, look at me, I'm back and all these. Now it looks ridiculous because the dudes that travel know what's up. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. You got no sites or anything on your pictures.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have nothing with you out and about, eating regular food, having a drink, just relaxing. Like, even if you go to the bar, the club, you should have footage with you just having a table for, a couple of drinks and some girls come by. Hey, talk. Like, none of this. A lot of people that travel, you don't see nothing but bedroom pictures that they snuck behind the table. Like, they really on some creepy shit. Like, click, click. Like, it's really like that. So I'm just being honest. Like, all right, if we're gonna do this travel thing, let's just have a little bit of standards.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because this is why a lot of women will come with that. Oh, y'all messing with the dirty foot. So they'll come with that because a lot of dudes do be messing with the dirty foot.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, hey, I didn't want to say that, but Marty said it, so it's like, I know, but I'm just saying, yeah, he's right.
And dudes be hating.
Yeah, we had this conversation last time. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Dudes will hate me because of it, and the only thing that saves me is I produce what I talk about. That's listen, if you follow me, you see me throw out the pictures, you see me when I'm traveling, you see me in New York when I'm just doing my thing on a normal day. You see like how I'm moving, so everything I'm telling you is not no bullshit. So that's what saved me, because a lot of people just, oh man, he just lying. It don't really go. No, listen, this is what's really going on. If you choose to accept it, cool, go over there and do what you do. But I guarantee you, your behind the scenes footage it's not going to add up. It's just going to be basically on the plane, and you're going to be at some nameless restaurant paying $3 for your breakfast, and then you're going to hit the casa. Obviously, you can't film there. So your whole trip is going to consist of breakfast videos, sneaky photos of the chick that you smashed with some money, and then going out to probably La Islas and hopefully getting some footage there. And that's the max that you see a lot of dudes do. And listen, I don't hate on people if that's what they're going to do. I'm just saying, when you want to jump into the ring and have these arguments like, oh, we not over there doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, nigga, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, that's why I kind of call for a little bit of a separation. I know it's not a popular thought, but I don't really want to be lumped in with a hardcore mongerer, like a nigga that's like 100% mongering, dude. Like, because I kind of like people around me to have some kind of social skills, a game, just in case they got to play wingman with me or whatever.
Right.
And you got some just 400-pound, just freaking socially awkward loser with you. It's just like, dude, that just throws off the energy, man. I can't really fuck with dudes like that, to be honest. And that's just my opinion. I know and I understand there is a time and place for pay for play, because sometimes you're only in town for a few days and you ain't got time to be vetting chicks. You just want to get to it. But
Yeah,
I'm talking about like on a serious trip, like a dude who just literally just holed up in the hotel room, ringing up pro after pro. I don't want to be around no dudes like that necessarily, man.
yeah,
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it should be some form of not even just with mongering and just with like having standards. Like all the stuff that Marty's been saying. This is why I've been quiet the most of the podcast. Everything Marty's been saying, I agree with like 100%. I've been saying it the last podcast, and it comes down to like, yo, you want to be competitive. Like all this stuff you're talking about, putting time into that. If you don't want to just deal with like the bottom of the barrel of women, that takes time and effort. You have to just show up and do that. And everything Marty's been saying is true. So I don't even say.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I want guys to know that, and they know this, but they don't want to admit it. Nothing is for free. In the States, you're the one that pretty much, hey, let's go to the movies. A woman's not going to ask you out, even though they say, well, I ask guys out, and you say how many times? Well, one time. Let's be honest. 99% of the time, you're the one that's asking the woman out to go eat, to go here, to go there. You're going to be responsible, because no woman is going to actively want to go 50-50 with you. I don't care how much the feminist movement says it's cool. I don't care how much you want to say you're a feminist and you feel it's equal. Anytime you introduce you and her splitting the bill, it is not a date. You're a roommate, and that's just how they're going to look at you. There probably won't be a second date. So if you already know that is how it is 100% of the time in America, when you go to overseas, lighten up on that. Like, your currency is going to go further. Have a budget. And this is the main thing. I think dudes don't really have a number budget. They don't know how to budget when they go overseas. Like, you should be like, all right, this is what my Airbnb is going to cost. Boom, that's paid off. Plane ticket, that's paid off. So now the only thing I got to worry about is travel and food. And like, if I have to buy some shirts, okay, what is my budget for, let's just say 4 days, let me bring this amount of money and let me check the currency. Okay, this week it says that the peso is $1. So let's just say I don't even know, 5,000, pesos, whatever. Who knows? So okay, my $1 is basically 5 times the amount. So can I go to this country and bring $1,000? And roughly in 5 days, can I spend $5,000? Can I budget that within 5 days? Yeah, I can. Okay, and then you live within that, whatever that is. Maybe Monday you take it easy so you can splurge a little bit.
A lot of guys don't do that. A lot of guys just go hard every single day, and that's not sustainable. And it's just like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, you really gotta plan this shit out. Like, and I think that's what's missing. Like some dude I've heard spend all their money in the first 2 days, and so they have to live broke in a foreign country for the last 3-4 days.
They asking you for money.
Yeah. Oh man,
that's crazy, man.
I've had this happen to a couple of friends of mine. They traveled with a dude whose checks didn't clear, so therefore it was like my man, he was buying all the good food, and he was like in the corner looking at him like, oh man, can I have a chicken wing? Like literally, you know what I'm saying? You know what this can all. Friend. So it's like everything that I'm telling you actually happened. I'm not just making this up because it sounds cool on the cuff. These things I'm just pulling from stories that actually happened. I'm like, I get tired of seeing and hearing these stories. So I'm like, all right, this is and like again, the girls talk.
Yeah.
They hit me and be like, yo, you know this guy? I'm like, yeah, what happened? They'll complain to me. They'll be like, I went over there. This guy was nothing like you. He was so cheap. And like, because the thing is, whether I'm doing whatever I'm doing, I'm going to have my drinks for me and you can partake in it. I'm going to order some food anyway. You want something to eat? My situation always going to be comfortable. You see what I'm saying? So when they don't get that same type of comfortability, they're going to be looking at like, man, this guy's from America. I know his money goes further. Why is he so cheap in my country? They're not stupid. You don't think that they know that USD is 3, 4, 5 times So when you go over there and you're cheaping it out, they're just looking at you when they compare you to other men. And so some dudes don't like to hear that. Oh, why you comparing me to the white man? That's the white man system. Like, nigga, we live in capitalism.
Yeah. Dudes don't like competition. Like that's what
it goes back to the competition.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the women will say the same thing too. They're like, oh, that's the white man's form of beauty. Well, bitch, you got the weave in your head, and you like Valentine's Day too, right?
Absolutely.
That's some white shit too, right?
Absolutely.
So every time you have Christmas, that's some white shit too. Kris Kringle, he ain't black. You like all that Jesus shit, that's white too. So let's stop with the bullshit. This whole European standard bullshit and the white man. Listen, this is the world that we live in. I wasn't born in 1600. It ain't my fault that we here. Only thing I can do is do the best I can do from where I'm at. So I'm not gonna use excuses what happened 500 years ago and how we shouldn't be on capitalist and money doesn't mean anything. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? What are we talking about here, guys? And I'm not saying it's anybody here. I'm just saying the general consensus is that money don't mean anything. And I'm like, yeah, until you go somewhere else where it does. In the hood, money doesn't mean anything because you can get Keisha at a discount as long as you got a biceps and a six-pack. But guess what? In the real world, money matters. You know, listen, I've seen some of the baddest women with some of the lamest looking dudes, but, you know,
money.
For what they... Not even I'm trying to... It's like, dude is not alpha. I'm not saying he's alpha, but what I'm saying, he might be the CEO of the company. So that brings a certain amount of confidence that he know he got it. I'm not saying he's going to go to war on the street with a gun. But what I'm saying is in this situation on the yacht that he owns, that nigga's the man. And he can get any bitch in here. Because I've seen it. Doesn't matter why she's there. She's there. And niggas really need to get off this, well, she's only around you for the money. But nigga, what else?
Yeah, what else?
Like, she's there because you look good, you're funny, and you got money. That's the triple threat. Nigga, what else?
Yeah, that's what this is, Marty, what you just said is people are gonna hate that. Because like, you can't tell these dudes who don't want to work on themselves because they believe in just show up and everything's gonna solve itself. You gonna tell them they gotta get their money up? They gotta exercise? I gotta go to the gym?
Here's the thing. Now, here's the kicker. When these so-called dudes who feel they don't gotta level up with nothing, you know what I say? That's cool, man. Show me some receipts. And then guess what? I'm seeing 3s and 4s, out of shape, cigarette burns. I'm seeing weaves, hair that ain't been done, nails that ain't been done. She got 1 or 2 kids. So now you comparing America's top model to the bullshit from the hood. And you trying to have a conversation about me, you getting it because you ain't got to spend no money. Well, nigga, I see what you getting, and it's not impressive.
I could share this with you guys. You know, I'm going to Dominican Republic next week. I'm gonna go there, see my girl out there. I'll be out there for like 7 days, and I come back. I get ready for Thailand. Now, for Thailand, I said to myself, you know what? I want to go because I've been watching a lot of YouTube, and a lot of the content that I've been seeing. Been subpar from black men, but it's been more informative from white YouTubers.
Yeah.
So one thing I noticed with the people out there, I'm like, damn, people out there look kind of like regular Joe Blow. Like they just average looking folks. So I said, you know what, man, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna switch things up a little bit. And I'm hitting 4 cities, and each city I'm gonna stay in the fly spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I already set the budget aside for it. I'm gonna stay, you know, the fly spot in Thailand is like $50, $60 a day. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm gonna stay in a nice fly spot. Make sure that each of those spots got one of those infinity pools on the rooftop so you can see the city.
Yeah, facts.
I'm doing that. Then I told my trainer, like, yo, for the next 2 months, I need you to kill me. These next 2 months, I need you to like drill me. We're gonna go hard 6 days a week. I want to go there looking like a bona fide linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, my goal is to wear wife beaters every fucking day. So when they see Big Chocolate Man walking, dude, it's like, hey, listen, I want them to desire me.
Right.
And it's just like, you know, and then I'm gonna put in the time and effort to get ready for that trip. I'm not just gonna show up. Like, guys, that's what you got to do. You got to put the effort to get the experience you want to get. The way Marty traveled, the way I traveled, the way Bobby traveled, the way Roland traveled, and everyone else, We travel for upgrade experiences.
Yeah.
I'm not traveling to do any type of struggle travel. I'm not doing that dumb shit.
Right.
And,
So for
and here's
me-
the thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying in general. I think a lot of black men, we get lazy on that. We just want to like, hey, just gonna show up, do all the cheapest shit that we could do, and like brag to our friends based on this little five that you banging, taking like a side creep pic of her. But really, it's like, yo, really, you went way down there just for that?
And the wild thing is, man, that, like some of these brothers make no cultural investment, or they're not physically prepared. And it's even the guy in the space now, man. I mean, he's lived in like 3 different countries and doesn't know the language in any of them for like not like months. I'm talking about damn near years.
That's crazy.
And I'm
That's
like,
insane.
no receipts. It's just like weirdo shit. Like, so are you just over there just banging bros? Like, well, what's going on? No site pictures or nothing. But it's just like, I don't want to be on that kind of time, man. Like, I'm about the experiences. I'm about the black man, showing himself to be the best representation, no matter where we go.
I upgraded my gear. I brought the Insta 360 X3. I brought that. I've been practicing my drone, trying to get better footage, more smooth footage. Yeah, dude, I'm going there to work, but also I'm going there to explore and have fun. I want to go out there, take a shower with the damn elephants.
Yeah,
like I want to do coaches, and the thing is, I want to capture that experience and create content. So in order for me to do that, I gotta be in the best shape possible. If I'm gonna be walking around the cities, in these cities, I gotta have a good cardio. Because trust me, I've traveled with some heavy dudes, and we had to slow down because they couldn't keep up.
Forget about it. Yo, look at the cab, bro. Look at the cab.
Yeah. So
Hey,
dudes
Cut that out now.
yeah, dudes have a little bit of like you said, it's not just about you going over there with your wallet. I mean, that'll work temporarily, but in the long term, you're actually doing yourself a disservice because you can't. So some dudes like to brag. You can't really brag when that's what you're doing, and you're not really setting yourself. Like I said, I don't speak fluent Spanish. I'm having a problem with the conjugations and shit. But I'm falling asleep to certain programs at night. They have like certain programs you can fall asleep, learn during the day. I got the Netflix in Spanish, and then I have Babbel, and
You actually learn from having conversations with people.
yeah, that's my main problem because I don't have a lot of people that I can consistently have conversations with. That's my main problem.
Marty, I got a hack for you. Aki, Aktaku? I think that's I know the site, but yeah, you pay somebody like a couple of dollars and you get to speak with a local. That's what I usually do to get up my language.
Oh, yeah. Give me that information backstage.
I'll pull it up right now.
Oh, please do, because that's my main problem. Because I'm attacking this shit, and like Kenal said, like I really stepped up the diet. I tell them like I was on a fruit diet for like 3-4 weeks. Now I'm eating like making what's that called? The zucchini noodles with shrimp every night, garlic. I'm making my own food. I don't eat out, and I'm down like 20-25 pounds in about like 2 months. And I do my working out on the bike like every other day. So I am taking steps not only with the language but fitness, and on top of all that, financially. There's a lot going on that I'm investing in. We talk behind the scenes. Matter of fact, Alonzo, the all-star advisor. Anybody knows him in the space? I put $500,000 in his pocket, and I put that on everything. $500,000 here. I met him in the space. I met him on the Roger Report. I was doing the first thing I did with him was a whole life policy. Boom, 200 grand right there. Sold some property for $1 million. Boom, 500,000 right there. And I put that on wax. Anybody who knows him or knows of him, hey, do you know Mark McFly? I'm his #1 client. I can call him right now, 3 a.m. He picks up. Why? Because it's and then on top of that, I introduce him to the people that I look up to. And I keep telling him, like, I'm the smallest fish in my crew. And I love it because I don't want to be the biggest dog anywhere. But I introduce him to all my guys that I look up to. When I be telling stories, I'll be like, like Nas, I'll be writing down other people's lives. Like, yo, this is what I see. You know what I'm saying? And I introduced him to some big players, way bigger than me. I'm like, yo, these are the guys. When I'm in New York, I hang out with them. I can't believe some of these shit these guys are doing. I went to a birthday party of my close friend. He bought out the whole bar, food and everything, and then afterwards he's like, "Yo, let's go to a strip club." Yeah, me, I don't like the American strip clubs. I'm like, okay, whatever. Go to a strip club, right? His birthday, he's tipsy and everything. He buys the hookah bottles for everybody. Mind you, we're like 15 deep, women, everything. So it's a mix. He paid for everybody, table, spot, section. Then he goes, everybody, here's 200 in singles. It's like 15, 16 of us on top of all, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, God, yo. And this is what I'm saying. So when I talk about $30 in the phone, this is the mindset that I have. I'm like, I seen money being spent frivolously. $30 is not nothing in Colombia. That's my mindset. It's not that I'm talking down on anybody or anything like that. It's just like, yo, guys, like, and this is what the black dudes is doing. I haven't even gotten to what the white boys be doing in New York City, because their money spending is they don't even look at money the same way. You look at it like, oh shit, if I spend this much, I ain't gonna have enough money next month or whatever. Them, it's like generational wealth. It's like, yo, I'm gonna write that shit off. I ain't worried about it. Put that on.
Here's the nigga shit though, man. Like, you go 20 hours to go to Bali, and you're concerned with just paying $30 just for a basic hotel room when you get a freaking villa for like $100. Which would you choose if you're traveling that far? Totally different language, well, not language necessarily, but culture. Why would you sell yourself cheap like that? This is the nigga mindset. Like,
they don't got it though. That's
you
the
think
problem,
they don't got
though.
it?
A lot of them don't. Like, have you been overseas and you seen guys just struggle? Like, yo, dudes be like, yo, asking you for drinks. Like, if you about to get a table or whatever, dudes try to hang out with you to get a drink or something. I'm like, damn, bro.
That's shameful, man. That is fucked up.
I ain't seen it.
You know what's gonna.
That's usually when you travel with a group, and there's always one dude that wants to,
nickel and dime it, right?
Doesn't want to be left behind, so he comes and spends everything he got on the flight, on his hotel, and all that. So when he gets there, he's trying to live off the other dudes.
Yeah, and what's gonna take, and it's the unpopular opinion, it's gonna take sacrifice. I'm being honest with you. There's plenty of years where I seen all my friends going out partying. I have a mixed crowd of friends, and you coming out? Nah, I'm cool. I'm staying home. Yeah, I'm not buying the new. I don't wear Jordans or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like, some dudes will go out, you get the new Jordans, new iPhone. Sometimes you just gotta sit and chill and be comfortable just being alone. Every week, you ain't gotta be thirsty to have a bitch in your crib or to be in a bitch's face. A lot of niggas, they need that because they don't feel whole unless they fucking with a bitch. But the thing is, 5, 6, 7 years down the road, my friends are still gonna be working. I'm gonna be retired in February, and so now it makes sense. They're gonna be looking at me like, man, how'd you do that? Well, nigga, when you was partying, I was saving and working. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it's gonna take to get in these other countries, because we're not born with the silver spoon in our mouths. But I don't make that an excuse. I use that as a challenge. Like, okay, I'm starting from behind the 8 ball, but I'm gonna work twice as hard because nobody's gonna give me nothing. Nobody's gonna give you anything. I mean, if you hook up with some dudes and you go into business, that's another thing. But for the most part, let's just be real. You're gonna have to get it on your own. And a lot of dudes don't feel they can do that or to whatever capacity. And they complain about the results that they have in these foreign countries because the money looking funny.
Yeah,
nervous is nervous.
Yeah, I'm currently back in the States now, and I'm miserable as hell. I've been here a whole 4 days, and I'm ready to go back.
Yeah,
but I'm actually here to one of the companies I own is a small trucking company, so I'm here to buy 2 more trucks, set some other things up so I can make another $100,000. I'm buying 2 trucks every year.
Box trucks?
No, dualies.
Okay.
So I got drivers. They can make however much they want. I got somebody that runs the load board for me. So I pay them, the drivers. All I want is $1,000 a week per truck. So each truck make me $52,000 per year.
Nice.
Off of off of that business there. I got an Airbnb business. I own a villa in DR. I own a small resort in DR. I got an apartment there. I also have an apartment in Bogota also, and I have another business that I can do remotely from anywhere in the world. So I live well no matter where I go.
Motivation. I like
that. And I'm not going to stop getting trucks and anything I do until I make $100,000 a month.
Nice.
And it's possible.
And then you take that 100,000, you go overseas with that. Yes, man.
I'm already overseas. I live in DR full time.
Oh, which city?
Out the way town called Bani.
Bani? Okay.
Yeah, man, that's nice.
So if dudes want to go and find women, most of these guys go to Sosua. So you're going to find a certain type of woman there. I went to a small town where the mom and dad's married, the sister's married, the brother's too young to be married, but the grandmother, grandfather, everybody's married.
Do you have to be bilingual there in that town?
I am the only American that I know that lives in that city.
Because Bonnie is more central, right?
Meaning?
Like central of the country.
Bonnie is in the southern region.
Okay, it's in the southern.
In between Santo Domingo and Haiti.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Okay, wow! Okay, so you're southwest.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Okay. What made you go out there? You don't hear too many guys go out there.
Because after I got divorced back in 2011, I said I'm just going to be a hoe the rest of my life. And I'm going to go to Brazil and Colombia and all these countries. Went to Dominican Republic and got treated by women like I've never been treated in my life. And I'm 52 years old. So I was like, man, and y'all say all these little things that the women do, but it was those little things that made me know that, damn, I'm not getting this in the States. Can't quite put my finger on it, but I know I like it. Yeah. And I like it a lot. And I like it so much, I end up getting married again. Never thought I was going to get married again. And I've been married almost 6 years. And this is the longest I've been married since.
Congratulations, man.
Longer than my marriages in the States.
Congratulations, man. And that's the thing. I always tell guys, you can find it. You can find the good ones out there. It's just the thing is they go to. Okay.
And she's 22 years younger than me. No kids, fit, friendly, submissive, all of that.
Nice.
All of that.
Love it.
Nice.
Congrats, bro.
That's the magic number. He said 22 years younger. That's nice.
Yeah, but okay, can I just want to say something about jumping apart the point that Marty made earlier about get your money up. Shouldn't that be the definition of monk mode? Like, not this monk mode junk where you go, you live your life. You travel, of course you're going to travel, but you come home and you suffer. Should you be get your money up, focus on building so you can move your life if you want to. That's if you want to move your life over there permanently and have it.
I am over there. I am over there.
No. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about like brothers who be like they complain about the States all the time, and they already get to enjoy their life once they overseas. Like, shouldn't you be working to get towards that instead of just complaining all the time?
Keep this. One of the things that I do while I'm down there, I do little man cave trips. Just because I'd be bored sometimes, and I get tired of speaking Spanish all the damn time. I want some people to speak English, so I'll bring dudes down there to do group trips. And personally, I'm actually responsible for a couple dudes moving down there. I'm responsible for a couple dudes getting married.
That's what's up.
So,
and that's he's in a position. It's positioning, like he's comfortable. And that's, there's different levels. Like, man, 100,000 a month, man, that's a goal. That's definitely a goal. But in that position, the sex part is not even at that level, or even levels below that. Like, you're not even really focused on the women because there's so many other things going on. The women are just like, like flies. Like they're just there. You just snatch one. Like, okay,
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
accessory.
like,
It comes with it.
yeah, and that's what dudes don't get because a lot of dudes aren't used to. I mean, I've been lucky because I've been doing photography, so I'm kind of used to just being around women and not losing my cool because they get dressed naked in front of me because it's like if a girl's doing 5 outfit changes, every time she gets dressed, she's not gonna run in the back room. She's gonna say, "Oh, you know what? I just get changed right here." And I'm not gonna be like, "Oh my god!" Like I saw a naked girl for the first time. Like it's like whatever. I'm not even really paying them a mind, and that actually turns them on because it's like, "Yo, she's bad. She's getting naked," and I'm just like, "It's Tuesday." Like I don't even. She's like, "Why is this guy not even feeling?" So that actually works for you. That's like a little game or whatever, but that can kind of actually work for you because you're like, "All right, now go over there and sit down." You're not even saying anything about the fact that she's naked, but you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, I'm used to just being around certain types of women. So it's like, you just get comfortable. And then when your finances are together, it's just like you do whatever you feel like. I want to take a trip. You coming with me. You don't even ask. What is she going to say? No. Who's going to turn down like, listen, I'm going to Spain. Pack your bags. We're leaving in 2 days. Okay. That's the only thing, you know. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go out tonight. Just get dressed. That all you do the work so you can be in a position so you can make those calls. Because everybody else does. I don't know about you, NBA owners, NBA players. You think they're used to hearing no's? Hey, listen, I'm going out here. Book your flight. Okay. And I'm just saying, like, who wouldn't want to live that lifestyle, whether it be in America or elsewhere? Why not just be in a position so you could if you can? So some dudes are scared of success. I noticed that. Some dudes, when you start talking about being successful, they look at it as weird. They're like, well, why are you talking about the money? Like, what else are we supposed to talk about? I'm not going to talk about women all day because I know the women come with the shit.
This is
exactly. Oh, go ahead, Kanal.
No. Dude, this is an awesome topic. And what I want to do is I want to table this topic because I definitely want to invite Marty and Rashad. Is it Rashad?
Yes, sir.
Back to the podcast so we could talk about that. I want to talk about how you guys are setting yourself up to live overseas. Marty's is scheduled to move overseas pretty soon, and Rashad, you live in DR, and I want to create a topic where you guys giving guys tips on how to do that. What investment strategies you took, and what tactics you took to set up your business where you could get that income on a monthly basis. This is a great topic.
If you want, I was going to say that my financial advisor, his name is Alonzo, the All-Star Advisor. He actually has a YouTube channel.
Okay.
I can actually get him to come on to explain the deals that we did as far as investment. And
yeah. Just let me know because I definitely want to schedule another because this is 5 hours long. And what you guys are saying is worth a lot of information, and I don't want to get lost in the recording.
Yeah. I definitely want to introduce you guys because he can break it down. Like, I understand it because we sat down and we did it, but that's what he does for a living. So he's able to give you, like, he knows things down to the code of the law. Like, he's that good. Like, he can give you Section 2, Code 26 says that you can do this with your money, and you can't do that. So he's like that good with the tax, and the investments. That's what he does. And so I can get him because he wanted to do a stream with me and him, explain some of the things to his other people. But
Why you haven't done it?
Huh?
Do it, man.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying in the meantime, I could, if you're doing like another one soon, I could say, hey, I want you to come on the stream. I can introduce you two guys. So you guys.
Okay, yeah. Let's definitely do that. And also, Rashad, I also want to do a one-on-one with you as well because you have a not curious, but you have an interesting background, especially having a stable relationship in DR because most guys don't believe in having a stable relationship in DR. Well, you can't have a stable relationship in DR. And I know you, now that I know you, and I know several other guys who have successful marriages in DR. But, with the stigma, with, guys always sticking in one particular area, they assume that all the women are the same. So I would definitely like to pick your brain and just like, hey, you know what, change that narrative. It's like, because sometimes I think a lot of guys, especially a lot of black men, they give DR a bad light. Like the way they talk sometimes, positioning, It's like you can't let that particular experience define the entire country.
There is two different parts of DR. It's Sosua and the rest of the country.
Yeah. Yeah. So
our PR game kind of sucks, man. As far as the passport, brother, like it gets overrepresented on the Sosua and the, that kind of time, you know. And we don't really hear enough about brothers like Rashad. And Rashad, you're so humble, man. You were talking like you just the average Joe sitting on the couch eating Cheetos and stuff, man. This brother got properties around him. What you talking about, man? You're an exceptional brother, man. Take a bow.
And look, and check this. I'm one of the ones that never had the chance to whoremonger in Sosua.
You're not missing it. You're not missing a damn thing.
I've been there. I've taken my groups there, but when I came down to look at this resort, one of the women that was working there said, "You know something? I want to introduce you to my daughter," and I ended up marrying her.
Yeah, that makes more sense, man. But trust me, you ain't missing much.
Well, hey, Rashad, if you can send me a messenger on Facebook, and we could definitely need to talk, man. Wait, are you part of my Facebook group?
I actually am.
Okay, but the black man travel, not black men travel. Yeah. Hit me up, man, so we could definitely talk. Because I definitely love to do a one-on-one with you and highlight you and your experiences as well as your relationship, everything else. Because again, just the false stories and stuff that you're hearing out here is just giving guys the wrong information. I think guys like you, Marty, other Marty, Bobby, you guys have tons of receipts. I'd definitely like to do a one-on-one with you guys.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this thing that the guy gave with the Ataki stuff. They got they got an introductory trial rate for $8 for 30 minutes and $15 for a whole hour. I'm like, that's cheap, man.
Yeah, it's fine. That's why I used to study on Kiswahili.
Yo, this is crazy. I didn't know about this because now, even if you do it like you do your studies and every 3 days you just check in, be like, all right, let me see where I'm at with it. And then,
hey, Bobby, Silky wanted that information too, so I'm not sure if you guys can link up or something.
Yeah,
I'll post it in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
For all the dudes that's serious, I got something that's cheaper than that.
Oh,
word?
Yeah. And whenever you're gonna have another podcast and you're gonna have a American chick on there, I have a Dominican chick that I can bring on here too that speaks English.
Okay.
Yeah,
definitely. You know what? I want to create something called the Lion's Den, and it's basically this is where we invite one or two women to come onto the platform, and she'll be literally have a conversation with men. Like there's no disrespecting, just core, good casual information sharing, thought sharing, no disrespecting. Just a woman walking into a man's lion's den and just having a real talk conversation.
Yeah, because the woman that came with today, she was cool.
Yeah,
like she was basically she was like, I'm just here to listen and learn. And I could tell like she's taking it in. I mean, listen, it's a lot to take in because if you haven't been around or heard or see this stuff as a woman, it's like this is all new. Like, and she was pretty receptive to it, and she can understand. Everybody was cool with it. Nobody was disrespecting. We listened.
Yeah.
But there's not to cut you off, but there's a lot of women out there like that. That's what I'm saying. Like I had some girls come to me, and they said like they mentioned the passport rules, and they didn't. And I explained to them, and they was like, "Oh, it's not like that. It's not every brother." I'm like, "Nah, it's not every brother." And then they understood, but what they're hearing is like
hearing the loudmouths.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And so like the stuff that I'm talking about, the stuff that Marty's talking about, you, Bobby, the passport community don't want to hear that because it definitely affects their bottom line because now these guys have to take a real look at themselves and realize like, listen, if you want this certain lifestyle, you got to put in that work. And most guys don't want to put in that work. Most guys don't want to do the work that Rashad had to do to set him up, at this position. Same thing goes for Marty. Mm-hmm. Same goes for Bobby. So it's just like, they don't want to put that effort. They want the easy way out. It's like, hey, I had guys reach out to me like, yo, can you send me a list of girls? I'm like, what? You didn't fucking plan? Like, but you'd be amazed, guys. It's just because they're being sold this thing that just get a passport and just
they
go.
think they could be mediocre outside of the U.S. and still get maximum results. I'm like, women are women everywhere, man. They're not stupid. Yeah.
And I guess, Colombia is starting to see. When I was in Colombia the last time I was there, I was telling the girls, no, start an OnlyFans. Because a lot of girls, I know they don't make a lot of money, but I'm like, yo, you gotta look. You don't have an OnlyFans? They like, what's that? What's that? Now, since the time I left and came, they're all hitting me up. Oh, I got an OnlyFans. When you coming back? I want to shoot with you. So now I'm like, oh, okay. Now they're like a little bit behind, but what I'm saying is they're catching up quickly. So the game dudes would run 6-7 years ago. It's the same thing like the Zillennials. They're more plugged in now. They know, if they get the right content at OnlyFans. I know a handful of girls that make a lot of money and on their OnlyFans and now traveling the world. I could, give you a couple of links that they're making big money, and they're like, and I shot with them not even knowing this is the direction that we're headed in. But when I go back, they're open to it because we had a great experience the first time around. But all I'm saying is the average chick that looks good, she's starting to level up. Now, they don't have the smarts to really, a lot of them don't have bank accounts. I'm like, yeah, you got to have a bank account. You got to have your ID. They're like, oh, I don't have a Bank of Colombia account, whatever. Like, you got to get that, because in order to start an account, you're going to have to put in certain information. So, but they're starting, I'm just saying they're learning quickly because, one thing about women, when they hear about some money, they're going to get smart real quick to learn how to make it.
Yeah.
That's one thing I can say about, women. They'll learn that shit and they'll go ask questions, and women support women. So they'll be like, they'll talk to a girlfriend that knows that does it. Oh, what do you got to do? Let me put you on, girl. And then where I come in, I'm telling you, I'm getting next camera I'm bringing down here is going to be serious cinema camera. The only thing I have to work on is maybe for the first year I'm in Colombia, I might be not have my own space, so to speak, where I'm renting, maybe Airbnb in it. But then I'm going to be traveling, so I might go down to Brazil for 4 months. I got to find where I like first. So I might have to do the Airbnb thing. So I feel
I told you don't rush it, man. Just explore, learn, and when you're ready to buy, just go ahead and buy it.
Just go straight down. Just go straight down and buy. It's easy to do.
Well, yeah, I mean that they don't. You got to have all cash, and the type of spot that I want to buy is going to be at least $350 and up. Because the space I'm using it as a dual space, so to speak. So I need a space that's big enough in a safe neighborhood with a nice view, modern. So I have stipulations that I want, but everything that I saw.
Let me ask you this: are you planning on coming back to the States?
Only maybe once a year to do taxes or something, not to live.
All right, then I can show you how to get the money to do that. Easy.
Okay. Because I'm trying to. Well, I have some investments that it's on a time thing. But what I'm trying to say is that they don't really have mortgages out there, so it has to be all cash.
In DR, they do. Not
Colombia. Well, I'm talking about Colombia. I mean,
I bought my place cash, so
yeah,
it really didn't matter.
In DR, I have a couple of people who actually do sell properties that do businesses with American banks. So if I did want to, at some point, get a nice little apartment just to have, I could, because they do, mortgages out there. But in Colombia, it's
30% down.
Yeah, Colombia is they want all cash and they want all their money right now. So it's a little bit, So I'm looking at different possibilities. Should I buy an older place and renovate it for $120, $150, or buy it already done, or buy a pre-construction? So, and it's where I don't want to go into the hot neighborhood. I want to go into a neighborhood that's going to be hot also. Because a lot of people, they just go at El Poblado because it's hot right now. I don't want to do that. Be
careful right now because the Medellin is hot right now, man.
Yeah, new president, all types of shit's going on. So the first year or two, it's going to be me 4 months in Medellin. Then I'm gonna go hop to Brazil. Then I'm gonna go to Bali. Then I'm gonna go to the Philippines, Thailand. I'm gonna be hopping around. And then once I feel, who knows, I could end up in Brazil, Sao Paulo, somewhere like that, But that's what I'm gonna do for like the first 2 years. And then once I feel like, all right, I like this spot, then I can zero in. But I got a couple of girls that would do the fedora thing, where they would kind of like vouch for me in Colombia, because I got a couple like, oh, do you need a furnished or unfurnished? I'm like, I can kind of do either one, but we'll see. So I am working on stuff behind the scenes. It's just that I got to get my language together. But this guy gave me the Taki thing, and
how much did he say that was?
What's that?
That Taki thing.
Oh, it's cheap. It's like, for the trial, it's like $8, and for an hour, it's like $15. They got different prices though. They got some people $8.
It depends on the language you're doing, because some like Swahili, like you could get away with like $5-6 an hour for somebody. It really depends on the language and the demand. It's like a marketplace.
Yeah, it's nice.
All right, so I was asking because I have the chick down in DR that is teaches people, and she teaches people for $10 an hour, $100 a month, $25 per week. So it really comes out to like $5 a day.
Nice. Yeah,
right,
I just
guys.
need the language going back and forth with somebody. That's my main.
That's what she does.
Yeah, because I need a lot of like little things like move your arm to the left, because I'm be giving a lot of directions. So I need to be able to be like, talk to him like a photographer would.
Izquierdo.
Maybe to where to brazo, izquierda, something like that. Izquierda.
Izquierda, and left to right.
Recto, derecha.
Recto.
Right is derecha. Straight is derecho.
So yeah.
What's recto? Isn't something called recto straight? Or am I saying it wrong?
Right and straight is the same word, just an A at the end for right and an O at the end for straight.
Izquierda, something like that?
Izquierda is left.
Okay. I'm still learning. I ain't gonna pretend like I speak fluent. I'm still learning. So, but I am learning. Like I'm every day, hour. I got shit playing. Like I'm trying to do my best. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to look like an idiot going back to Colombia and not being able to be. But you know what? When we went out to that strip club, I don't know if I told you about it, but there was a girl from Cali there. There was most of the girls. If you go to Queens, a lot of the strip clubs is a lot of Colombian chicks from Cali. So there was a girl there, and she didn't speak any English, but I bagged her just using Spanish. I was actually proud. Like she couldn't speak English, but I'm talking to her in Spanish. She was like, "Oh, you sound pretty good," So I was like kind of happy. I was like, "Oh, I could do this." I just need more.
Yeah. And try and learn it by themes, like your vocabulary. So, like, let's just say you want to learn a lot about speaking Spanish for photography. So learn all the photography words, and then learn the sentence structures. And I think if you approach it that way, or like for travel or hotel, pick themes and learn the words for that, and then learn how to plop them in the sentences. So study the sentence structure. This guy named this channel called Where Is West, this Asian guy living in Colombia, owning a business. He talked about on a couple of his videos how he learned fluent Spanish, and it was very practical and simple the way he did it.
You said that because you know what was happening? I was taking lessons with somebody, but the problem I had with her is that she was giving me broad strokes of everything.
You're not going to learn it like that.
Yeah, I was learning like stuff about how to say a lawyer, how to say a carpenter. I'm like, I had to tell her, I was like, I was like, I'm never going to use this shit. I just really don't know. Well, you're right. I might need a lawyer, but what I'm saying is I want to focus in on more of the common stuff. Like, look, I'm a young guy. I'm a photographer. I'm going to be talking to pretty women. I need just interaction, like young talk, not like, construction worker. Like that's not gonna be my day to day. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I had to kind of leave that, and I had to focus in on my own. But this right here, now I can kind of like get with this and then do what you said. I say, hey, listen, I'm a photographer. I need to learn hands-on type of stuff, like put your leg here, hand up, come here, serious, smile, like basic shit, and then learn the proper conjugations with the sentence structure, which I'm learning, but it's confusing a little bit because masculine, plural, feminine, some words are masculine still, some words are feminine still. So I'm learning. It's a new language for me. So now I'm taking it seriously. Because before I was able to do all of this with speaking minimum amount of Spanish. But now I'm gonna go over there armed with a lot more. Even if I just went over there right now, I still can speak much better than when I originally did all this stuff. So I just want to go over there where I'm totally, prepared. But that's the kind of homework that I be trying to tell dudes to do that I'm doing myself. So I'm not trying to tell somebody something that I'm not willing to do myself.
Hey, Marty, as far as your travel, man, don't forget about Europe, dude. Portugal and Barcelona is dope, dude. If we're creative, oh, yeah. Lisbon is huge opportunities for a creative. And the cost of living is very cheap.
You know what? I was watching something the other day, and they were saying that just what you said as far as the cost of living, and the people over there speak a lot more English, so it's not like such a language barrier.
They do.
You know what I'm saying? And it's cheap to live, and women are also beautiful, and it's got nice architecture. So that was one of the reasons why I was like, you know what? I'm not going to lock in just to Colombia just yet.
Yeah. Because they got bad Brazilian chicks as well as bad chicks from Africa, like Angola, Cape Verde, some of the most interesting looking women you ever see.
Yeah, and then about being a global citizen, you could, like I said, Brazil. My friend was telling me, he said you could stay up to 120 days at a time before you have to, I guess, tap in and tap back out. I was like, 4 months is a long time to be anywhere. I have no problem to do 4 months in Colombia, 4 months there, and then go to, because I can always go back. All I gotta do is fly out, fly back in, or renew. Some places you can pay to renew your visa. You don't have to leave.
That's DR. You can. I'm not even a citizen there. I just stay there as long as I choose. I just did August to August. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. August to September. I mean, and you just have to pay extra leaving.
Yeah. So it's like, I'm gonna try. That's my thing. You're gonna see it once I'm a free agent, and I'm gonna get all the things that I'm gonna get, like the cameras, and can all know me. Like I get on his case all the time, but he stepped it up. I gotta give him his props. He got the camera. I told him about the podcast, the mic. You gotta remember, people.
Actually, I said I gave myself a challenge. I said once I reach 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna start showing my my face. So I'll do a live where you can see my face and everything else. But the thing is, I'm just trying to find a background to put in the background. Some type of picture or whatever to put in the background, because I don't like the white background. But once I reach 1,000 subscribers and I get the background, I'm gonna start doing real live streams where I just literally showing my face and everything else.
Yeah, I remember when you was going through it at first.
Yeah,
you gotta get this, man. You gotta get. He
was on me, man. He was constantly on me. I was like,
because I run into a lot of problems when I deal with content creators outside the stream. I'm like, yo, you gotta get this, and it's gonna cost you this money, because I know it's gonna be a sacrifice. And people get mad at me. They be like, oh, he's talking down to me. I'm like, no, I'm just telling you.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm just telling you what you need to have the best quality, because I want you to have the best picture. I mean, for your budget, of course.
I mean, like right now, to be honest, I think with all my camera, with the M50, I have the M50 camera. I have 7 lenses for my M50 camera. I have a GoPro Hero 9. I have a DJI Pocket 2. I have a drone, and now I just got the Insta360. So like when I'm traveling, I got all this stuff on me, and depending on what I want to use on that particular time, I just pull it out and use it. And that's why I'm able to really produce some really great content as far as like visual.
Yeah, you stepped it up. I'll give it to you. Like I noticed the bump in quality. The next thing you gotta do is get to color grading all your footage.
Yeah, because right now I'm doing everything based on HDR, but it's better to do everything on log format than use the color grade. But not there yet, man. Full-time dad and everything else.
You'll get there, and the reason because of it is that you'll be able to make your footage just look different. Like these colors. The reason why I keep playing this because purposely I brought the colors out the greens, the
Yeah.
reds, and it pops, and you'll
It
be able
does.
to make your footage look like that once you
Because
understand the color science behind. Like certain cameras have a green tint, so you have to color balance. It's like a whole another realm of shooting footage and editing it once you
it
go to
is.
that level. But your stuff will look more cinematic once you do. You
It
know,
is. It's a cool hobby, guys. Especially like Bobby and you two are content creator. Get a good GoPro. Get like something good that you could use, and just work on it, man. It's a great hobby. I've gotten better. Picked up a new skill. I'm learning how to edit, and who knows? You could probably use it as a side project, like flying drones. Now, someone hired me one time, paid me $200 to fly the drone around a certain area. I didn't. I got $20 in my pocket.
yeah,
So
especially for real estate and DR.
yeah. So it's really cool, man. I like it, and that's what. If anything, having all this gear actually enhanced my travel experience. So now, like days just getting drunk and turn up, and then waking up with a hangover. I don't want, I can't do that anymore because each day I wake up with a purpose. So each day I got a list of agenda places I want to go, and I take my camera and everything else, and I go. And when I have my stuff with me, people always want to talk to me. So it's an easy conversation starter, man. It's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I shot this in Chinatown, little Star Wars short, on this camera that I have, the Canon R5. It's like the first week I had it, and I got these two girls together. I was like, we're just gonna shoot something real quick, and we went in Chinatown. It was like an empty, like it was a summer night. Blocks were empty, but the lighting was nice, and it was empty for us to do whatever we wanted to do. So I put together a little situation, white girl, black girl in the middle of Chinatown, and you're gonna see me pop in there. There you go. Pop in there, swinging the sword, like, this is the type of shit that you can do. And imagine if, I'm telling you, man, when I go to Brazil and shooting those women out there, and this is like the start. This is not even where things are gonna be. This is like the beginning of everything. The stuff I have planned is gonna be crazy, man, when I tell you. I'm gonna have these girls doing interviews. We got lifestyle stuff. I might get a drone again because they're making them like real small with
they're making them smaller now, so you're good.
Yeah, so the drone, I might get into the drone game once again because I'll be able to travel lighter. It's just like I got a whole plan thing, but it all starts with first language. I've got to get my language up together. Number two, definitely want to continue on the fitness because you got me motivated talking about you going 6 weeks hard, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, man, dude. I mean, shit. I told you guys, I have to be in downtown Atlanta at 9 a.m. and which is what 5 hours from now.
Yeah.
I'm doing a max out competition like jump boxes, fireman carries where I have to carry a body a certain range. I'm doing all type of shit, sprints. So I'm like, man, the next 5 hours, man, I'm gonna be literally put into work, and it's 8 hours. It's an 8-hour competition, and I've been training, but now it's just like, you know what? Let me do this. But definitely once I get back from DR, I'm going hard for like 6 weeks straight leading up to Thailand. And I said to myself, look, I want to be 10 pounds lighter, and I want to be like nice and solid. So when I'm out there, it's like, okay. Like, hey, you know what? I'm not paying for a goddamn thing. You want to be around me? You're gonna have a good time. Besides that, I want to do what Bobby does, man. Go out there, hit up the bougie spots, man, the high end spots, man. I ain't trying to be around a bunch of bar chicks, man. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. You definitely are. I mean, you put it at work, you definitely gonna be out there, bro. You gonna link up with the right people, man. Because it's a small circle in Bangkok. If you show you about something, yeah, you can link up with them. You'll be
man. I'm doing bottles. So like again, I already budgeted, so I'm doing bottles. If I'm hitting the club, I'm doing bottle service, and I'll make sure I hit the best clubs. Do bottle service, and of course, I'll probably be the only black dude in certain areas. Hey, bring some girls with me. Like, hey, you guys want to party tonight? Come join me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, man. Like, just how you guys are talking, like just traveling with quality, just eating good food. Like, everything don't have to be $1 million, but it could be classy. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what people miss in terms of the message. It's like, I'm not saying you gotta break the bank, but it's like, I don't, go to Colossals. I don't know if anybody well, most people probably been to Colossus from Medellin. Go there one time in a week. Take your chick there, like dress up, like make sure she dresses up. You get a button up. Go there, enjoy the ambiance because it's a really nice spot. And they got another spot that they got another spot called Bupos. That's in Columbus, a seafood spot that's off the beaten path, but it's like kind of high end. I went there by myself. I had a whole crab and some other stuff. I forgot what else I had, like crab, potato, and some other stuff. It was like high end. I was like, this is like it's highly rated, but a lot of people don't go there because it's not like advertised as much. But the people that go there are about something. You can just look around like, oh man, these people look like they own something, But I went there for the food and I was like, man, this food is good. But that's the type of stuff that I'm trying to get into. But yeah,
you pay for the type of experience you want, fellas. If you go there with that cheap mindset, you get a cheap experience. If you go there with a quality experience, you're gonna get that quality experience. So
yeah. And one thing I noticed real quick before I know.
Yeah, go to sleep.
A lot of the white girls, and I played this video on purpose. It's like they respect the fact that they know like there's a heavy African influence in Colombia. That's why when they go to these, like even Commune 13, it's like,
are these Colombians or are these actual white girls from another country?
No, these are Colombians that live there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. These are my friends. Like they was like, oh, we're gonna go. These like my friends. Like they hang out there and they've been there. Sometimes they might do a food drive there or something like that. So
and most people don't know Commune 13 was all black. Then they started migrating other Colombians started coming in, but first the community itself, Communion 13, was an all black community, which is still majority black, but at one point it was strictly black.
But if you notice all the pictures and the shirts, it's all, and look, even in the backgrounds, it's black. So it's like they know, like, they understand, like, the black culture is very much, and they respect it, like when they was there, I just, that's why I was filming. I was like, like look, she's looking like, almost like, damn, I wish I looked like this girl in the picture. Like, but that's the vibe I was getting. It was just like, they really admire like the hair, the skin tone, the music, because, we got the shit naturally. So they like, it's weird, like, but I was filming this shit. I was like, this would be good footage. And I noticed everything, shirts, everything was all brown skin, black.
I actually brought a couple of things from the vendor, the one that was selling the poster, the paintings. Yeah, I brought like 3 paintings, which I have it in my apartment now. So
there you go. So I'm definitely going back there. When I go back to film some new stuff.
Yeah, just be careful. Like I said, right now, man, Colombia's hot. I mean, Medellin's hot. So be careful out there, man.
Yeah, I got till at least February. Hopefully it cool down. But like I said, if you don't, I can always head to Brazil for a couple of months. And go to Bali. I mean, there's other spots that I want to go. Even though Colombia, every day I'm getting messages. When you coming back? I want to, like, every single day, and I'm meeting somebody new. Oh, I love your pictures. Oh, when you're coming, I want to hang out with you. Like, okay. So, it's the easiest place for me to go to. But I'm not against to going to Brazil or somewhere new just to see what it's about.
Okay. Well, hey guys, I gotta end the show. I gotta be up in less than 4 hours and get ready for this competition. Hey, you know what? I just want to say thank you, man. I really appreciate you guys joining. This is my longest stream, 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Damn.
This is my longest stream. I had no intentions of it, but you know what? The conversation was going well. Marty got into his flow. So once Marty gets into his flow, you don't interrupt that flow.
I'm long.
So yeah, sometimes you got to time his ass. Like, hey, okay, Marty, you got 5 seconds left, man. But besides that, just want to say thank you guys. Again, we're all about quality experience, fellas. Don't believe all the hype that you're hearing out there. You do got to put in the work. You got to put in the effort. And we want you to travel, but just don't do any type of travel. I mean, at the end of the day, you dictate the type of experience you want. So if you want that type of experience, put in that work. And also, too, don't think that these women won't play your ass either, because they will if they see a gun.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
hey, it is what it is, man. But anyways, guys, good morning. Hopefully I talk to you guys. Literally, good morning. I'm like, that's about to come up pretty soon. We definitely talk to you guys next week. Of course, Rashad, Marty, Bobby, I'll reach out to you guys. Definitely want to do some one-on-ones with you guys and get the conversation going, man.
All right, man.
All right.
All right,
All
man.
right, man.
All right.
Good
Get
night,
some rest.
everybody.
Yeah.
Later, man.
All right.
Peace.